Star Wars Labyrinth of Evil by James Luceno. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. For my loving aunt and uncle, Rosemary and Joe Savacco, and for my earliest mentors, Pat Matheson, who was forever urging me to tell him stories, and Richard Thomas, who introduced me to science fiction, Ian Fleming, and Thomas Pynchon. Acknowledgements. Heartfelt thanks to Shelley Shapiro, Sue Rostoni, and Howard Rothman for remaining in my corner throughout this project, to George Lucas for responding to my many queries, to Matt Stover for providing additional material and creative inspiration, to Dan Wallace for sending me an early version of his prequel-era chronology, to Hayden Blackman for graciously yielding some of the big moments, to the staff of the Hotel Casano in Flores, Guatemala, for keeping the espressos coming, and to Karen, Ann, and Jake for granting me the time and space to daydream. Chapter 1. Darkness was encroaching on Catanomoidia's western hemisphere, though exchanges of coherent light high above the beleaguered world ripped looming night to shreds. Well under the fractured sky, in an orchard of manax trees that studded the lower ramparts of Viceroy Gunray's majestic redoubt, companies of clone troopers and battle droids were slaughtering one another with bloodless precision. A flashing fan of blue energy lit the undersides of a cluster of trees, the lightsaber of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Attacked by 2 sentry droids, Obi-Wan stood his ground, twisting his upraised blade right and left to swat blaster bolts back at his enemies. Caught midsection by their own salvos, both droids came apart with a scattering of alloy limbs. Obi-Wan moved again. Tumbling under the segmented thorax of a Nemoidian harvester beetle, he sprang to his feet and raced forward. Explosive light shunted from the Citadel's deflector shield dappled the loamy ground between the trees, casting long shadows of their buttressed trunks. Oblivious to the chaos occurring in their midst, columns of the 5-meter-long harvesters continued their stalwart march toward a mound that supported the fortress. In their cutting jaws or in their upsweeping backs, they carried cargoes of pruned foliage. The crushing sounds of their ceaseless gnawing provided an eerie cadence to the rumbling detonations and the hiss and whine of blaster bolts. From off to Obi-Wan's left came a sudden click of servos. To his right, a hushed cry of warning. "Down, Master!" He dropped into a crouch even before Anakin's lips formed the final word, lightsaber aimed to the ground to keep from impaling his onrushing former Padawan. A blur of thrumming blue energy sizzled through the humid air, followed by a sharp smell of cauterized circuitry, the tang of ozone. A blaster discharged into soft soil, then the stalked, elongated head of a battle droid struck the ground not a meter from Obi-Wan's feet, sparking as it bounced and rolled out of sight, repeating, "Roger, roger. Roger, roger." In a tuck, Obi-Wan pivoted on his right foot in time to see the droid's spindly body collapse. The fact that Anakin had saved his life was nothing new, but Anakin's blade had passed a little too close for comfort. Eyes somewhat wide with surprise, he came to his feet. "You nearly took my head off." Anakin held his blade to one side. In the strobing light of battle, his blue eyes shone with wry amusement. "Sorry, Master, but your head was where my lightsaber needed to go." Master. Anakin used the honorific not as learner to teacher, but as Jedi Knight to Jedi Council member. The braid that had defined his earlier status had been richly severed after his audacious actions at Prestillon. His tunic, knee-high boots, and tight-fitting trousers were as black as the night. His face scarred from a contest with Dooku-trained Asajj Ventress. His mechanical right hand sheathed in an elbow-length glove. He had let his hair grow long the past few months, falling almost to his shoulders now. His face he kept clean-shaven, unlike Obi-Wan, whose strong jaw was defined by a short beard. "I suppose I should be grateful your lightsaber needed to go there, rather than desired to." Anakin's grin blossomed into a full-fledged smile. "Last time I checked, we were on the same side, Master." "Still, if I'd been a moment slower." Anakin booted the battle droid's blaster aside. "Your fears are only in your mind." Obi-Wan scowled. "Without a head, I wouldn't have much mind left now, would I?" He swept his lightsaber in a flourishing pass, nodding up the alley of manax trees. "After you." They resumed their charge, moving with the supernatural speed and grace afforded by the Force. Obi-Wan's brown cloak swirling behind him. Victims of the initial bombardment, scores of battle droids lay sprawled on the ground. Others dangled like broken marionettes from the branches of the trees into which they had been hurled. Areas of the leafy canopy were in flames. Two scorched droids, little more than arms and torsos, lifted their weapons as the Jedi approached, but Anakin only raised his left hand in a force push that shoved the droids flat onto their backs. They jinked right, somersaulting under the wide bodies of two harvester beetles, then hurtling a tangle of barbed underbrush that had managed to anchor itself in the otherwise meticulously tended orchard. They emerged from the tree line at the shore of a broad irrigation channel, fed by a lake that delimited the Nemoidian citadel on three sides. In the west, a trio of wedge-shaped Venerator-class assault cruisers hung in scuttling clouds. North and east, the sky was in turmoil, crosshatched with ion trails, turbo laser beams, hyphens of scarlet light streaming upward from weapons emplacements outside the Citadel's energy shield. Rising from high ground at the end of the peninsula, the tiered fastness was reminiscent of the command towers of the Trade Federation core ships, and indeed had been the inspiration for them. Somewhere inside, trapped by Republic forces, were the Trade Federation elite. With his homeworld threatened and the purse worlds of Deco and Cora Nemoidia devastated, Viceroy Gunray would have been wiser to retreat to the Outer Rim, as other members of the Separatist Council were thought to be doing. But rational thinking had never been a Nemoidian strong suit, especially when possessions remained on Cata Nemoidia the Viceroy apparently couldn't live without. Backed by a battle group of Federation warships, he had slipped onto Cata Nemoidia, intent on looting the Citadel before it fell. But Republic forces had been lying in wait, eager to capture him alive and bring him to justice. 13 years late in the judgment of many. Cata Nemoidia was as close to Coruscant as Obi-Wan and Anakin had been in almost 4 standard months, and with the last remaining Separatist strongholds now cleared from the core and colonies, they expected to be back in the Outer Rim by week's end. Obi-Wan heard movement on the far side of the irrigation canal. An instant later, 4 clone troopers crept from the tree line on the opposite bank to take up firing positions amid the water-smooth rocks that lined the ditch. Far behind them, a crashed gunship was burning. Protruding from the canopy, the LAAT's blunt tail was stenciled with the 8-rayed battle standard of the Galactic Republic. A gunboat glided into view from downstream, maneuvering to where the Jedi were waiting. Standing in the bow, a clone commander named Cody waved hand signals to the troopers on shore and to others in the gunboat, who immediately fanned out to create a safe perimeter. Troopers could communicate with one another through the comlinks built into their T-visored helmets, but the advanced recon commando teams had created an elaborate system of gestures meant to thwart enemy attempts at eavesdropping. A few nimble leaps brought Cody face to face with Obi-Wan and Anakin. "Sirs, I have the latest from Airborne Command." "Show us," Anakin said. Cody dropped to one knee, his right hand activating a device built into his left wrist gauntlet. A cone of blue light emanated from the device, and a hologram of Task Force Commander Dodonna resolved. "Generals Kenobi and Skywalker, Provincial Recon Unit reports that Viceroy Gunray and his entourage are making their way to the north side of the redoubt. Our forces have been hammering at the shield from above and from points along the shore, but the shield generator is in a hardened site and difficult to get at. Gunships are taking heavy fire from turbo laser cannons in the lower ramparts. If your team is still committed to taking Gunray alive, you're going to have to skirt those defenses and find an alternative way into the palace. At this point, we cannot reinforce. Repeat, cannot reinforce." Obi-Wan looked at Cody when the hologram had faded. "Suggestions, Commander?" Cody made an adjustment to the wrist projector, and a 3D schematic of the redoubt formed in midair. "Assuming that Gunray's fortress is similar to what we found on Deco and Koru, the underground levels will contain fungus farms and processing and shipment areas. There'll be access from the shipping areas into the mid-level grub hatcheries, and from the hatcheries we'll be able to infiltrate the upper reaches." Cody carried a short-stock DC-15 blaster rifle and wore the white armor and imaging system helmet that had come to symbolize the Grand Army of the Republic, grown, nurtured, and trained on the remote world of Camino 3 years earlier. Just now, though, areas of white showed only where there were no smears of mud or dried blood, no gouges, abrasions, or charred patches. Cody's position was designated by orange markings on his helmet crest and shoulder guards. His upper right arm bore stripes signifying campaigns in which he had participated. Agonar, Presitlin, Paracelsus Minor, Antar IV, Tibrin, Score 2, and dozens of other worlds from core to outer rim. Over the years, Obi-Wan had formed battlefield partnerships with several advanced recon commandos. Alpha, with whom he had been imprisoned on Ratatak, and Jango Tot on Ord Cestus. Early generation Arcs had received training by the Mandalorian clone template, Jango Fett. While the Kaminoans had managed to breed some of Fett out of the regulars, they had been more selective in the case of the Arcs. As a consequence, Arcs displayed more individual initiative and leadership abilities. In short, they were more like the late bounty hunter himself, which was to say, more human. While Cody wasn't genetically an advanced recon commando, he had ARC training and shared many ARC attributes. In the initial stages of the war, clone troopers were treated no differently from the war machines they piloted or the weapons they fired. To many, they had more in common with battle droids poured by the tens of thousands from Bactoid armor workshops on a host of separatist-held worlds. But attitudes began to shift as more and more troopers died. The clones' unfaltering dedication to the Republic and to the Jedi showed them to be true comrades in arms and deserving of all the respect and compassion they were now afforded. It was the Jedi themselves, in addition to other progressive-thinking officials in the Republic, who had urged the second and third generation troopers be given names rather than numbers, to foster a growing fellowship. "I agree we can probably reach the upper levels, Commander," Obi-Wan said at last. "But how do you propose we reach the fungus farms to begin with?" Cody stood to his full height and pointed toward the orchards. "We go in with the harvesters." Obi-Wan glanced uncertainly at Anakin and motioned him off to one side. "It's just the two of us. What do you think?" "I think you worry too much, Master." Obi-Wan folded his arms across his chest. "And who'll worry about you if I don't?" Anakin canted his head and grinned. "There are others." "You can only be referring to C-3PO, and you had to build him." "Think what you will." Obi-Wan narrowed his eyes with purpose. "Oh, I see. But I would have thought Senator Amidala of greater interest to you than Supreme Chancellor Palpatine." Before Anakin could respond, he added, "Despite that she's a politician also." "Don't think I haven't tried to attract her interest, Master." Obi-Wan regarded Anakin for a moment. "What's more, if Supreme Chancellor Palpatine had genuine concern for your welfare, he would have kept you closer to Coruscant." Anakin placed his artificial hand on Obi-Wan's left shoulder. "Perhaps, Master. But then, who would look after you?" Chapter 2. Despite their 2 pairs of powerful legs and the saw-toothed pincers that extended from their lower mandibles, the broad-bodied harvesters were single-minded creatures, complacent except when threatened directly. From their flat heads sprouted looping antennae, which served not only as feelers, but also as organs of communication, by means of powerful pheromones. Each beetle was capable of carrying 5 times its considerable weight in foliage and branches. Similar to the Nemoidians who had domesticated them, their society was hierarchical, and included laborers, harvesters, soldiers, and breeders, all of whom served a distant queen that rewarded effort with food. Obi-Wan, Anakin, and the commandos who made up Squad 7 had to run to keep up with the beetles as they hurried their fresh-picked loads from the orchard to the cave-like entrance to a natural mound at the base of the redoubt. The beetles' carapaces afforded them cover from surveillance sorties by battle droid stat patrols. More important, the harvesters knew safe routes through mined stretches of cleared ground that separated the trees from the fortress itself. The beetles' frequent habit of lowering their heads to exchange information with hive mates moving in the opposite direction demanded that the Jedi and troopers keep between the harvesters' rear legs. Hunched over, Obi-Wan ran with his lightsaber in hand, but deactivated. As the shielded royal residence came into view, a certain uneasiness seemed to take hold of the creatures, disrupting the ordered nature of their columns. Obi-Wan suspected that outbound beetles were relaying accounts of potential perils to the nest poised by the Republic's unrelenting barrage. In response to the crisis, soldier beetles were joining the procession, quick to shepherd nervous strays back into line. Anakin's greater height required him to remain farther back, almost directly under the beetle's pugtail. To Obi-Wan's right ran Cody, with his teammates trailing behind and flanking him. Soldier beetles or no, discipline was breaking down fast. A harvester providing cover for one of the commandos veered from the column before it could be guided back into line. Instead of hurrying under another beetle, the commando stuck with the stray and quickly found himself out in open ground. Obi-Wan felt a ripple in the Force an instant before the Harvester's right foreleg tripped the landmine. A potent explosion fountained from the rocky ground, blowing away half the creature's foreleg. The commando threw himself to one side, rolling out from under a trio now of pounding legs, only to have to bob and weave as the Harvester began to run in frantic circles, seemingly determined to trample the commando underfoot. A glancing blow from the beetle's left rear leg tipped the commando off his feet. Confused, the Harvester lowered its head and butted at the hard white object in its path, again and again, until there wasn't a smooth area left in the commando's armor. The Harvester's distress was having an impact on the rest of the beetles as well. While most were pressed tightly together, others were suddenly scurrying away from the main column, sending the soldier beetles to high alert. Tripping 2 mines in succession, a second Harvester was lifted off the ground by the ensuing explosions. With that, the column dissolved into disorder, with Harvesters and soldiers running every which way, and commandos and Jedi alike doing their best to protect themselves. "Stay close to the ones who are still headed for the nest," Anakin shouted. Obi-Wan was doing just that when he noticed that the trampled commando was back on his feet and staggering toward him, tapping the side of his helmet with the palm of his gloved hand, and obviously indifferent to where he had placed his booted feet. Barreling straight for the maw of the mound, a Harvester bore down on the commando, clamping its pincers around his waist, then lifting him high into the air. Summoning the last of his reserves, the commando twisted his body back and forth, but was unable to break free. All at once, Anakin was out from under his protective Harvester. Lightsaber tight in his gloved hand, he bounded across the denuded landscape toward the captive commando, the Force guiding him to safe landings among the mines. The Harvesters might have taken him for a demented turf jumper were they not so fixed on safeguarding their loads and reaching the security of the nest. Anakin's final leap dropped him directly in front of the Harvester that had seized the commando. With one upward stroke of his lightsaber, he rid the beetle of its pincers, freeing the commando but also sending the soldier beetles into a frenzy. Obi-Wan could almost smell the pheromone release and decipher the information being exchanged. "The area is rife with predators." From the brood rose a shriek so high-pitched as to be barely audible, and a stampede was underway. Mines began to detonate to all sides, and out from billowing smoke above the orchard canopy swarmed more than 100 Staps. A Nemoidian version of the agile repulsor lift airhook used as an observation vehicle throughout the galaxy, each single trooper aerial platform was equipped with twin blasters that delivered more firepower than the stubby-barreled models carried by infantry droids. From maximum range, the swarm rained energy bolts on everything in sight, dropping Harvesters in their tracks and turning the rocky ground into a killing field. Explosions erupted in jagged lines as scores of mines were detonated. Supporting the commando trooper with his left arm, Anakin warded off blaster bolts on the run. The rest of Squad 7 supplied cover, blowing Staps out of the sky with uninterrupted fire. Cody motioned everyone into a shallow irrigation trench just short of the mound. By the time Obi-Wan arrived, the troopers were deployed in a circle, and continuing to pour fire into the sky. Anakin slid into the trench a moment later, lowering the commando gently to the muddy slope. Squad 7's medical specialist crawled over, removing the commando's ravaged utility belt and deeply dented helmet. Obi-Wan gazed at the face of the injured clone. A face he would never forget. Now a face he couldn't forget. All these years later, he could still recall his brief conversation with Jango Fett on Kamino. He glanced at Cody and the rest. An army of one man, but the right man for the job. The clone's rallying cry. The injured commando had already prompted his armor to inject him with painkillers, so he remained pliant while his chest plastron was removed and the black body glove undergarment knifed open. The Harvester's pincers had crushed the armor into the commando's abdomen. His skin was intact, but the bruising was severe. With only half the original army of 1.2 million in fighting shape, the life of every clone was vital. Blood and replacement organs, what the regular troopers referred to as spare parts, were readily available, easily requisitioned. But with the war reaching a crescendo, battlefield casualties were on the rise and treated as high priority. "Not much I can do for him here," the med-spec told Anakin. "Maybe we can get an FX-7 airdropped." "We don't need a droid," Anakin interrupted. Kneeling, he placed his hands on the injured commando's abdomen and used a Jedi healing technique to keep the clone from going into deep shock. A sudden noise from above caught everyone's attention. Scores of boulder-sized objects were spewing from openings in the lower ramparts of the fortress. Cody pressed a pair of macro binoculars to his eyes and gazed upward. "That's no ordinary avalanche," he said, passing the glasses to Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan raised the glasses and waited for the lens to autofocus. Rolling toward the trench at better than 80 kilometers per hour were some of the most feared of the Separatist infantry arsenal. Droidicas. Chapter 3. Known also by the fearsome title Destroyer Droids, droidicas were rapid deployment killing machines produced by an alien species that encouraged mayhem at every opportunity. A combination of sheer momentum and sequenced micro-repulsors allowed the bronzium armored droids to roll like balls and unfurl in a blink as tripoded gunfighters, shielded by individual deflectors and armed with paired, twin-barreled, high-output blasters. Since the shields were powerful enough to resist lightsabers, blasters, even light artillery bolts, the proven strategy for dealing with droidicas was simply to run from them. More so, because surrender was never an option. But Anakin had another idea. "Com fire support for an artillery strike," he ordered Cody, loud enough to be heard above STAP and DC-15 fire. "Do it now." Cody was more than willing to comply. After all, the order had come directly from the hero with no fear, as Anakin was sometimes known, the warrior of the infinite. There was, though, a chain of command to maintain, so Cody looked to Obi-Wan for confirmation. Obi-Wan nodded. "Do as he says." The commando called for his comm specialist, who splashed through the shallow water and flattened himself alongside Cody. When the spec had provided needed coordinates, Cody opened a frequency to the fire support base and spoke in a rush. "To FSB from Squad 7, we're taking continuous fire from STAPs in Sector Geneth Bacta Ion, and are about to be buried under destroyer droids deployed from the redoubt. Request immediate artillery support at coordinates accompanying transmission. Recommend tactical electromagnetic pulse outburst, followed by SPHAT barrage." "Pulse weapons don't discriminate, Commander," Obi-Wan thought to point out. Cody shrugged. "It's the only way, sir." "Tell them we've got a wounded trooper for their Rimsu," Anakin said. The term stood for Republic Mobile Surgical Unit. Cody relayed the message. "Warn the evac pilot that he'll be setting down in a hot area. We'll mark a safe landing zone with smoke and leave 2 behind to assist." The assistant squad leader moved his right hand through a series of gestures. When the gestures had been repeated down the line, the commandos removed their helmets and began to deactivate the electronic systems built into their armor. To a clone, they hunkered down in the fetid water. A screaming came from the south. Then, a nova-bright flare of white light, followed 2 seconds later by a roar that turned Obi-Wan's eardrums to mush. A shockwave spread from the ramparts down onto the clear ground at the foot of the mound and out over the already blazing orchards. Above the trench, half the droidicas deployed prematurely from ball position and began to tumble down the slope in a tangle of limbs and weapons. Behind the trench, STAPs fell like stones, plunging from the sky into the burning trees. What harvesters remained alive ran in dizzying circles, spilling their precious loads. Now, from the south came an infernal wail as SPHATs, the Republic's walking artillery, loosed lasers on those droidicas that had survived the pulse weapon. Deprived of shields and unable to fire, they melted like wax in the gushes of radiant energy that struck the slopes. Still without helmet, Cody stood up, signaling with both hands. Obi-Wan interpreted the gestures. 60 count, then soup up and break for the entrance to the nest. He prepared by calming himself. For all their reliance on droids, for all their infatuation with high technology, for all their inborn cowardice, greed, and guile, Nemoidians had a soft spot for their youth. Their 7 formative years as grubs, struggling for limited food in communal hives, discovering early on the benefits of duplicity and self-regard. The fungus foodstuff of those early years was as dear to them as adults as it was to them as hatchlings, and no wonder, since it was that same fungus that had found favor with species galaxy-wide, and from which the Nemoidians had evolved into a wealthy spacefaring society, with ships enough to attract the eye of the notorious Trade Federation, and ultimately droids enough to equal an army. It would have been natural to assume that the fungus, prized for its medicinal as well as nutritional value, was somehow concocted from Mannix foliage gathered by the harvesters. But in fact, the leaves and branches provided little more than a growth medium. Enzymes produced by the beetles, coupled with the dank conditions within the burrows and grottos of the nest mounds, encouraged the rapid growth of a product that had required only a modicum of refinement to become palatable. Elsewhere, during the sieges of Deco and Cora Nemoidia, Obi-Wan had never visited a fungus farm, but no sooner had he and Anakin dashed through the cave-like opening to the nest than the briefings he had received more than 10 standard years earlier came back to him in a flash. Here were the partly masticated leaves, carefully arranged in layers, the clumps of branches and other impurities, the laborer beetles, the droid overseers, the conveyors and similar contraptions devoted to sorting and transport. Not a Nemoidian in sight, but that was consistent with their doctrine that exertion of any sort was anthemium. In the deep recesses of the mound, untouched by sunlight, the starter fungi, molds, mildews, and sickly white mushrooms, would be undergoing treatments with natural and synthetic growth acceleration agents. And higher up, in what constituted the basement of the citadel, the matured end product was probably being consumed by grubs, or packed and readied for shipment. Cody ordered the squad to secure the area. Those in the rear were still taking sporadic fire from stabs, but the droid pilots couldn't get close to the entrance because of the bodies of dead beetles piled outside. Squad 7's medspec hurried over to Obi-Wan and Anakin. "Sirs, I recommend you keep your rebreathers close at hand. Odds are we won't have to penetrate any deeper into the nest, but there's always a chance of encountering free-floating spores in other areas." Obi-Wan quirked his brows higher. "Toxic, Sergeant?" "No, sir, but the spores have been known to have an adverse effect on humans." "Adverse how?" Anakin asked. "The effect is most often described as dislocating, sir." Obi-Wan glanced at Anakin. "Then I suggest we do as he says." The fingers of his left hand were prizing the small, twin-tank rebreather from its pouch on his utility belt when a volley of blaster bolts streaked into the grotto. Caught in their upper chests, 2 troopers were knocked off their feet. The source of the sudden fire was the mouth of a narrow side tunnel that could be sealed by an overhead door. Anakin was already racing for the tunnel, lightsaber gripped in both hands, deflecting most of the bolts back through the entrance. Obi-Wan leapt to one side, raising his blade to deal with 2 bolts that got past Anakin. The first he returned toward its source. The second he parried at deliberately downward angle. Striking the grotto's hard-packed floor, the deflected bolt ricocheted to one wall, then to the ceiling, to the other wall, and back to the floor, from which it caromed squarely into the control panel that operated the tunnel door. Showering sparks, the device shorted out, and a slab of thick alloy dropped from its pocket in the wall, sealing the tunnel with a loud thud. Switching off his lightsaber, Anakin cast a complimentary glance over his shoulder. "Nicely done, Master." "The beauty of Form 3, Obi-Wan said with theatrical nonchalance. "You should try it sometime." "You've always been better at evasion than I have," Anakin said. "I prefer more straightforward tactics." Obi-Wan rolled his eyes. Master of understatement. "General Kenobi," the comm-spec said from across the grotto. "Provincial recon reports that Viceroy Gunray and his entourage are heading for the launching bays. They're protected by super battle droids, a group of which are now closing on our position." Anakin swung to Obi-Wan. "One of us has to divert the droids." "One of us," Obi-Wan repeated. "Haven't we been through this before?" "The beauty of our partnership, Master. You lure the bodyguards away, I capture Gunray. It hasn't failed us yet, has it?" Obi-Wan compressed his lips. "From a certain point of view, Anakin." Anakin scowled. "Fine, then I'll be the bait this time." "That makes no sense," Obi-Wan said quickly, shaking his head. "We play to our separate strengths." Anakin couldn't restrain a smile. "I knew you'd listen to reason, Master." He singled out 4 commandos. "You'll come with me." "Sir," they said in unison. Obi-Wan, Cody, and the rest of Squad 7 set out for the turbo-lift shafts. Obi-Wan hadn't gone 5 meters when he stopped and swung around. "Anakin, I know we've got a score to settle with Gunray, but don't make it personal. We want to take him alive." Chapter 4. "Oh, but it is personal," Anakin told himself while he watched Obi-Wan, Cody, and 4 troopers disappear into the turbo lift. It was personal because of what Newt Gunray had done to Naboo 13 years ago. It was personal because of Gunray's hiring of Jango Fett to assassinate Padme 3 years ago, first with a bomb planted on her ship, then with a pair of cahoons a changeling had inserted into Padme's senatorial quarters on Coruscant. The woman Anakin loved above all else. His wife. The deepest though brightest of his secrets. Even Obi-Wan didn't know, for that would have created problems. Finally, it was personal because of all that had occurred on Geonosis. The mock trial, the sentencing, the executions that were to have taken place in the arena. Even if he could put all that aside, as Obi-Wan plainly wanted him to do, it was personal because Gunray had aligned himself with Dooku and the Separatists, and the war they had planned from the start had brought ruin to 1,000 worlds. The deaths of the Separatist leaders was the only solution now. It had always been the solution, despite objections by certain members of the Jedi Council who still believed in peaceful resolutions. Despite the Senate's attempts to bind the hands of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine so that corrupt politicians could continue to turn a profit, line the pockets of their shimmer silk cloaks with kickbacks from the immoral corruptions that funded the war machine, supplying both sides with weapons, ships, whatever was needed to extend the conflict, it made Anakin's blood boil. Yes, just as Yoda had sensed after Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan had freed him from slavery on Tatooine and brought him to the Jedi Temple, he had a lot of anger in him. But what Yoda failed to realize was that anger could be a kind of fuel. In peaceful times, Anakin might have been able to bridle his rage, but now he relied on it to drive him forward, to transform him into the person he needed to be. Cut off the head. Twice he might have been able to kill Dooku himself had Obi-Wan not held him back. But he didn't hold that against his former master. For all his skills, Anakin still looked to Obi-Wan for guidance. On occasion. As he and the 4 troopers were exiting the grotto, the tip of his boot sent some objects skittering across the floor. On the fly, he used the Force to call the thing to his left hand and realized that it was Obi-Wan's rebreather, which must have fallen from its utility pouch during the brief exchange with the unseen battle droids. But no matter, Obi-Wan was probably already in the lower levels of the redoubt, where there would be little need for the device. Opening one of the pouches on his belt, Anakin wedged the rebreather inside. He urged the troopers on, and they stayed close on his heels. Upward, following burrows, ramps, and shafts used only by droids. Through processing and shipment areas, through hatcheries filled with squealing grubs. Upward into the Citadel's gleaming middle levels, through rooms large as starship docking bays filled floor to ceiling with stuff. A boundless collection of junk, ritual gifts, impulsive purchases, thousands of faddish devices never to be used but too prized as possessions to be thrown out, donated, handed down, or destroyed. More technology than existed on entire worlds, hoarded, stacked, piled about, crammed into every available space. Anakin could only shake his head in wonder. In Mos Espa on Tatooine, he and his mother had lived simply and never wanted for anything. His grin was short-lived. Anger and despair made him grit his teeth. Upward, until they reached the Citadel's semicircle projection of launching bays, which overlooked the surrounding lake and a ridge of forested mountains. Anakin brought his team to a halt. One of the commandos held up his hand, palm outward, then tapped the side of his helmet to indicate an incoming transmission. The commando listened, then spoke to Anakin with hand signals. Gunray's party is nearby. They're testing escape vectors for the shuttle by lowering the defensive shield and launching decoys, the commando said quietly. Turbo laser fire has allowed several of the decoys to get past our blockade and reach orbiting core ships. The muscles in Anakin's jaw bunched. Then we have to act quickly. No one contested when Anakin held point position. The commandos accepted without question that body armor and imaging systems were primitive compared to the power of the Force. They moved vigilantly through a maze of elegant corridors, abandoned in a rush, strewn with belongings dropped during flight. Approaching an intersection, Anakin made a halting gesture with his left hand. He listened for a moment, heard from around the corner the telltale heavy footfalls of super battle droids. The commando to Anakin's left nodded in confirmation, then extended a finger-thin holocam around the corner and activated his gauntlet holoprojector. Noisy images of Newt Gunray and his entourage of elite officers formed in midair. Hurrying down the corridor, tall headpieces bobbing, rich robes to swirl, safeguarded front and rear by burly battle droids. Anakin motioned for silence and was just about to step into the intersecting corridor when a banged-up silver protocol droid appeared from across the hall, raising its hands in delighted surprise. "Welcome, sir," it said loudly. "I can't tell you how good it is to find guests in the palace. I am TC-16, and I am at your service. Nearly everyone has left, because of the invasion, of course, but I'm sure we can make you comfortable, and that Viceroy Gunray will be most pleased." One hand clamped over TC-16's small rectangle of vocabulator. A commando yanked the droid to one side, but it was too late. Anakin leapt around the corner in time to see the Nemoidian set off at a run, red-eyed, flat-nosed Gunray casting a nervous glance over his shoulder. As for the super battle droids, they had about-faced and were marching stiff-legged in Anakin's direction. Catching sight of them, their right arms elevated, twisting downward, locking into firing position. And the corridor began to fill with blaster bolts. Chapter 5. Qui-Gon Jinn hadn't believed in baiting, Obi-Wan thought, as he and the commandos rode the turbolift to the fortress's lowest level. Baiting implied a certain amount of advanced planning, and Qui-Gon had no patience for that. He took situations as they came, throwing back his shoulders and striding boldly to the center of things, relying as much on his instincts as his lightsaber to deal with the consequences. It must have been difficult for him to have served under methodical masters such as Dooku, consummate planner, consummate duelist, now a Sith. But that made sense, of a sort, the desire to dominate and control. For a time, the same issues had stood at the center of Obi-Wan's conflicts with Anakin. Clearly, Anakin was as strong in the Force as any Jedi who had ever sat on the Council. But as Obi-Wan had told him time and again, the essence of being a Jedi didn't hinge on attaining mastery of the Force, but on attaining mastery over oneself. Someday Anakin would come to accept that, and then he would be truly unstoppable. Qui-Gon had had the insight to recognize it more than a decade earlier, and Obi-Wan felt duty-bound to his former master to help Anakin fulfill his destiny. His faith in Anakin had grown so strong that he had become Anakin's staunchest defender to those on the council who had grown apprehensive about the young man's prowess, and uncomfortable with his confidential, almost familiar, relationship with Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. If Obi-Wan was, as Anakin sometimes said, the father he never had, then Palpatine was his wise uncle, advisor, mentor in the ways of life outside the temple. Obi-Wan understood that Anakin envied him for having been appointed to the council, but how could he not, having been all but anointed the chosen one, continually bolstered by Palpatine's praise, driven to prove to his former master that he could be the perfect Jedi Knight? On countless occasions, Anakin's bold actions had allowed them to prevail against seemingly impossible odds, but just as often it had been Obi-Wan's circumspection that had pulled them back from the brink. Whether foresight was something innate in Obi-Wan, or the result of his continuing fascination with the unifying force, the long view, Obi-Wan couldn't say. What he could say was that he had learned to trust Anakin's instincts. On occasion. He wouldn't have been able to go on playing the bait otherwise. "The next stop is ours, General," Cody said from behind him. Obi-Wan turned, watched Cody slam a new blaster pack into his DC-15, heard the familiar whine of the weapon's repower mechanism. Reflexively, he placed his thumb on the lightsaber's activator button. "How do you want to handle this, sir?" "You're the master of warcraft, Commander. I'll follow your lead." Cody nodded, perhaps grinning beneath his helmet. "Well, sir, our mandate is a simple one. Kill as many of the enemy as possible." Obi-Wan recalled a conversation he had had on Ord Cestus with a clone trooper named Nate, regarding analogies between the Jedi and the clones. The former, ushered by midichlorians to serve the Force, the latter, grown and programmed to serve the Republic. But the analogies ended there, because the troopers never paused to consider possible repercussions of their actions. Tasked, they executed their orders to the best of their abilities, whereas lately, even the most forceful Jedi knew moments of doubt. Qui-Gon had always criticized the Council for being too authoritative, and for cultivating inflexible methods of teaching. He saw the temple as a place where candidates were programmed to become Jedi, instead of a place where beings were allowed to grow into Jedihood. Qui-Gon was no stranger to what the Jedi referred to as aggressive negotiations, which typically involved lightsabers more than diplomacy. But Obi-Wan wondered what he would have said about the war. He recalled, as if yesterday, Dooku's taunt and Geonosis that Qui-Gon would have joined Dooku in championing the Separatist cause. As soon as the turbo lift came to rest, two commandos tossed concussion grenades into the corridor beyond. Right and left battle droids were blown against the walls and ceiling. Obi-Wan knew because the corridor quickly became a torrent of blaster bolts. He, Cody, and the others threw themselves into the horizontal hail. Repeating blasters roared to life. Staccato bursts made short work of the droids, but reinforcements were already appearing. Two commandos fell to fire while Obi-Wan's team was making its way down the corridor in the direction of the Citadel's packing and shipping rooms. Halfway there, they encountered the contingent of super battle droids the Nemoidians had sent out to root out the infiltrators. Comparing the spindly infantry droid to the black-bodied super battle droid was like comparing a Mune to a champion shockball player. Quick decapitations weren't possible because the droid's head was all but buried in and fused to its broad torso. Heavy gauge armor protected long arms and legs. Monogrip hands were suited only for gripping and firing high-energy dispersal blasters. "Looks like they've taken the bait, General," Cody said while he, Obi-Wan, and two commandos fought their way into a side room. "Another successful action. Now we just have to survive it." Cody pointed to the entrance to the second room, opposite their present position. "Through there," he said. "A second bank of turbo lifts on the far side." He tapped Obi-Wan on the shoulder. "You first. We'll provide cover. Go." Obi-Wan shot for the room, deflecting bolts and mangling two super battle droids that stood in his way. The room beyond was stacked with coffin-sized repulsor lift shipping containers, constructed of some lightweight alloy. Treaded labor droids were moving additional containers into the room for an adjacent packaging area. Without warning, a battle droid appeared in the entrance. Obi-Wan glanced at the wall-mounted mechanism that operated the sliding doors. Adopting a defensive stance, he did just as he had done in the grotto, returning the first of the droid's blaster bolts and sending the second caroming around the room in a path calculated to disable the door apparatus. Things might have gone as planned had a labor droid not entered the room at an inopportune moment, guiding a levitated shipping container behind him. Ricocheting from the floor, the deflected bolt passed completely through the container before it struck the door mechanism. The pair of sliding doors attempted to close, but the crippled container was now in the way, so they began to cycle through attempts to repocket themselves, close, repocket themselves. Each time they opened, a battle droid would squeeze into the room, firing away, forcing Obi-Wan back toward the entryway through which he had originally come, where a brutal firefight was still raging between commandos and super battle droids. While all this was occurring, something else was afoot. Strands of some gauzy white substance were beginning to drift from the whole shipping container. Obi-Wan realized instantly what the substance was. Taking one hand from the hilt of a lightsaber, he began to fumble for the rebreather pouched on his belt, only to find it empty. "Star's End," he cursed, more in disappointment than anger, already beginning to feel woozy. Chapter 6. "Sirs, this is a terrible mistake," TC-16 inserted into the brief pause in the firefight. "Keep 'em quiet," Anakin snapped at the commando closest to the droid. "But sirs!" A second commando glanced at Anakin and motioned down the corridor behind them. "6 infantry droids advancing. We're going to be caught in a crossfire." Anakin gave his head a quick shake. "Wrong. Follow me, and bring the droid." A muffled sound of dismay escaped TC-16's vocabulator. Fury clouded Anakin's eyes. Lightsaber held high in his crooked right arm, he whirled into the intersecting corridor. No need to use the Force, as many Jedi said, for he was never anywhere but fully in the Force. He called instead on his anger, bringing images to mind to fuel his rage. It wasn't difficult, with so many to choose from. Images of a Tusken raider camp on Tatooine, Yavin 4, the defeat at Jabim, Prestellen. Blue blade flashing, he cut a swath through the super battle droids, opening their burnished carapaces with diagonal slashes, cutting off blaster arms, hobbling the droids by deflecting bolts into their hermetically sealed knees, scarcely letting a shot get past him so that the commandos following in his wake could concentrate their fire on the ones Anakin only wounded. Their enemies fell aside, almost as if surrendering. Focused on the route Gunray and his lackeys had taken, Anakin raced through corridors, rounding corners without slowing down, sprinting for the launching bay at the far end of the final corridor. Confronted with an iris hatch blast door, he thrust his glowing blade into the metal as if it were living flesh. Lips drawn back over his teeth, he tried to force the lightsaber to burn a fast circle in the door. He brought his will to bear on the task, but the lightsaber could accomplish only so much, even in the hands of a powerful Jedi. Withdrawing the blade, he stepped back from the door and moved his hands through a force pass, willing the iris portal to open. The door shuddered, but remained sealed. Screaming through gnashed teeth, he tried again. When the commandos finally caught up with him, he spun to them. "Blow the door!" A commando hurried forward to place magnetic charges against the alloy. Anakin paced behind him, waiting. Another commando had to tug him to a safe distance. The charges blew and the portal yielded. Anakin charged the irising seal even before it had opened fully. The launching bay was littered with containers, articles of clothing, objects the Neimoidians hadn't had time or space to take with them. The shuttle was gone. Wisps of vapor swirled about, and the air smelled faintly of fuel. Anakin ran to the platform's forward curving edge, eyes scanning Cata Neimoidia's light-riddled night sky for some sign of the fleeing ship. The palace's defensive shield had been deactivated. Thick packets of crimson light lanced from laser cannon batteries on the slopes below. Anakin's teammates joined him at the brink, one with a hand viced on TC-16's upper left arm. "What type of ship is it?" Anakin demanded of the droid. TC-16 tipped his head to one side. "Ship, sir?" "The shuttle. Gunray shuttle. What model?" "Why, I believe it was a Sheathipede class, sir." Har Chal Engineering Sheathipede class transport shuttle, one of the commandos explained. Design is based on the soldier beetles. Upraised stern, bow ramp, clawfoot landing gear. Gunrays named it the Lapis Cutter. A second commando spoke up, signaling he was receiving commo. "General, from Commander Dodonna's flagship, more than 60 shuttles and landing craft launched from the redoubt. 13 destroyed, 18 seized. An unknown quantity have managed to dock aboard Trade Federation core ships and open-ring Lucrehulk carriers. Additional shuttles are still in the envelope." Anakin turned through a circle, gloved hand gripped on the lightsaber pommel, the other balled into a fist. A conduit nearby took the brunt of his anger. Cleaved by the blade, it fell in pieces to the landing platform's seamless floor. Anakin began to pace again, then stopped, yanking a commando around by his shoulder. "Come forward, command. I want my ship and astromech droid flown here immediately. One of the ARC 170 pilots can fly it." The commando nodded, relayed the message, then said, "FCC will comply, sir. You'll have your starfighter soonest." Anakin turned to the lip of the platform, blowing his breath into the night. The battle appeared to be winding down, except within him, not until he had Gunray in his grip. "General Skywalker," a commando said from behind him. "Urgent from Commander Cody. He and General Kenobi are pinned down on level 1. Anakin shot him a questioning look. "By droids?" "A lot of them, apparently." Anakin glanced into the glowing sky, then back at the commando who had delivered Cody's message. "General, forward command reports that your starfighter is on the way," another commando updated. Again, Anakin glanced at the sky, only to turn back to the commando. "Where did you say Obi-Wan and Cody are?" "Level 1, sir, in the shipping area." Anakin compressed his lips. "All right, let's go rescue them." Chapter 7. In the shipping room, the sliding doors were still cycling, striking the punctured shipping container, retracting, attempting to close once more. Battle droids were still entering with each parting of the doors, and spores were still wafting through the air. Not much had changed, except within Obi-Wan, who felt as if he had downed 3 bottles of Ryern's Reserve. Bleary-eyed but lucid, tipsy but sure-footed, weary but attentive, Obi-Wan seemed to be the sum of all contrasts. More or less rooted in place, he swayed, wobbled, tottered, and reeled, evading or parrying an almost unremitting current of blaster bolts. His singed and burned cloak bore evidence of all the near hits, but the floor, heaped with droids, whole and in parts, bodies sparking and limbs twitching, spoke to the accuracy of his deflections. He felt at times as if he were merely holding the lightsaber and letting it do all the work. In one hand, in both, it made no difference. Other times he was able to anticipate the bolts, twist himself aside at the last instant, and allow the walls and floor to handle the ricochets. Sometimes he actually took a moment to congratulate himself on the skill of his returns. He was in the Force, to be sure, but deep in some other zone as well, giddy with astonishment, as the world unfolded in slow motion. Alerted by the commandos that the air was saturated with spores, Anakin had his rebreather in his mouth as he approached the room in which Obi-Wan had held his own against better than 50 droids, all of which lay scattered about the room. A weaving, shuffling, staggering Obi-Wan was dealing with the last of them when Anakin entered. When the final droid collapsed, Obi-Wan aimed the blade of his lightsaber casually toward the floor and stood swaying in place, breathing hard but almost grinning. "Anakin," he said happily, "how are you?" When Anakin went to him, Obi-Wan promptly collapsed in his arms. Anakin deactivated Obi-Wan's blade and inserted a rebreather into his mouth, the same one that had ended up on the floor of the grotto. Then he carried him from the room to where Cody and several commandos were waiting, some with their helmets removed. "Exactly what lightsaber form were you using back there, Master?" Anakin asked when Obi-Wan had come around and the rebreathers were no longer necessary. "Form? More the absence of it," Anakin laughed shortly. "If only Mace, Kit, or Shaak Ti could have seen you." Obi-Wan blinked in confusion and glanced around at the carnage of droids in the shipping area. "We did this?" he said to Cody. "You did most of it, General." Obi-Wan regarded Anakin in confusion. "I'll explain later," Anakin said. Obi-Wan ran his hand through his hair then, and as if just remembering, said, "Gunray, did you get him?" Anakin's shoulders dropped. The entire entourage escaped the palace. Obi-Wan mulled it over for a moment. "You could have gone after them." Anakin shrugged. "And leave you?" He paused, then added, "Of course, if I'd known you'd become master of a new lightsaber form." Obi-Wan's eyes brightened. "They'll be taken in orbit." "Maybe." "If not, there'll be other times, Anakin. We'll see to it." Anakin nodded. "I know that, Master." Obi-Wan was about to add something when a helmeted commando stepped from a nearby turbolift and hurried over to them. "General Kenobi, General Skywalker, we found something of interest among the equipment the Neimoidians left behind." Chapter 8. The fact that the Sheathipede shuttle had managed to thread its way through a storm of turbolaser bolts and dock in the core ship's portside command tower was no guarantee of safety. Indeed, while everyone was filing down the shuttle's tongue-like boarding ramp, the core ship was still being pummeled by fire from Republic warships. First to set foot on deck, Viceroy Newt Gunray, attired in blood-red robes and sporting a tall, helmet-like mitre, asked for a situation report from one of the goggle-wearing technicians who was waiting in the docking bay. "Even now, coordinates for the jump to light speed are being calculated, Viceroy," the nearest one said. "A matter of moments, and we will be well away from Keta Neimoidia. Your peers on the Council of Separatists await us in the Outer Rim." "Let us hope so," Gunray said, as the vessel was rocked by a massive explosion. Behind Gunray walked Settlement Officer Rune Hako, wearing a crested skull cap, and behind Hako, various financial, legal, and diplomatic officers, each wearing a distinctive headpiece. Droids were already beginning to unload the possessions, the treasures, for which Gunray had risked so much. He called Hako aside while the others were exiting the sterile docking bay. "Do you think there will be a chance to return and reclaim what we had to leave behind?" "Not a chance," puckered Hako said flatly. "Our purse worlds now belong to the Republic. Our only hope is to find sanctuary in the Outer Rim. Otherwise, this ship will have to serve as our home, and perhaps our final resting place." Sadness crept into Gunray's red orbs. "But my collections, my keepsakes." "Your most cherished items accompany you," Hako said, gesturing to the containers already piled at the foot of the boarding ramp. "More important, we escaped with our lives. Another instant and the Jedi would have had us." Gunray allowed a nod of agreement. "You warned me." "I did." "Count Dooku will help us find new worlds to settle when the war is won." "If the war is won, you mean. The Republic seems keen on driving us from the galaxy." Gunray made a dismissive gesture with his fat fingers. "Temporary setbacks. The Republic has yet to see the face of its real enemy." Hako hunched slightly at the reference. "But is even he enough, Viceroy?" he asked quietly. Gunray said nothing, although he had been asking himself the same question for the past several weeks. One thing was clear: the glory days of the Trade Federation had come to an untimely end. Ironically, the individual most responsible for the bright burning, for the rise of Newt Gunray himself, was the same individual who had repeatedly betrayed him, and to whom Gunray and the other separatists were now forced to look for salvation: the Sith Lord Darth Sidious. There at Dorvala and Eriadu, manipulating events to shunt power and influence to the Nemoidians; there at Naboo, ordering a blockade of the planet, the murder of Jedi, assassination of the Queen, a debacle for the Trade Federation. Years of attempts by the Republic to try to convict Gunray and his chief officers to break the hold that the Trade Federation enjoyed on galactic shipping, but not once during that time of public disgrace did Gunray mention the role Sidious had played. Out of fear? Certainly. But also because he had sensed that Sidious had not abandoned him completely. Rather, the Dark Lord was somehow seeing to it that the trials never came to fruition, that no lasting verdicts were rendered or punishments handed down. As the Separatist movement gained strength, threatening the security of ships and shipments in the far sectors, the Trade Federation had actually been able to increase the size of its standing army of battle droids by dealing directly with Foundry worlds such as Geonosis and Hippori. Making the most of the Republic's sudden instability, lucrative deals had been arranged between the Trade Federation and the Corporate Alliance, the Intergalactic Banking Clan, the Techno Union, the Commerce Guild, and other corporate entities. It was during the final trial that Gunray had been approached by Count Dooku, who had promised that all would ultimately turn out well for the Trade Federation. In a moment of weakness, Gunray had revealed the truth about his dealings with Darth Sidious. Dooku had listened attentively, had promised to bring the matter to the attention of the Jedi Council, though he himself had left the Order some years earlier. Gunray had mixed feelings about Dooku's purpose in creating a separatist movement, chiefly because corruption in the Republic Senate had so often worked to the Trade Federation's advantage. But if Dooku's confederacy of independent systems could eliminate even some of the bribes and kickbacks commonplace in galactic trade, then so much the better. By and by, Dooku's real aims had been made clear. He was less interested in providing an alternative to the Republic than he was in bringing the Republic to its knees, through the use of force if necessary. In much the same way that the Trade Federation had amassed an army right under the nose of Supreme Chancellor Phineas Valorum, Dooku, in plain sight, was seeing to it that Bactoid Armor Workshops was supplying weapons to any corporations that agreed to ally with him. Regardless, Gunray had resisted offers to throw his full support to the Separatists, not when there were still payoffs to be made in countless Republic star systems. Playing a game of his own, teasing Dooku along, he'd informed Dooku that a precondition to their entering into any exclusive arrangement was the death of former Naboo Queen Padme Amidala, who had foiled Gunray on 2 occasions and had been the loudest opposition voice at his trials. Dooku had hired a bounty hunter to oversee the business, but 2 attempts at assassinating Senator Amidala had failed. Then came Geonosis. But just when Gunray finally had Amidala in his grasp, on trial no less for espionage, Dooku had equivocated, refusing to have Amidala killed outright, and not lifting a hand against the Jedi until some 200 of them had showed up with a clone army the Republic had grown in secret. That day had provided Gunray with the first in what would be a series of narrow escapes. Hurrying to the catacombs with Dooku at their side, Gunray and Hako had barely managed to flee the embattled surface and recall what core ships and droid carriers remained. By then, though, it was too late for anyone to resign from Dooku's confederacy. The war had begun, and it was Dooku's turn for revelations. He, too, was Sith, and his master was none other than Sidious. Whether a replacement for the fearsome Darth Maul, or a Sith even during his years in the Jedi Order, Gunray didn't care to know. What mattered was simply that Nute Gunray was right back where he had been so many years earlier, in service to forces over which he had no control whatsoever. When the war had been going well, the issue of whom he had served had been scarcely a problem. Trade had continued, and the Trade Federation had continued in the black. For a time it appeared that Sidious and Dooku's dreams of toppling the Republic might succeed after all, but they found themselves facing a worthy opponent in the person of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, also from Naboo, who had never much impressed Gunray, but who had managed through a combination of charm and artfulness not only to remain in power long past his term of office, but also, in conjunction with the Jedi, to conduct the war. Slowly, the wheel began to turn as one separatist world after another was retaken by the Republic, and now Viceroy Newt Gunray himself had been driven from the core. A tragedy for the Trade Federation, a tragedy, he feared, for the entire Nemoidian species. He gazed at the few possessions he had been able to gather, his costly robes and mitres, resplendent jewelry, priceless works of art. A sudden chill lathered up his spine. His bulging forehead and lower jaw tingled in dread. Eyes protruding from his mottled gray face, he swung to Rune Hako. "The chair! Where is the chair?" Hako stared at him. "The Mechno chair," Gunray said. "It's not here anywhere." Now Hako's eyes widened in apprehension. Surely we couldn't have overlooked it. Gunray paced worriedly, trying to recall when and where he had last seen the device. "I'm certain that I had it moved to the launching bay. Yes, I remember seeing it there, but in the rush to launch." "But you armed it to self-destruct," Hako said. "Tell me you armed it." Gunray stared at him. "I thought you had armed it." Hako gestured to himself. "I don't even know the sequence codes." Gunray fell silent for a moment. "Hako, what if they should decide to tamper with it?" Hako's broad slash of mouth twitched with worry. Without the codes, what could they possibly gain from it? "You're right. Of course, you're right." Gunray tried to convince himself. It was just a Mechno chair, after all, finely wrought, but just a walking chair. A walking chair equipped with a hyperwave transceiver. A hyperwave transceiver given to him 14 years ago by... "What if he should learn that we left it behind?" Gunray rasped. "Sidious," Hako said softly. "Not Sidious. Count Dooku, you mean." "Are you brain dead?" Gunray fairly screeched. "Grievous! What if Grievous should find out?" Supreme Commander of the droid armies, General Grievous had been San Hill and Poggle the Lesser's gift to Dooku. Once merely a barbaric living being, now a cyborg monstrosity, devoted to death and destruction, already the butcher of entire populations, the devastator of countless worlds. "It's not too late," Hako said suddenly. "We can communicate with the chair from here." "Can we arm it to self-destruct?" Hako shook his head negatively, but we might be able to instruct it to arm itself. A technician interrupted them while they were hurrying toward a communications council. "Viceroy, we are prepared to make the jump to light speed." "You'll do no such thing," Gunray cried. "Not until I give the order." "But, Viceroy, our vessel can only withstand so much bombardment." "Bombardment is the least of our concerns." "Hurry," Hako insisted. "We haven't much time." Gunray rushed to join him at the council. "Say nothing of this to anyone," he warned. Chapter 9. Sickle-footed, humpbacked, and sized with intricate designs, the Mechno chair sat in the launching bay of the now seized fortress, amid a heap of equally exquisite belongings left by the fleeing Nemoidians. Obi-Wan was circling it, right hand caressing his bearded chin. "I think I've seen this chair before." Squatting alongside it, Anakin looked up at him. "Where?" Obi-Wan stopped. "On Naboo, shortly after Viceroy Gunray and his entourage were taken into custody in Theed." Anakin shook his head. "I don't remember seeing it." Obi-Wan snorted. "I suspect you were too excited about having blown up the droid control ship to take much notice of anything. What's more, I saw it only for a moment, but I do remember being struck by the design of the holoprojector plate. I'd never seen one quite like it, or since, for that matter." On the far side of the spacious bay, up on its hardstand, sat Anakin's sleek yellow starfighter. R2-D2 stood nearby, communing with TC-16. Commander Cody and the rest of Squad 7 were elsewhere in the palace, mopping up, as the clones like to say. Anakin examined the chair's holoprojector without touching it. An oval of ribbed alloy, it was equipped with a pair of dorsal sockets, sized to accept data cells of some sort. "It is unusual. You know, Master, these cells could contain valuable messages and storage." "All the more reason to leave it until someone from intelligence can have a look at it." Anakin frowned. "That could take forever." Obi-Wan folded his arms and regarded him. "Are you in a rush, Anakin?" "For all we know, the cells could be programmed to erase themselves." "Do you see any evidence of that?" "No, but—" "Then we're better off waiting until we can run a proper diagnostic." Anakin grimaced. "What do you know about running diagnostics, Master?" "I'm not exactly a stranger to the Temple's cyber labs, Anakin." "I know that, but R2 can run the diagnostic. He beckoned for the droid to join him at the Mechno chair. Anakin, Obi-Wan started to say. Really, sirs, I must protest, TC-16 interrupted, hurrying behind R2-D2. These items remain the property of Viceroy Gunray and other members of his party. You don't have a say in the matter, Anakin said. R2-D2 trilled and hooted at the battered protocol droid. The two had been bickering since R2-D2's arrival a short time earlier. I'm fully aware that my circuits are corroded, TC-16 said. As for my posture, there's little I can do about that until my pelvic joint is serviced. You astromechs think very highly of yourselves just because you can pilot starfighters. Don't pay R2 any mind, TC, Anakin said. He's been spoiled by another protocol droid, haven't you, R2? R2 tootled a response, extended his computer interface arm, and inserted the magnetic tip into an output socket in the chair. Anakin, Obi-Wan said sharply. Anakin stood up and joined Obi-Wan on the launch platform. Obi-Wan was pointing to a blinking light that was growing larger by the second in the night sky. Do you see that? That is very likely the ship we're waiting for, and the intelligence officers aboard are not going to take kindly to our sticking our noses in their business. Sirs, TC-16 said from behind them. Not now, Obi-Wan said. R2-D2 began to loose a long series of whistles, chirps, and chitters. If and when they give the okay, Obi-Wan went on, then feel free to dissect the entire chair if that's your objective. That's not my objective, Master. Maybe Qui-Gon should have left you at Watto's junk shop. You don't mean that, Master. Of course not, but I know how you love to tinker with things. Sirs. Keep quiet, TC, Anakin said. R2-D2 honked and raised, though as if from a distance. And you too, R2. Obi-Wan glanced over his shoulder and his jaw dropped. Where's the Mechno chair? Anakin swung around and scanned the bay. Where's R2? I've been trying to tell you, sirs, TC-16 said, gesturing toward the launching bay's ruined iris hatch. The chair walked away, taking your high-thinking little droid with it. Obi-Wan stared at Anakin in bewilderment. Well, it couldn't have gotten far on foot, Master. They rushed into the corridor, saw that it was deserted in both directions, and began searching the rooms that adjoined the bay. A prolonged electronic squeal brought both of them back into the main corridor. That's R2, Anakin said. Either that or TC has developed a talent for mimicry. The protocol droid following behind, they hurried into a compact data room where they saw R2-D2 with his interface arm still jacked into the chair, and the gripper of his grasping arm clamped to the bar handle of a storage cabinet. Stretched to its full extent, a computer interface cable now connected the Mechno chair to a control console of some sort. The chair's talon-like feet were in constant motion, attempting to gain purchase on the smooth floor in an effort to propel the chair closer to the console. What's it doing? Obi-Wan asked. Anakin made his face long and shook his head. Recharging itself? Never seen such tenacity in a Mechno chair. R2-D2 chattered and wheezed. What's R2 saying? Obi-Wan asked TC-16. He's saying, sir, that the Mechno chair has just armed itself to self-destruct. Anakin made a mad dash for the console. R2, unplug yourself, Obi-Wan shouted. Anakin, get away from that thing. Anakin's fingers were already busy undoing leads that linked the holoprojector unit to the chair. Campmaster, now we know there's something stored in this chair no one else wants us to see. Obi-Wan glanced worriedly at R2-D2. How much time, R2? TC-16 translated the astromech's response. Seconds, sir. Obi-Wan rushed to Anakin's side. There isn't time, Anakin. Besides, it could be rigged to detonate if tampered with. Almost there, Master. You'll deactivate us in the process. Obi-Wan sensed a disturbance in the Force. Without thinking, he pulled Anakin to the floor an instant before the chair shot a stream of white vapor into the space Anakin had occupied. Coughing, Obi-Wan covered his mouth and nose with the wide sleeve of his robe. Poison gas! Good bet it's the same one Gunray tried to use on Qui-Gon and me at Naboo. Thank you, Master, Anakin said. What's that make it? 25 to 37? 36, if you've any interest in accuracy. Anakin studied the chair for a moment. We have to take a chance. Before Obi-Wan could even think about stopping him, Anakin had leaned forward and wrenched the interface cable from the control console. R2 yowled, and TC-16 moaned in distress. A web of blue energy gamboled across the chair and the console, knocking Anakin onto his backside. At the same time, a high-resolution blue hologram projected from the chair's holoplate. R2-D2 mewled in alarm. and to the meter-high figure in the hooded cloak, the unmistakable voice of Viceroy Newt Gunray was saying, "Yes, yes, of course. Trust that I'll see to it personally, my Lord Sidious." Chapter 10. These days, an appointment with Supreme Chancellor Palpatine was not something to be taken lightly, even for a member of the so-called Loyalist Committee. Appointment? More an audience. Bail Organa had just arrived on Coruscant and was still wearing the deep blue cloak, ruffle-collared shirt, and knee-high black boots his wife had laid out for him for the trip from Alderaan. He had been away from the galactic capital for only a standard month, and could scarcely believe the disturbing changes that had taken place during his short absence. Alderaan never seemed more a paradise, a sanctuary. Just thinking about his beautiful blue and white homeworld made Bail yearn to be there, yearn for the company of his loving wife. "I'm going to need to see further identification," the clone trooper stationed at the landing platform's homeworld security checkpoint told him. Bail motioned at the identichip he had already slotted in the scanner. "It's all there, Sergeant. I'm a member in good standing of the Republic Senate." The helmeted non-com glanced at the display screen, then looked down at Bail. "So it says, but I'm still going to need to see further identification." Bail sighed in exasperation and fished into the breast pocket of his brocaded tunic for his credit chip. The new Coruscant, he thought. Faceless, blaster-wielding soldiers on the shuttle landing platforms, in the plazas, arrayed in front of banks, hotels, theaters, wherever beings gathered or mingled, scanning the crowd, stopping anyone who fit the current possible terrorist profile, conducting searches of individuals, belongings, residences. Not on a whim, because the clone troopers didn't operate like that. They answered merely to their training, and the duties they performed were for the good of the Republic. One heard rumors about anti-war demonstrations being put down by force, of disappearances and seizures of private property. Proof of such abuses of power rarely surfaced, and was quickly discredited. The omnipresence of the soldiers seemed to bother Bail more than it did his few friends on Coruscant or his peers in the Senate. He had tried to attribute his agitation to the fact he hailed from a pacific Alderaan, but that explained only some of it. What bothered him most was the ease with which the majority of Coruscanti had acclimated to the changes. Their willingness, almost an eagerness, to surrender personal freedoms in the name of security, and a false security at that, for while Coruscant seemed far from the war, it was also at the center of it. Now, 3 years into a conflict that might have been ended as abruptly as it had begun, every new security measure was taken in stride. Except, of course, by members of those species most closely associated with the separatist agenda. Geonosians, Munes, Nemoidians, Gossams, and the rest, many of whom had been ostracized or forced to flee the capital. Having lived for so long in fear and ignorance, few Coruscanti stopped to question what was really going on, least of all the Senate itself, which was so busy modifying the Constitution that it had completely abandoned its role as a balancing arm of the government. Before the war, widespread corruption had stifled the legislative process. Bills languished, measures sat for years without being addressed, votes were protested and subjected to endless recounts. But one effect of the war had been to replace corruption and inertia with dereliction of duty. Reasoned discourse and debate had become so rare as to be archaic. In a political climate where representatives were afraid to speak their minds, it was easier, and thought to be safer, to cede power to those who at least appeared to have some grasp of the truth. "You're free to go," the trooper said at last, apparently satisfied that Bail was in fact who his credentials claimed him to be. Bail laughed to himself. Free to go where, he wondered. This high up on Coruscant, one couldn't be a pedestrian. Walking was an activity reserved for the bottom feeders who occupied Coruscant's reflectively lit sublevels. Bail hailed a free travel air taxi and instructed the droid driver to take him to the Senate building. Even outside the normal sky lanes, above the myriad and abysmal canyons that fissured the urban scape, far from patrols of security soldiers or the prying eyes of Republic spies, Coruscant looked much as it had for as long as Bail had known it. Traffic was as dense as ever, with ships arriving perpetually from all points in the galaxy. New restaurants had opened, more art was being created. Paradoxically, there seemed to be more joviality in the air, and more opportunities than ever for vice. Even with trade disrupted to the outer rim, many Coruscanti were living the good life, and many senators were continuing to avail themselves of the limitless privileges they had enjoyed in the pre-war years. From up here, one had to look closely to observe the changes. In the oval twin-drive air taxi, for example, running in tiny print across the passenger seat's display screen was a public service ad extolling the virtues of Compor, the Commission for the Protection of the Republic. Non-humans need not apply. And there, dazzling the sheer face of a towering office building, a piece of late-breaking HoloNet news detailing the Republic's victory at Catanomoidia. Lately it was triumph after triumph, praise for the Grand Army of the Republic, all glory to the clone troopers. Rarely a mention of the Jedi, save for when one of them was commended by Palpatine in the Senate's Great Rotunda. Young Anakin Skywalker or some other. Otherwise, one rarely saw an adult Jedi in Coruscant any longer. Spread thin throughout the galaxy, they led companies of troopers into battle. The holofeeds were fond of using the phrase aggressive peacekeeping to describe their actions. To the extent that friendships could be forged with them, Bail had come to know a few. Jedi Masters Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yoda, Mace Windu, Saucy Tim, the privileged few who were allowed to meet personally with Palpatine. Bail stirred in his seat. Even Palpatine's harshest critics in the Senate or in the various media couldn't hold him fully accountable for what Coruscant had become. Though hardly the innocent he sometimes pretended to be, Palpatine was not to blame. His talent for being at once sincere and exacting was what had gotten him elected in the first place, according to Bail Antilles at any rate, Bail's predecessor in the Senate. 13 years ago, the Senate was interested only in ridding itself of Phineas Valorum, Antilles had once told Bail. Valorum, who had believed he could put honesty on the Senate agenda. Even in those days, Palpatine had had his share of influential friends. Still, Bail couldn't help but wonder who might have succeeded Palpatine as Supreme Chancellor if the Separatist crises on Raxus Prime and Antar IV had not occurred when they did, just as Palpatine's term of office was ending. He remembered the arguments that had raged over passage of the Emergency Powers Act, that it was dangerous to change dewbacks in the middle of a sand dune. Back then, many senators felt that the Republic should bide its time and simply allow Count Dooku's movement to play itself out. But not after the full extent of the Separatist threat became clear. Not after some 6,000 worlds, lured by the promise of free and unrestricted trade, had seceded from the Republic. Not after heavily armed corporations such as the Commerce Guild and the Techno Union had partnered with Dooku. Not after the entire rimward leg of the Rima trade route had become inaccessible to Republic shipping. As a consequence, and by overwhelming majority, the Senate had voted to amend the Constitution and to extend Palpatine's term indefinitely, with the understanding that he would voluntarily step down from office when the crisis was resolved. In short order, however, the likelihood of a quick resolution evaporated. Formerly gracious and unassuming Palpatine was suddenly democracy's champion, vowing that he could not condone a republic divided against itself. Rumors of a military creation act began to circulate, but Palpatine himself had refused to come out in favor of building an army for the Republic. He left that to others, the Senate's nominal Sand Panthers. Finally, he attempted to arrange a peace summit, but Count Dooku had refused to attend. Instead came war. Bail could recall clearly the day he had stood with Palpatine, Masamida, Malastarian senators, and others on a balcony of the Senate office building, watching tens of thousands of clone troopers march into the enormous ships that would take the war to the Separatists. He could recall clearly his utter disconsolation, that after 1,000 years of peace, war and evil had returned, more accurately, been allowed to return. Regardless, Bail had put his feelings aside and had played his part, endorsing bills he might have previously denounced, supporting Palpatine's efficient streamlining of cumbersome bureaucracy. It wasn't until passage of the Reflex Amendment, some 14 months back, that his fears had begun to resurface and intensify. The sudden disappearance of Senator Seti Ascad, after he had argued against installation of surveillance cams in the Senate building, the suspicious explosion of a star freighter aboard which Phineas Valorum was a passenger, the passage of a security bill that granted Palpatine wide-ranging powers over Coruscant, The behavior of the Supreme Chancellor himself, frequently isolated by his convoy of advisers and a legal cadre of red-robed personal bodyguards, his unbending resolve to continue fighting until the war was won. Gone was humble, self-deprecating Palpatine, and with him, tractable Bail Organa. Bail vowed to speak openly of his concerns, and he began to cultivate friendships with senators who shared those concerns. Some of them were waiting for him when the air taxi touched down in the broad plaza that fronted the mushroom-shaped Senate building. Padme Amidala of Naboo, Mon Mothma of Chandrila, human senators Tir Tanil, Bana Brimu, and Fang Zar, and alien senator Chi Ekwe. Slender, short-haired Mon Mothma hurried to embrace Bail as he approached. "A momentous occasion, Bail," she said into his left ear. "An audience with Palpatine." Bail laughed to himself. They did think alike. Padme hugged him as well, though somewhat stiffly. She looked radiant, a bit more full-faced than Bail remembered, but the very picture of classic beauty in her elegant robes and elaborate coiffure. A golden protocol droid stood behind her. She told him she had just returned from a wonderful week on Naboo, visiting with her family. "An extraordinary world, Naboo," Bail said. "I'll never understand how it spawned someone as stubborn as our Supreme Chancellor." Padme scolded him with a frown. "He's not stubborn, Bail. You just don't know him like I do. He'll take our concerns to heart." "For all the good it will do," Chi Ekwe said, displeasure wrinkling her blue face. "You underestimate Palpatine's acuity," Padme said. "Besides, he appreciates frank speech." "We've been nothing if not frank, Senator," dark-complected, bib-bearded Fang Zar said, with scant success. Padme glanced at everyone. "Surely faced with all of us." "Had we a tenth of the Senate, we would prove too few," Bana said, draped head to toe in shimmer silk, "but it is important that we hold to our intention." Ekwe nodded gravely. "It can be hoped," Fang Zar said. "Not counted on." The conversation turned to personal matters as they entered the vast building. They were an animated group when they finally arrived at the holding office, directly beneath the great rotunda, where Palpatine's human appointments secretary asked them to wait in the receiving area. After an hour of waiting, their spirits began to flag. But then the door to Palpatine's office slid open, and Saint Pestige, one of Palpatine's chief advisors, appeared. "Senators, what a surprise," he said. Bail came to his feet, speaking for everyone when he said, "It shouldn't be. The appointment was confirmed more than 3 weeks ago." Pestige glanced at the appointments secretary. "Really? I wasn't informed." "You most certainly were informed," Padme said, "since the appointment was secured through your office." "Several of us have risked much and traveled great distances," Ekwe added. Pestige spread his hands in a patronizing way. "Such times require sacrifices, Senator, or perhaps you feel you've risked more than the Supreme Chancellor has." Bail spoke up. "No one is implying that the Supreme Chancellor has been anything but tireless in his devotion. But the fact remains that he agreed to see us, and we're not about to leave here until he honors his pledge." "We're not asking for much of his time," Tir Tanil said in a more placating tone. "Maybe not, but you must realize how busy he is, what with the new developments occurring daily." Pestige looked at Bail. "I understand you become quite friendly with the Jedi Council. Why not visit with them while I attempt to reschedule you?" Anger mottled Bail's bearded face. "We're not leaving until we see him, Sate." Pestige forced a smile. "As is your prerogative, Senator." Chapter 11. The shuttle whose landing lights had caught Obi-Wan's attention on Cata Nemoidia carried more than intelligence analysts and technicians. Yoda was aboard, eager to see for himself what Obi-Wan and Anakin had discovered. The technicians had succeeded in inducing the Mechno-Chair's holoprojector to replay the image of Lord Sidious, and Republic cryptographers working with the Jedi were confident that the unique device would yield even greater secrets once it was relocated to Coruscant and examined thoroughly. Refusing to let the Mechno-Chair out of his sight, Anakin had demanded to oversee its transfer to the waiting shuttle. Feeling unnecessary, Obi-Wan and Yoda decided to take a stroll down the corridor of Viceroy Gunray's now appropriated palace. The venerable Jedi Master was pensive as they walked, the silence broken only by the sounds of distant blaster fire and the tick-tick of Yoda's gimmer stick as he struck on the polished floor. Yoda was unreadable. Obi-Wan wasn't sure if Yoda was pondering the image of Sidious or the fact that 2 Jedi had been killed during the fighting on Cata Nemoidia. Every day saw more Jedi die. Many were shot up as the clone troopers, wounded, blinded, scarred, deprived of arms or legs, patched up by Boda and Bacta. More than 1,000 Padawans had lost their masters, more than 1,000 masters their Padawans. When Jedi gathered now, they talked not about the Force, but about their military campaigns. New lightsabers were constructed, not as a meditative exercise, but to handle the rigors of close combat. Reaching the end of the long corridor, Obi-Wan and Yoda turned and started back. Without taking his eyes from the floor, Yoda said, "Found something important you have, Obi-Wan. That Count Dooku is in league with someone proof this is. That in this war, a greater part the Sith play than we realize." The name Sidious had come up only once since the war began. On Geonosis, when Dooku had told an imprisoned Obi-Wan that a Sith Lord by that name had hundreds of Republic senators under his influence. At the time, Obi-Wan assumed that Dooku was lying, in order to persuade Obi-Wan that he was still aligned with the Jedi, although attempting to thwart the powers of the dark side by his own methods. And yet, even after Dooku had revealed himself to be Sith-trained, Yoda and others on the Council continued to believe he had been lying about Sidious. 2 council members were convinced that Dooku was the Dark Lord, having somehow tutored himself, by Sith holocron perhaps, in the use of dark side powers. Now that Sidious appeared to be real, Obi-Wan didn't know what to think. A hunt for Dooku's Sith allies had been going on almost since the start of the war. Dooku was known to have trained Jedi in the dark arts, Jedi Knights who had lost faith in the ideals of the Republic, Padawans fascinated by the power of the dark side, misinformed novices such as Asajj Ventress, who had been mentored by a Jedi, but the question remained who, if anyone, had been Dooku's teacher. 13 years earlier, when Obi-Wan had fought and killed a Sith on Naboo, had he killed a master or an apprentice? The question was rooted in the belief that the Sith, having essentially defeated themselves a millennium earlier, had learned that an army of Sith could never stand, and that there should be only 2 at any given time, lest a pair of apprentices conspire to combine their strengths to eliminate a master. More a doctrine than a rule, but a doctrine that had managed to keep the Sith Order alive, if well concealed, for going on 1,000 years. But the horned and tattooed Sith whom Obi-Wan killed could not have trained Dooku, because Dooku had still been a member of the Jedi Order then. As clouded as the dark side made some things, there was simply no way Dooku could have been living a double life within the walls of the temple itself. "Master Yoda," Obi-Wan said, "is it possible that Dooku wasn't lying about the Senate being under the control of Sidious?" Yoda gave his head a quick shake while they walked. "Looked hard at the Senate we did, and risked much we did by doing so, questioning in secret those we serve, but no evidence we found." He glanced up at Obi-Wan. "If in control of the Senate Sidious was, would not defeated the Republic already be? Would not to the Confederacy the core and inner rim belong?" Yoda paused for a moment, then added, "Perhaps at Geonosis, an accident it was that Dooku revealed himself. Had he not, searched we would have for Sidious, leaving Dooku to escalate his war. What think you, Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan folded his arms. "I thought long and hard about that day, Master, and I believe Dooku couldn't help revealing himself, even though he may have regretted it. When he was fleeing for his ship, it was almost as if he allowed himself to be seen, almost as if he was attempting to draw us into an engagement. My first thought was that he was trying to ensure the safe escape of Gunray and the other Separatist leaders, but my instincts tell me he wanted desperately to demonstrate how powerful he had become. I think he was genuinely surprised to see you turn up. But instead of killing Anakin or me, he deliberately left us alive, to send a message to the Jedi." "Right you are, Obi-Wan. Pride undid him. Forced him, it did, to show us his true face." "Could he have been trained by this Sidious?" "Stands to reason it does. Accepted by Sidious he was, following the death of the one you killed." Obi-Wan considered it. "I've heard rumors about Dooku's early fascination with the dark side. Was there not an incident in the temple involving a stolen Sith holocron?" Yoda squeezed his eyes shut and nodded. "True that rumor is, but understand, Obi-Wan, a Jedi Dooku was, for many, many years. Difficult the decision is to leave the Order, influenced he was by many things. The death of your former master, for one, even though avenged Qui-Gon was." He glanced at Obi-Wan. "Complicated this is, not merely by what we know, but by what we do not know. what we have to assume. Yoda stopped, then gestured to a carved bench. Sit for a while, we will. Enlighten you I can. Obi-Wan sat, his heart wanting to race. A stern master Dooku was, to Qui-Gon and others, Yoda began. Powerful he was, skilled, disdainful. More important, convinced that lowering the shroud of the dark side was. Signs there were, all about us, long before to the temple you came, long before Qui-Gon came. Gross injustices, favoritism, corruption. More and more called the Jedi were to enforce the peace. More and more deaths there were, out of control events were becoming. Did the council sense that the Sith had returned? Never absent they were, Obi-Wan, but stronger suddenly, closer to the surface. Spoke much of the prophecy, Dooku did. The prophecy of the Chosen One? The larger prophecy, that unfold the dark times would, born into their midst the Chosen One is, to return balance to the Force. Anakin, Obi-Wan said. Yoda regarded him for a long moment. Difficult to say, he said quickly. Maybe yes, maybe no. More important the shroud of the dark side is. Many, many discussions Dooku had, with me, with other members of the council, most of all, with Master Sifo-Dyas. Obi-Wan waited. Close friends they were, bound together by the unifying force, but worried about Master Dooku, Sifo-Dyas was, worried about his disenchantment with the Republic, about self-absorption among the Jedi, saw in Dooku the effect of Qui-Gon's death, Sifo-Dyas did, the effect that resurfaced the Sith had. Yoda shook his head mournfully. Knew of Dooku's imminent departure, Master Sifo-Dyas did, sensed he may have, the birth of the Separatist movement. And yet the council dismissed Dooku as an idealist, Obi-Wan said. Yoda gazed at the floor. Saw with my own eyes what he had become and refused to believe it I did. But how could Dooku have searched out Sidious? Or was it the other way around? Impossible to know, but accept Sidious as a mentor Dooku did. Could Sifo-Dyas have foreseen that as well? Also impossible to know. Believed he might have, that Sidious Dooku would hunt down, to destroy. Could that have motivated Dooku to leave the Order? Perhaps. But by the power of the dark side, even the most steadfast heart can be seduced. Obi-Wan turned to face Yoda. Master, did Sifo-Dyas order the clone army? Yoda nodded. Contacted the Kaminoans, he did. Without your knowledge? Without it, yes, but exists a record of his initial contact. Obi-Wan gave in to some of his frustration. I should have questioned Lama Su more extensively. Questioned the Kaminoans were, furnished much they did. Did they? Obi-Wan said in surprise. When? Reticent they were when first to Kamino I went. Only what already they had told you I heard, that Sifo-Dyas the order placed, that Tyrannus the donor clone furnished, that for the Republic the clones were. Seen by the Kaminoans, neither Sifo-Dyas nor Tyrannus was. But later, after attack Kamino was, more I learned from Taun We and Ko Sai about the payments. From Sifo-Dyas? From Tyrannus. Could Tyrannus have been an alias for Sifo-Dyas? Could he have adopted the name to provide deniability for the Jedi in case the clone army was discovered? Wished for that I did, but killed Sifo-Dyas was, before on Kamino Jango Fett arrived. Murdered? Yoda compressed his thin lips. Unsolved the crime remains, but yes, murdered. Someone knew, Obi-Wan said more to himself. Dooku? He asked Yoda. A theory I have, nothing more. Murder Dooku committed. Then from the Jedi archives erased Kamino he did. Of that tampering, proof Master Jocasta Nu found. Proof of Dooku's action, though well concealed it was. Obi-Wan recalled his visit to the archives to search out the location of Kamino, only to be told by Jocasta Nu that the planetary system didn't exist. What had caused him that day 3 years earlier to stare so intently at the library's bronzium bust of Count Dooku? Nevertheless, the clone army continued to be financed and built, he said at last. Could Sifo-Dyas and Tyrannus have been partners? Of our ignorance, another example this is. But playing both sides, Jango Fett clearly was. By someone on the side of the Republic, chosen he was on Bog 4 to be the clone template, but serving Dooku he was, as a hired killer. With the changeling who targeted Amidala, an intermediary he was. Obi-Wan pictured Fett in the execution arena on Geonosis, standing behind Dooku in a box reserved for dignitaries. He had knowledge of both armies. Could he have killed Siphidius? Perhaps. Were you able to trace the source of the payments? Beyond Tyrannus, I mean? From Bog 4 into a maze of deception they led. Did the Kaminoans say whether anyone had tried to persuade them not to build the army? Intercede none did, reveal themselves too soon, or enemies would have. So Dooku had no choice but to create an army before the clones were trained and ready. Appears that way it does. Obi-Wan fell silent for a moment. When I was being held captive on Geonosis, Dooku told me that the Trade Federation had been allied with Sidious during the blockade of Naboo, but they had later been betrayed by him. Dooku said that Gunray had gone to him for help, and that Dooku had tried to appeal to the Council. He claimed that, even after several warnings, the Council refused to believe him. Is any of that true, Master? More lies, Yoda said. Building a case to enlist you in his cause, Dooku was. You must join me, Obi-Wan, Dooku had said, and together we will destroy the Sith. If Gunray hadn't been so keen on assassinating Padme Amidala, Obi-Wan mused, if I'd failed to trace the saber dart that killed the changeling. Ignorant about the clone army, we might have remained. But surely the Kaminoans would have contacted us, Master. Eventually. But grown greater in numbers, the Separatist army would have. Invincible, perhaps. Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed. Mine wasn't a case of blind luck. Yoda shook his head. Meant to learn of the clone army, we were. Destined to fight this war, we were. In the nick of time. The Council couldn't conceive of Dooku as anything but an idealist. Perhaps he never believed the Jedi could become generals. Nonsense, Yoda said. Warriors always have we been. But are we helping to return balance to the Force, or are our actions contributing to the growth of the dark side? Yoda grimaced. Impatient with such talk I grow. Cryptic this conflict is. The way it began, the way it unfolds. But for the ideals of the Republic we fight. To prevail and restore peace our priorities must remain. Then, to the dark heart of this matter will we burrow. Expose the truth we will. Yoda was correct, Obi-Wan told himself. If the Jedi hadn't learned of the clone army, Dooku's separatists would have suddenly appeared on the scene with tens of millions of battle droids, fleets of warships, and seceded from the Republic without contest. But there would have been no coexisting with the Confederacy. Ultimately, it would have bled the Republic dry. War would have been inevitable, and the Jedi would have been caught in the middle as they were now. But why hadn't Yoda told him sooner about Siphidius? Or was this yet another lesson, as the search for Kamino had been? Yoda's way of telling him to search for the thing that didn't seem to be there by analyzing its effects on the world around it. The difference between knowledge and wisdom, Obi-Wan's friend Dex might have said, as he did on identifying the source of the saber dart that had killed Zam Wessel, when the temple analysis droids couldn't. Yoda was regarding him when he lifted his head. Reveal you, your thoughts do, Obi-Wan. Believe I should have told you sooner, you do. Yours is the wisdom of centuries, Master. Years matter not. Busy fighting a war you've been, mentoring your headstrong Padawan, in pursuit of Dooku and his minions. Darker events became, attempting to turn this war to their own uses, Dooku and Sidious are. We'll have Dooku soon enough. Lifted the veil the dark side wasn't on your success on Naboo. Grown beyond Dooku this war has. Now to justice both must be brought, and to justice all those Sidious to the dark side has turned. Yoda looked hard at Obi-Wan. Uncover Sidious's tracks you must. A chance this war to conclude you and Anakin have been given. Chapter 12. In the launching bay, Anakin kept his eyes on the Mechno chair, while R2-D2 and TC-16 kept their photoreceptors on Anakin. Now that the analysts had run their diagnostic routines, the technicians were preparing to pack the device for safe shipment to Coruscant. Just as Obi-Wan had said, they resented the fact that Anakin had tampered with the chair, despite the fact that, had he not, the chair would have blown itself to pieces, taking with it the hollow image of Sidious and whatever other communication memories it might contain. Maybe Qui-Gon should have left you at Watto's junk shop. Obi-Wan's little joke, but the words had stung for some reason. Probably because of Anakin's own musings about what might have become of him had the Jedi not been forced to land on Tatooine to find a replacement part for Padme's starship. It wasn't hard to imagine himself stuck in Mos Espa, with his mom, with C-3PO, without the bright shell he now wore. No. At 9 years of age, he had been an expert pod racer. By 21, he would have been a galactic champion. With or without Qui-Gon's or Watto's help, he would eventually have won the Boonta Eve race, and his reputation would have been made. He would have bought freedom for himself, his mother, all the slaves in Mos Espa, gone on to win the grand races on Malastare, been hailed in the gambling casinos on Ord Mantell and Coruscant. He wouldn't have become a Jedi, he would have been too old to train, would never have learned to wield the lightsaber, but he would have been able to fly rings around the finest of Jedi pilots, including Saesee Tiin, and he still would have been stronger in the Force than any of them. He might never have met Padme. He had thought of her as an angel, arrived on Tatooine from the moons of Yago, a playful remark on his part, but not as entirely innocent as it had sounded. Even so, to her, he was just a funny little boy. Padme didn't know then that his precocity wasn't limited to a skill for building and fixing things. He had an uncanny sense for knowing what was going to happen, a certainty that he would become celebrated. He was different, chosen long before the Jedi Order had bestowed the title. Mythical beings came to him, angels and Jedi, and he excelled in contests in which humans weren't even meant to participate. And yet, even with an angel and Jedi for guests in his home, he hadn't divined the sudden departure from Tatooine, the Jedi training, his marriage. He was no longer the funny little boy, but Padme remained his angel. A vision of her broke his reverie. Something had changed. His heart filled with longing for her. Even through the Force, he couldn't clarify what he was feeling. He simply knew that he should be with her, that he should be there to protect her. He flexed his artificial hand. Remain in the living Force, he told himself. A Jedi didn't dwell in the past. A Jedi surrendered attachment to persons and things that passed out of his or her life. A Jedi didn't fantasize or think, what if? He cut his eyes to the 3 human technicians who were fitting the Mechno chair into a crash foam safety harness. One of them was working too fast and almost knocked the chair over. Anakin shot to his feet and stormed across the bay. "Be careful with that!" he shouted. The oldest of the 3 gave him a scornful glance. "Relax, kid. We know our job." Kid. He waved his hand, calling on the Force to keep the Mechno chair fixed in place. The 3 techs strained to move it, baffled until they realized what Anakin had done. Then the same one straightened and glared. "All right, let go of it. When I'm convinced you actually know what you're doing." "Look, kid." Anakin beetled his brows in anger and advanced a step. The 3 techs began to back away from the chair. "They're afraid of me. They've heard about me." For an instant their fear empowered him. Then he felt shame and averted his glance. The eldest was holding up his hands. "Take it easy, Jedi. I didn't mean to offend you." "Pack it up yourself if you want to," another said. Anakin swallowed hard. "It's important, that's all. I don't want anything to happen to it." He let the Mechno chair settle to the floor. "Carefully this time," the eldest said, refusing to so much as glance at Anakin. "General Skywalker," a trooper called from behind him. Anakin turned, saw the trooper motioning to the shuttle. "Hyperwave commo for you, from the office of the Supreme Chancellor." Now the 3 technicians looked at him again. As well they should. Without a word, Anakin spun on his heel and ascended the shuttle's boarding ramp. Above a holoprojector plate in the ship's comm center, a flickering image of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine was resolving. When Anakin had positioned himself on the transmission grate, Palpatine smiled. "Congratulations, Anakin, on your victory at Cata Nemoidia." "Thank you, sir, but I'm sorry to report that Viceroy Gunray escaped and that fighting continues in the Rock Arch cities." Palpatine's smile faltered. "Yes, I was informed as much." It wasn't the first time Anakin had heard from Palpatine in the field. At Jabeam, Palpatine had ordered Anakin to retreat before the planet fell to the Separatists. At Prasiltlan, he had praised Anakin for having saved the day. Still, the communications were often as awkward as they were flattering. "What's wrong, my boy?" Palpatine asked. "I sense you're troubled about something. If it involves Gunray, accept my word that he won't be able to hide from us forever. None of them will. One day you'll have your chance for complete victory." Anakin wet his lips. "It's not about Gunray, sir. Just a small incident here that made me angry." "What incident?" Anakin was tempted to disclose the details of his and Obi-Wan's discovery, but Yoda had told him to remain silent about the Mechno chair. "Nothing important," he said, "but I always feel guilty when I become angry." That's a mistake, Palpatine said gently. Anger is natural, Anakin. I thought we'd been through all this, regarding what took place on Tatooine. Obi-Wan doesn't show anger, except of course at me. Even then it's more like aggravation. Anakin, you're a passionate young man. That's what separates you from your Jedi comrades. Unlike Obi-Wan and the others, you weren't raised in the temple, where younglings are taught to conquer their anger by transcending it. You enjoyed a natural childhood. You can dream. You have imagination and vision. You're not some unthinking machine, some heartless piece of technology. Not that I'm suggesting that the Jedi are, Palpatine was quick to add. But for someone like you, any threat to someone or something important to you is likely to invoke an emotional response. It happened with your mother. It will happen again. But you shouldn't fight those responses. Learn from them, but don't fight them. Anakin suppressed an impulse to reveal his marriage to Padme as well. Do you think I'm immune to anger? Palpatine said into the short silence. I've never seen you angry. Well, perhaps I've grown adept at reserving my anger for private moments. But it grows more difficult to do so in the face of the frustrations I face with the Senate, with the way this war persists. Oh, I know that you and the other Jedi are doing everything you can, but the Jedi Council and I don't always see eye to eye on how this war should be waged. You know my love for the Republic knows no bounds. That's why I'm struggling so hard to keep it from falling to pieces. Anakin forced a derisive breath. The Senate should simply follow your lead. Instead, they block you. They tie your hands. It's as if they envy the power they gave you. Yes, my boy, many do, but many support me as well. More important, we must abide by the rules and regulations of the Constitution, or else we are no better than those who stand in the way of freedom. Some individuals should be above the rules, Anakin grumbled. A case can be made for it, and indeed you are one of those people, Anakin. But you must know when to act, and when not to. Anakin nodded. I understand. He paused and said, How's Coruscant, sir? I miss it. Coruscant is ever a shining example of what life could be, but I'm far too busy to indulge in its manifold pleasures. Anakin searched for some way to frame the question he needed to ask. I guess you've been meeting frequently with the Loyalist Committee. As a matter of fact, I have. A treasured group of senators who value the high standards of the Republic as much as you and I do. Palpatine smiled. Senator Amidala, for example, so filled with vigor and compassion. The same qualities she brought to her term as Queen of Naboo. She causes a stir wherever she goes. He looked directly at Anakin. I'm so glad that you and she have become such dear friends. Anakin swallowed nervously. Will you tell her hello for me? Of course I will. An ensuing silence lingered an instant too long. Anakin, I will somehow see to it that you return from the Outer Rim soon, Palpatine said, but we cannot rest until those responsible for this war have been held accountable for their crimes and eliminated as a threat to lasting peace. Do you understand? I'll do my part, sir. Yes, my boy, I know you will. Chapter 13. In the reception area of the holding office, Bail Organa paced restlessly. He was preparing to vent his exasperation on Palpatine's appointment secretary when the door to the Supreme Chancellor's office opened once again, and his advisors began to file out between the imposing, red-cowled guards that flanked the opening. Advisors Sim Alu and Janice Grijatis, Director of Intelligence Ahmad Izzard, Senior Member of the Security and Intelligence Council Janie Hanuk of Glinthos, Chagrian Speaker of the Senate Masamida, and Staff Aide Sly Moore, tall and ethereal-looking in her Umbaran shadow cloak. Last to exit was Pestage. Senators, you're still here, I see. We're nothing if not patient, Bale said. Good to know, since the Supreme Chancellor still has much to attend to. Just then, Palpatine himself appeared, glancing at Bale and the others, then at Pestage. Senator Organa, Senator Amidala, all of you, what a delight to find you here. Supreme Chancellor, Bale said, we were under the impression we had an appointment with you. Palpatine lifted an eyebrow. Indeed? Why wasn't I informed of this? He asked Pestage. Your schedule is so full I didn't want to overburden you. Palpatine frowned. My day is never so full that I can't take time to confer with members of the Loyalist Committee. Leave us, Sate, and don't allow us to be disturbed. I'll call for you when you're needed. Stepping aside, he gestured Bale and the others into the circular office. C-3PO was last across the threshold, twisting his head to regard both of the motionless guards. Bail took a seat directly across from Palpatine's high-backed chair, which was said to house some sort of shield generator necessary for his protection, as were the guards, though something that would have been unheard of 3 years earlier. Saturated in red, the windowless, carpeted office contained several singular pieces of statuary, as did Palpatine's chambers in the Senate office building, and his suite in the Crown of 500 Republica. Rumored to work for days on end without sleeping, Palpatine seemed alert, curious, somewhat imperious. "So, what matters have brought you here on such a glorious Coruscant afternoon?" he said from his chair. "I can't help but sense a certain urgency." "We'll come directly to the point, Supreme Chancellor," Bail said. "Now that the Confederacy has been chased from the core and inner rim, we wish to discuss the abrogation of some of the measures that were enacted in the name of public safety." Palpatine gazed at Bail over steepled fingers. "Our recent victories have made you feel so secure?" "They have, Supreme Chancellor," Padme said. "The Enhanced Security Enforcement Act in particular," Bail continued, "specifically those measures that permit the unrestricted use of observation droids in searches and seizures without the need for warrants or due process." "I see," Palpatine said slowly. "Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that the war is far from won, and I, for one, am not entirely satisfied that traitors and terrorists are not a continued threat to public safety. Oh, I realize that our victories give all appearances of quick resolution to the war, but as of this morning I was informed that the Separatists still hold many key worlds in the Outer Rim, and that our sieges there could go on indefinitely." "Indefinitely?" Ikwe said. "Why not consider ceding some of those worlds?" Fang Czar suggested. "Trade in the core and inner rim has resumed almost to pre-war standards." Palpatine shook his head. "Some of those outer rim worlds were Republic worlds, taken by force, and I fear we risk setting a dangerous precedent by allowing the Confederacy to retain them. I believe, furthermore, that now is the very time to press our attack, until the Separatists no longer present a threat to our way of life." "Is there not some other way than continued warfare?" Bail asked. "Surely Dooku can be persuaded to listen to reason now." "You misjudge his resolve, Senator. But even if I'm wrong, suppose we decide to cede some worlds as a conciliatory gesture. Who will choose which worlds? Me? You? Shall we submit the matter to a Senate vote? And how might the denizens of those ceded worlds respond to our gesture? How would the good people of Alderaan feel about it being a Confederacy world? Should loyalty to the Republic count for so little? Such decisions were what prompted many worlds to ally with Count Dooku in the first place." "But can we even triumph in the Outer Rim?" Ikwe said. "With the army so reduced, the Jedi so dispersed? Might it not appear that the Jedi are deliberately perpetrating this war?" Palpatine stood up and paced away from his huge chair, turning his back to everyone. "This has become a very regrettable situation, one we have attempted to correct with limited success." He swung around. "We must consider how others view this war. A former Jedi at the helm of the Separatist movement, the clone army of the Republic led by Jedi. Many remote worlds see this war as an attempt by the Jedi to dominate the galaxy. To many, the Jedi were not to be trusted before the war, in part as a result of the aggressive negotiations they were constrained to undertake during the terms of my predecessors. Word reaches those same worlds that it was the Jedi who invaded Geonosis, all because 2 of the Order had been sentenced to death for espionage. We know better, of course, but how to amend the misinterpretation?" Realizing that he had allowed the discussion to go off track, Bail said, "Returning to the matter of rescinding the Security Act." "I serve the Republic, Senator Organa," Palpatine said, cutting him off. "Introduce a measure to repeal in the Senate. I will accept whatever outcome ensues from a vote. Will you remain impartial during the debates?" "You have my word." "And these amendments to the Constitution," Mon Mothma started to say. "I view the Constitution as a living document," Palpatine interrupted. "As such, it must be allowed to expand and contract according to circumstances. Otherwise, what do we have but stasis?" "If we can be assured of a certain exhalation of power," Bana Brimu said. Palpatine grinned faintly. "Of course." "Then we've made a beginning," Padme said, "just as I knew we would." Palpatine beamed at her. "Senator Amidala, is that not the droid Jedi Skywalker constructed?" Padme looked at C-3PO. "Yes, it is." For a moment it appeared that C-3PO was speechless, but only for a moment. "I am honored that you remember me, Your Majesty," he said. Palpatine returned an abrupt laugh. A title more fit for a king or emperor. He glanced at Padme. In fact, I have just spoken with him, Your Highness. Anakin? Padme said in surprise. Palpatine held her gaze. Why, Senator Amidala, I do believe you're blushing. Chapter 14. Returning to the launching bay with Yoda, Obi-Wan observed Anakin and Yoda trade the briefest of looks, the meaning of which escaped him. Neither Jedi appeared to be bothered by the silent exchange, and yet Yoda doddered off without a word to speak with the intelligence analysts, huddled near the shuttle's boarding ramp. Jedi Council business? Anakin asked when Obi-Wan joined him. Nothing of the sort. Yoda believes that the Mechno chair may yield clues to the whereabouts of Darth Sidious. He wants us to take up the search. Anakin didn't respond immediately. Master, aren't we obligated to notify the Supreme Chancellor of our find? We are, Anakin, and we will. When the Council sees fit, you mean? No, after the matter has been discussed. But suppose one or two of you should disagree with the majority? Decisions are not always unanimous. When we are truly divided, we defer to Yoda's counsel. Then the Force can sometimes be felt more strongly by one than by 11? Obi-Wan tried to discern Anakin's intent. Even Yoda is not infallible, if that's what you're getting at. The Jedi should be. Anakin glanced furtively at Obi-Wan. We could be. I'm listening. By going farther with the Force than we allow ourselves, by riding its crest. Master Sora Bulk and many others would agree, Anakin. But few Jedi have the stomach for such a ride. We're not all as self-composed as Yoda or Master Windu. But maybe we're wrong to attach ourselves to the Force at the expense of life as most beings know it, which includes lust, love, and a lot of other emotions that are forbidden to us. Devotion to a higher cause is fine and good, Master, but we shouldn't ignore what's going on in front of our own eyes. You said yourself that we're not infallible. Dooku understood that. He looked things squarely in the eye and decided to do something about it. Dooku is a Sith, Anakin. He may have had his good reasons for leaving the Order, but he is nothing now but a master of deceit. He and Sidious prey on the weak-willed. They deceive themselves into believing that they are infallible. But I've seen instances where the Jedi lie to one another. Master Kolar lied about Quinlan Vos going to the dark side. We're lying now by not sharing our information about Sidious with Chancellor Palpatine. What would Sidious or Dooku have to say about our lies? Don't compare us to them, Obi-Wan said, more harshly than he meant. The Jedi are not a cult, Anakin. We don't worship a leadership of elites. We're encouraged to find our paths, to validate through personal experience the value of what we have been taught. We don't offer facile justifications for exterminating a perceived enemy. We're guided by compassion and the belief that the Force is greater than the sum of those who open themselves to it. Anakin grew quiet. I'm only asking, Master. Obi-Wan took a calming breath. Too sure of themselves the Jedi had become, Yoda had once told him, even the older, more experienced ones. How might Anakin have fared under Qui-Gon's guidance, he wondered. He was merely Anakin's adoptive mentor, and a flawed mentor in many ways, so eager to live up to the memory of Qui-Gon that he was continually overlooking Anakin's attempts to live up to him. Carries on his shoulders the weight of the galaxy, Obi-Wan does, Yoda said, approaching with one of the intelligence analysts. Ease your concerns, this news might, he added before Obi-Wan could respond. The dark-haired, robust-looking analyst, Captain Dine, perched himself on the edge of a shipping container. While we still don't know whether the Mechno chair was left behind deliberately as some kind of trap, the image of Sidious is authentic. The transmission appears to have been received 2 days ago, local, but we're going to have trouble tracking its source because it was routed through a system of hyperwave transceivers used by the Confederacy as a substitute for the HoloNet, and was encrypted using a code developed by the Intergalactic Banking Clan. We've been working on cracking that code for some time now, and when we do, we might be able to use the chair's hyperwave receiver to eavesdrop on enemy communications. Better you feel already, Yoda said to Obi-Wan, motioning with his gimmer stick. The chair bears the stamps of several of the manufacturers affiliated with Dooku, Dine continued. The hyperwave receiver is equipped with a type summoning chip and transponding antenna that are similar to ones we discovered in a mind-laying chameleon droid Master Yoda brought back from Ilium. A image of Dooku, the droid contained. For the time being, we're proceeding on the assumption that Dooku, or Sidious for that matter, might have developed the chips, and had them installed in transceivers awarded to Gunray and other key members of the Council of Separatists. "Is the Mechno chair the same one I saw on Naboo?" Obi-Wan asked. "We think so," Dine said, "but it has undergone some modifications in the years since. The self-destruct mechanism, for one, along with the self-defense gas." He looked at Obi-Wan. "Your hunch was right about it being the same one the Nemoidians have been using for years, and appears to have originally been developed by a separatist researcher named Zan Arbor." "Zan Arbor," Anakin said angrily. "The gas used on the Gungans at Omadun." He looked at Obi-Wan. "No wonder you were able to sense it." Dine glanced from Anakin to Obi-Wan. "The gas emitter mechanism is identical to what you find in some of the Techno-Union's E-522 assassin droids." Obi-Wan stroked his chin and thought. If Gunray has had the chair for 14 years, then he could have been using it to contact Sidious during the Naboo crisis. If we could learn who manufactured the chair. Yoda laughed. "Ahead of Obi-Wan, the experts are," he said to Anakin. "We know who's responsible for the chair's Nemoidian engravings," Dine explained. "Aziz Charian, whose name I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce." "How do you know?" Anakin asked. The analyst grinned. "Because he signed his work." Padme parted company with Bail and the others in the Senate Plaza. She spied Captain Typho waving to her from the landing platform and hastened toward their waiting speeder. The towering statues that grazed the plaza seemed to stare down at her. The building had never seemed so enormous. The brief meeting with Palpatine had left her flustered, but for all the wrong reasons. Though her every other thought was of Anakin, she had resolved to put him from her mind for the meeting, to focus on what was expected of her both as a public servant and concerned citizen of the Republic. And yet, despite her best intentions, Palpatine had brought Anakin to the fore. Had Anakin confessed to him, she wondered? Had the Supreme Chancellor learned of their secret ceremony on Naboo from Anakin or others? A feeling of lightheadedness forced her to slow her pace. The heat of the afternoon, the glare, the enormity of recent events. She could feel Anakin at a great remove. He was thinking of her, she was certain of it. Images of him rifled through her mind. She paused at one that made her smile. Their first dinner together on Tatooine. Qui-Gon reprimanding Jar Jar Binks for his uncouth behavior. Anakin sitting beside her. Shmi. Was she sitting opposite her? Wasn't Shmi's gaze fixed on her when Shmi said, referring to Anakin, "He was meant to help you"? The truth didn't matter. That was the way she remembered it. Chapter 15. Protected by 2 squadrons of Trade Federation Vulture fighters, Newt Gunray's organic-looking shuttle cut a blazing trail through the void of deep space, plasma bolts from a dozen Republic V-wings nipping at its upraised tail. The droid fighters were matching the twists and saloms of the faster enemy ships, and blaster cannons buried deep in the clefts of their narrow wings were spewing continuous cover fire. From the bridge of the Trade Federation cruiser, the Invisible Hand, flagship of the Confederacy fleet, General Grievous observed the whole mad dance. To any other spectator it might appear that the Viceroy was risking his wattled neck, but Grievous knew better. Late to arrive at the rendezvous because of his decision to detour to Keta Nemoidia, Gunray was putting on a show for the General's benefit, attempting to make it seem that he had been chased to the Outer Rim, when in fact he had undoubtedly allowed his hyperspace vectors to be plotted by Republic forces. Where common sense would have dictated using secret routes pioneered by and known only to members of the Trade Federation, the core ship the shuttle had launched from had adhered to standard hyperlanes in jumping from the inner systems. More to the point, Gunray's vessel was in no real peril. Outnumbered by better than 2-to-1 and flying headlong into the vanguard vessels of the Confederacy fleet, it was the pilots of the Republic starfighters who were risking their necks. At another time, Grievous might have applauded their bravery by allowing them to escape with their lives, but Gunray's transparent attempts at pretense had exposed the fleet to surveillance, and now the Republic pilots would have to die. But not immediately. First, Gunray would have to be punished for his blunder, given a foretaste of what awaited him the next time he disobeyed a directive. Grievous turned from the cruiser's forward viewports to the weapons stations, where a pair of rangy droids were monitoring the pursuits. "Gunners, the Republic starfighters are not to leave this sector. Target and destroy their hyperdrive rings. Then you are to target and destroy 1 squadron of the shuttle's escort Vulture fighters." "Acquiring targets," one of the droids said. "Firing," the other said. Grievous swung back to the viewport in time to see the half-dozen hyperdrive rings come apart in short-lived explosions. An instant later, clouds of billowing fire began to erupt to both sides of Gunray's shuttle, and 12 droids' fighters vanished from sight. The unexpected explosions wreaked havoc on the rest of the escort, leaving the shuttle vulnerable to strafing runs by the starfighters. With the formation in tatters, the vultures followed protocol by attempting to regroup, but in so doing left themselves open to precisely placed bolts from the starfighters. A consequence of the Nemoidians' reluctance to augment the droid brains of the fighters with interface capabilities, Grievous noted, although they function better now than they had 5 years earlier. 3 more Vulture fighters blew to pieces, this time due to Republic fire. Now the Nemoidian pilots of the shuttle weren't sure what to do. Attempts to go evasive were sabotaged by the droid ship's attempts to keep the shuttle centered in their shield array. Enemy laser bolts kept finding their marks. The destruction of the hyperdrive rings had alerted the Republic pilots to the fact that they were well inside the range of the cruiser's weapons, and that they had to make their kill quickly if they hoped to escape. Jinking and weaving among the remaining escort droids, they pressed the attack on the shuttle. Grievous wondered for a moment if any of the pilots might be Jedi, in which case he would opt to capture rather than kill. The more closely he studied the maneuvers, however, the more certain he grew that the pilots were clones. Skilled flyers, nevertheless, as indeed their Mandalorian template had been, but they evinced none of the supernatural perception afforded to the Jedi by the Force. Still, Gunray's shuttle was taking a beating. One of its landing appendages had been amputated, and the vapor steamed from its pugtail. The vessel's primitive particle and ray shields were still holding, but they weakened steadily with each direct hit. The convergence of a few more plasma bolts would overwhelm them. Then the ship the shields protected could be sliced and diced or taken out by a well-placed proton torpedo. Grievous pictured Gunray, Hako, and the others strapped into luxurious acceleration couches, shivering with dread, perhaps sorry for the brief detour to Nemoidia, wondering how a handful of Republic pilots had so easily decimated their squadrons, certainly comlinking the core ship to dispatch reinforcements. The general was almost of a mind to award the Republic pilots their kill, for he and Gunray had been at odds frequently over the past 3 years. One of the first spacefaring species to build a droid army, the Nemoidians had grown accustomed to thinking of their soldiers and workers as thoroughly expendable. Their extraordinary wealth had allowed them to replace whatever they lost. So they had never developed a sense of respect for the machines fashioned for them by Bactoid armor workshops, the Z-Char, Colicoids, or others. From their first acquaintance, Gunray had made the mistake of treating Grievous as just another droid, even though he had been told that this was not the case. Perhaps Gunray had thought of him as some mindless entity, like the reawakened Jendai, Dirge, or Dooku's misguided apprentice, Asajj Ventress, or the human bounty hunter called Aurra Sing, all 3 of whom had been so driven by personal hatred of the Jedi that they had proved worthless, mere distractions while Grievous went about the real business of war. The attitude of the Nemoidians had changed quickly enough, though, in part because they had been witness to Grievous's capabilities, but more as a result of what had occurred on Geonosis. Had it not been for Grievous, Gunray and the rest might have suffered the same fate as Poggle the Lesser's lieutenant, Sun Fac. Grievous's actions in the catacombs that day, with the Geonosians retreating by the thousands from the arena and companies of clone commandos following them in, had allowed Gunray to escape the planet alive. Sometimes he wondered just how many clones he had killed or wounded that day. And Jedi, of course, though none had lived to speak of him. The Jedi corpses that were retrieved bespoke something atrocious that resided in those dark underground passages. Perhaps the Jedi believed that a rancor or a reek had shredded the bodies of their forceful comrades, or perhaps they thought the damage had been done by Geonosian sonic weapons set to maximum power. Either way, they must have wondered what became of the victims' lightsabers. Grievous regretted he hadn't been able to see the reactions, but he too had been forced to flee as Geonosis fell. The revelation of his existence had had to wait until a handful of hapless Jedi had arrived on a foundry world of Hapori. By then, Grievous had already amassed a sizable collection of lightsabers, but at Hapori he had been able to add several more, 2 of which he wore inside his command cloak even now. As trophies, they were superior to the pelts of hunted beings he knew some bounty hunters to affect. He admired the precision and care that had gone into the construction of the lightsabers. More, each seemed to retain a faint memory of its wielder. As a former swordsmaster, he could appreciate that each had been handcrafted, rather than turned out in quantity like blasters or pike weapons. He could respect the Jedi for that, though he had nothing but hatred for them as an order. Because of the remoteness of their homeworld, his species, the Kaleesh, had had few dealings with the Jedi. But then war had broken out between the Kaleesh and their planetary neighbors, a savage, insectile species known as the Hook. Grievous had become infamous during the long conflict, conquering worlds, defeating grand armies, exterminating entire colonies of Hook. But instead of surrendering, as would have been the honorable course, the Hook had appealed to the Republic to intercede, and the Jedi had arrived on Kali. In what passed for negotiations, 50 Jedi knights and masters ready to loose their lightsabers on Grievous and his army, the Kaleesh were made to appear the aggressors. The reason was plain. Where Kali had little to offer in the way of trade, the Hook worlds were rich in ore and other resources lusted after by the Trade Federation and others. Chastised by the Republic, the Kaleesh foundered. Sanctions and reparations were imposed. Traders avoided the planet. Grievous's people starved and perished by the hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, the intergalactic banking clan had come to their rescue, helping with funds, reinstating trade, providing Grievous with a new direction. Years later, the Munes would come again. Grievous's eyes tracked the course of the now imperiled shuttle. Count Dooku and his Sith master would never forgive him if he allowed anything untoward to happen to Gunray. Nemoidians were clever. Their knowledge of secret hyperlanes were unparalleled, and their immense army of infantry and super battle droids were rigged with devices that compelled them to respond principally to Gunray and his elite. Should the Nemoidian chiefs die, the Confederacy would lose a powerful ally. It was time to spring Gunray from the trap he had fashioned for him. "Launch Tri-Fighters to assist the shuttle," Grievous instructed the gunners. "Target and destroy the Republic starfighters outright." Deployed from the cruiser, a wing of the new red-eyed droid fighters was soon visible from the bridged viewports. Alerted to the approaching tri-droids, the Republic pilots had sense enough to realize that they were severely outnumbered. Disengaging from the last of the Vulture fighters, they began to make for free space, the nearest habitable planets, wherever their sublight ion drives could deliver them, since their means of jumping at light speed had already been destroyed. 2 of the starfighters were slower than the rest to disengage. Calling for magnification of the shuttle pursuit, Grievous saw that the stragglers were newly minted ARC 170s, co-piloted crafts equipped with powerful laser cannons at the tips of their outstretched wings and multiple torpedo launchers. He was eager to see what they were capable of. "Instruct 3 squadrons of the Tri-Fighter wing to shield the shuttle and escort it to our docking bay. Set the rest against the fleeing starfighters, except for the ARC 170s. The ARC 170s should be lured into engagement without disintegration, even if some of the tri-droids are forced to succumb to enemy fire." Grievous sharpened his gaze. The tri-fighters had split into 2 groups, the larger forming up around Gunray's impaired shuttle and pouncing on the retreating V-wings, while the diverted squadron began to tease the pair of ARC 170s into duels and sallies. What impressed Grievous was how quickly the pilots came to each other's assistance. Combat camaraderie hadn't been bred into them by the Kaminoan cloners, or been something they had learned from the Jedi. It had come from the Mandalorian bounty hunter. Fett would have denied it, of course, would have insisted that he was out only for himself. But that was not the way of his warrior brethren, and that was not the way of the clone pilots now. Exaggerating the value of each life as if the clones were uncontrived humans. Was the Republic so short-handed it couldn't afford losses? Something to bear in mind, something that could be exploited at some point. Without glancing at the bridge gunners, Grievous said, "Finish them off." Then turning to a droid at the communications suite, he added, "See to it that the Nemoidians are ushered directly to the briefing room. Inform the others that I'm on my way." Still shaken from the ordeal of transiting from the core ship to the Invisible Hand, Newt Gunray sat restively in the cabin space into which he and Hako had been shown immediately on disembarking. He had expected that a few Republic starfighters might pursue the core ship from Cata Nemoidia, as they had, no doubt, had other Trade Federation vessels launched to equally distant star systems in the Outer Rim, and he had hoped that the appearance of those starfighters would convey the impression that he had been chased from the Nemoidian purse world. But the scenario hadn't unfolded as planned. What should have been a quick, effortless crossing had ended up a flight for life, with the shuttle left seriously damaged and more than a squadron of Vulture fighters destroyed. It was almost beyond explanation until the shuttle pilot confirmed that most of the Vultures had been atomized by fire from the cruiser's turbo-laser batteries. Grievous. Castigating him for arriving late. Gunray would have liked nothing more than to inform Dooku of the general's actions, but he feared that the Sith would stand with Grievous. Every bit as shaken, Rune Hako sat alongside Gunray at the cabin's gleaming table. Other members of the Separatist Council occupied the choice seats. The almost two-dimensionally thin San Hill, Mune chairman of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, the Sakakoan foreman of the Techno-Union, Wat Tambor, encased in the cumbersome pressure suit that supplied him with methane, the vestigial-winged Geonosian Poggle the Lesser, Archduke of the Stelgassan Hive, the stock-necked Gossam president of the Commerce Guild, Shu Mai, the cranial-horned Corporate Alliance magistrate, Pascal Argent, and former Republic senators Po Nudo and Tykes, Aquilish and Quarren, respectively. Separate conversations were in progress when the sound of clanging footfalls echoed from the long corridor that led to the briefing room. Abruptly, everyone fell silent, and a moment later General Grievous appeared in the hatchway, the rounded crown of his elongated death mask of a helmet grazing the top of the opening, his high-back collar of ceramic armor-plast reminiscent of a neck brace. Sheathed in metal more suited to a starfighter, his skeletal upper limbs were spread wide, claw-like geranium hands just touching the hatchway frame. His 2 feet, which also resembled claws, were capable of increasing his height by several centimeters. Legs of sleek alloy bones looked as if they could propel him into orbit. His campaign cloak, slit down one side from left shoulder to floor, was thrown back so that twin pectorals of armor plating were exposed, along with the reverse ribs that began at Grievous's hip girdle and extended upward to his shielded sternum. Beneath it all, encased in a kind of fluid-filled forest green gut sack, were the organs that nurtured the living part of him. Behind helmet holes that rendered his visage at once mournful and fearsome, sallow reptilian eyes fixed Gunray with a gimlet stare. In a synthesized voice, deep and grating, he said, "Welcome aboard, Viceroy. For a moment we feared you weren't going to arrive." Gunray felt the gazes of everyone in the cabin fall on him. His distrust of the cyborg was no secret, nor was Grievous's enmity for him. "And I can only assume that you were very troubled by the prospect, General." "You must know how important you are to our cause." "I know it, General, though I confess to wondering if you do." "I am your keeper, Viceroy, your protector." Striding into the cabin, he began to circle the table, stopping directly behind Gunray, towering over him. Peripherally, Gunray saw Hako sludge deeper into his chair, refusing to look either at him or at Grievous, circling his hands in a nervous gesture. "I have no favorite among you," the general said at last. "I champion all of you. That is why I summoned you here, to ensure your continued protection." No one said a word. "The Republic fools itself, believing they have you on the run, but in fact Lord Sidious and Darth Tyrannus have engineered this, for reasons that will be made clear soon enough. All is proceeding according to plan. However, with your homeworlds fallen to the Republic, your purse and colony worlds throughout the galaxy threatened, you are ordered to remain a group for the foreseeable future. I have been instructed to find a safe harbor for you, here, in the Outer Rim." "What world will accept us now?" equine-faced Sanhill asked in a disconsolate voice. "If none offers, Chairman, then I will take one." Grievous walked to the hatchway, his talons screeching along the deck. "For now, return to your separate vessels. When a world has been selected, I will contact each of you in the usual manner, and provide you with new rendezvous coordinates." Careful not to betray his sudden misgiving, Gunray traded covert glances with Hako. The usual manner met the Mechno chair inadvertently left behind on Cato Nemoidia. Chapter 16. A patchwork of dull red and pale brown, Charles IV filled the forward viewports of the Republic cruiser. The twin-piloted ship had been an antique 20 years earlier, but its sublight and hyperdrive engines were reliable, and with vessels deployed on so many fronts, Obi-Wan and Anakin couldn't be choosy. The cruiser's once emblematic crimson color was obscured under fresh coats of white paint. As a result of the war, laser cannons were carefully tucked astern under the radiator panel wings and forward beneath the cockpit in the space that had once been functioned as a salon for passengers. Obi-Wan had plotted the 3 jumps it had taken them to reach the Z-Char world from the inner rim, but Anakin had done all the piloting. "Landing coordinates coming in," Anakin said, eyes fixed on a display screen set into the instrument panel. Obi-Wan was pleasantly surprised. That will teach me not to be skeptical. In the past, when we've been informed that intelligence has done the advanced work, I found that to be anything but the case. Anakin looked at him and laughed. Something funny? I was just thinking, here you are again. Obi-Wan sat back in his chair, waiting for the rest of it. I only mean that, for someone with a reputation for hating space travel, you've certainly taken part in more than your fair share of exotic missions. Camino, Geonosis, or Cestus. Obi-Wan plucked at his beard. Let's just say that the war has prompted me to take a long view of things. Master Qui-Gon would have been proud of you. Don't be too sure. Obi-Wan had argued against going to Charles IV. Dexter Jetzer, his Bessalist's friend on Coruscant, could probably have furnished the intelligence analysts with everything they needed to know about Viceroy Gunray's Mechno chair. But Yoda had insisted that Obi-Wan and Anakin attempt to speak personally with the Zecharan, whose sigil had been discovered on the walking chair. Now Obi-Wan wondered why he'd been so averse to making the trip. Compared to the past few months, the mission already felt like a furlough. Anakin was correct about Obi-Wan's having had more than his share of such assignments, but several other Jedi had also doubled as intelligence operatives during the course of the war. Ayla Secura and the Kamasi Jedi Yilnik Itkla had taken a Techno-Union defector into custody in Corellia. Quinlan Voss had gone undercover to infiltrate Dooku's circle of dark-side apprentices. And Supreme Chancellor Palpatine hadn't been told, or learned since, about any of the covert operations. It wasn't that the Jedi Council didn't trust him. It was more a matter of no longer trusting anyone. Do you think the Z-Char will talk to us? Anakin said. Obi-Wan swiveled to face him. They've every reason to be accommodating. After the Battle of Naboo, the Republic refused to do any business with them for their having supplied the Neimoidians with prescribed weapons. They've been eager to atone ever since, especially now that their signature designs are being mass-produced more cheaply by Bactoid Armor and other Confederacy suppliers. The Z-Char's principal contribution to the Neimoidian arsenal had been the so-called variable geometry self-propelled battle droid starfighter, a meticulously engineered solid fuel craft that was capable of configuring itself into 3 separate modes. Anakin adopted a thin-lipped expression of wariness. I hope they won't hold it against us that I destroyed so many of their fighters. Obi-Wan laughed shortly. Yes, let's hope your fame hasn't spread this far into the Outer Rim. But in fact, our success hinges almost entirely on whether TC-16 can speak Z-Char as fluently as he claims. Master Kenobi, I assure you that I can speak the tongue almost as well as an indigenous Z-Charan, the protocol droid chimed in from one of the cockpit's rear seats. My term of service to Viceroy Gunray demanded that I familiarize myself with the traitors' tongues used by all the hive species, including the Z-Char, the Geonosians, the Colocoids, and many others. My fluency will ensure complete cooperation on the part of the Z-Char, although I expect that they will be rather disgusted by my physical appearance. Why's that? Anakin asked. Devotion to precision technology forms the basis of Z-Char religious beliefs. They accept as a matter of faith that meticulous work is no different from prayer. Indeed, their workshops have more in common with temples than factories. When a Z-Charan is injured, he goes into self-exile, so that others won't have to look upon his imperfections or deformities. A Z-Char adage has it that the deity is in the details. Wear your flaws proudly, TC, Anakin said, raising and clenching his right hand. I do mine. The cruiser was descending into Charles IV's ice-clouded atmosphere. Leaning toward the viewport, Obi-Wan glanced down at an arid, almost treeless world. The Z-Char lived on high plateaus, hemmed in by ranges of snow-capped mountains. Expansive blackwater lakes dotted the landscape. A bleak planet, Obi-Wan said. Anakin made adjustments to the controls to compensate for strong winds that were buffeting the ship. I'll take it over Tatooine any day. Obi-Wan shrugged. I can think of far worse places to live than Tatooine. Into view came the landing platform to which they had been directed. Oval in shape and perfectly sized to the cruiser, it looked newly built. I'm certain that it was constructed specifically for us, TC-16 said. That's why the Z-Char were unremitting in their requests to know the cruiser's exact dimensions. Anakin glanced at Obi-Wan. The Republic could use the Z-Char right about now. He set the cruiser down on its broad discs of landing gear and extended the vessel's starboard boarding ramp. At the top of the ramp, Obi-Wan raised the hood of his cloak against a frigid wind that howled down the slopes. Ahead, a gleaming alloy runner ran from the edge of the landing platform to a cathedral-like structure half a kilometer distant. To both sides of the runner stood hundreds of excited Z-Charans. Guess they don't get many guests, Anakin said as he, Obi-Wan, and TC-16 started down the ramp. As was often the case, the Zechar's technological creations mirrored their own anatomy and physiology. With their short, chitinous bodies, quartets of pointed legs, scissor action feet, and teardrop-shaped heads, they might have been living versions of the shape-shifting droid fighters they had helped produce for the Trade Federation. In walk patrol mode, at any rate. The wild chitterings of the 100-strong mob of welcomers was so loud that Anakin had to raise his voice to be heard. "Celebrity treatment! I think I'm going to enjoy this." "Just be sure to follow my lead, Anakin." "I'll try, Master." The closer the Jedi and the protocol droid drew to the edge of the landing platform, the louder the chitterings became. Obi-Wan didn't know what to make of the sheer eagerness he felt from the aliens. It was as if some sort of foot race were about to begin. Frequently, an individual Zecharan, carried away by enthusiasm, would leap onto the sleek runner, only to be yanked back into the crowd by others. "TC, are they normally so zealous?" Obi-Wan asked. "Yes, Master Kenobi, but their zest has nothing to do with us. It's the ship." The meaning of the remark became clear the instant the three of them stepped from the landing platform. At once the Zecharans surged forward and swarmed the cruiser, covering it from flat-faced bow to barrel-thrustered stern. Obi-Wan and Anakin watched in awe as patches of carbon scoring disappeared, dents were straightened, pieces of superstructure were realigned, and transparent steel viewports were polished. "Let's remember to tip them when we leave," Anakin said. Occasionally, a Zecharan would leap on TC-16 or make a grab for one of his limbs, but the droid was able to shake his assailants off. "In their eagerness to perfect me, I'm afraid they'll wipe my memory," the droid said. "Would that be such a bad thing?" Anakin said, "after what you claim to have been through?" "How can I be expected to learn from my mistakes if I can no longer remember them?" They were halfway down the runner when a pair of larger Zecharans scurried out to meet them. TC-16 exchanged chitterings and stridulations with them and explained, "These two will take us to the prelate." "No weapons," Anakin said quietly. "That's a good sign." "The Zechar are a peaceful species," the droid explained. "They care only about the engineering of a piece of technology, not its intended use. That is why they felt unjustly accused and harshly judged by the Republic for their part the droid fighters played in the Battle of Naboo." The enormous building TC-16 had called a workshop, topped 200 meters in height, and was crowned with lattice work spires and towers that evoked strains of eerie music from the steady wind. Arrays of tall skylights lit the vast interior space, in which thousands of Zecharans toiled. Arcades of exquisitely engraved columns supported a vaulted ceiling of exposed roof trusses, among which roosted several thousand more Zecharans, suspended by their scissor feet and humming contentedly. The night shift? Anakin wondered aloud. Their pair of escorts led them into a kind of chancery, whose tall doors opened on a spotless room that could have passed for the captain's cabin of a luxury space yacht. Occupying a throne-like chair in the center of the room was the largest Zecharan the Jedi had yet seen, being attended to by a dozen smaller ones. Elsewhere, groups of tool-wielding Zecharans were going over every square millimeter of the chamber, scrubbing, cleaning, polishing. Without ceremony, TC-16 approached the prelate and tendered a greeting. The droid had tasked his vocoder to provide Obi-Wan and Anakin with simultaneous translations of his utterances. "May I present Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi and Jedi Anakin Skywalker," he began. Waving away his retinue, the prelate pivoted his long head to regard Obi-Wan. "TC," Obi-Wan said, "tell him we're sorry to have disturbed him during his ablutions." "You're not disturbing him, sir. The prelate is attended to in similar fashion at all hours of the day." The prelate chittered. "Excellency, I speak your language as a result of my former employment in the court of Viceroy Newt Gunray." The droid listened to the prelate's response, then said, "Yes, I realize that does not endear me to you, but may I say in defense that my time among the Nemoidians was the most trying of my existence, to which my physical appearance surely attests, and is cause for my great shame." Clearly mollified, the prelate chittered again. "These Jedi have come to seek permission from you to pose questions to a devotee in Workshop Zakan, a certain Talak Shalak Tithlak. TC-16 supplied the glottal stops and clicking sounds necessary to pronounce the name. "A virtuoso engraver, to be sure, Excellency. As to the Jedi's interest in him, it is hoped that a work of art to which he devoted himself will provide a clue as to the current whereabouts of an important separatist leader." The droid listened, then added, "And may I add that anything that brings joy to the Zechar brings contentment to the Republic." The prelate's eye grooves found the Jedi again. The lightsabers are not weapons, Excellency, TC-16 said after a brief exchange. But if permission to speak with Tlaloc rests on their surrendering the lightsabers, then I'm certain they will comply. Obi-Wan was already reaching for his lightsaber, but Anakin looked dubious. You did say you would follow my lead. Anakin opened his cloak. I said I'd try, Master. They handed the lightsabers to TC-16, who presented them to the prelate for inspection. It hardly surprises me that you see room for improvement, Excellency, the droid said after a moment. But then, what tool could fail to benefit from the touch of a Zecharan? He listened, then added, I'm certain that the Jedi know you will honor your pledge to leave the imperfections intact. That went better than expected, Obi-Wan said as he, Anakin, and TC-16 were being escorted into the heart of Workshop Sakan. Anakin wasn't convinced. You're too trusting, Master. I sense much suspicion. We can thank Wraith Sinar for some of that. Almost 2 decades earlier, the wealthy and influential owner-president of Sinar Design Systems, a chief supplier of starfighters to the Republic, had spent time among the Zechar, mastering ultra-precision engineering techniques he would later incorporate into his own designs. Revealed to be a non-believer, Sinar had been exiled from Charos IV and been made the target of bounty hunters, 4 of whom Sinar had managed to strand at a black hole known only to him and a handful of other hotshot hyperspace explorers. Sinar had engaged in similar acts of corporate espionage among the Trade Federation, Bactoid Armor, Corellian Engineering, and Incom corporations, but the Zechar had a long memory for what they considered sacrilege. 6 years before the Battle of Naboo, a second attempt on Wraith's life had resulted in the death of his father, Naro, at Dantooine, but once again the heretic had escaped. 10 years back, Obi-Wan and Anakin had had their own brush with Sinar at the living world known as Zonama Sakat. Because Sinar had been partly responsible for Zonama Sakat's disappearance, he was also the reason that the Zechar no longer accepted human apprentices. Workshop Sakan was a marvel to behold. Zechar artisans worked individually or in groups of 3 to 300 on devices ranging from high-end home appliances to starfighters, adding enhancements or adornments, tweaking, personalizing, customizing 1,000 different ways. Here were all the priceless devices Obi-Wan and Anakin had found crammed into storage rooms in Gunroy's Kedanomoidia Citadel. The environment was the antithesis of the deafening freneticism that characterized a Bactoid armor foundry, such as the one the Republic had commandeered on Geonosis. Zecharans rarely conversed with one another while working, preferring instead to amplify their concentration to the repetition of high-pitched stridulations analogous to chants. The few who did take notice of the 3 visitors in their midst showed more interest in TC-16 than in the Jedi. And yet, for all the fine work that was performed in Workshop Sakan, the Cathedral Factory was little more than a stepping stone for many Zecharans, who aspired to work for the Har-Chal engineering conglomerate which had abandoned Charos IV for other worlds in the Outer Rim. The same pair of outsized aliens who had escorted Obi-Wan and Anakin to the prelate's chancery guided them to Thukfok's altar, which was located in the workshop's western colonnade, the piers of which were decorated with mosaics of engraved tiles. High overhead, resting Zecharans hung inverted from the great curving rafters that supported the roof like configurable droid fighters arrayed inside a Trade Federation carrier. Obi-Wan could see how the sound of their ceaseless humming could be slightly unnerving. Tlaloc was engrossed in engraving a corporate logo into a piece of Starship Council. Dozens of yet-to-be completed pieces walled him in on one side. Completed pieces were on the other. On hearing his name called, he glanced up from his work. The escorts chittered to him briefly before TC-16 took over. Tlaloc, please allow me to say that your work is of such exceptional quality that the deities themselves must be covetous. The Zecharan accepted the compliment in humility and chittered a response. We appreciate the offer to watch you at work, but in fact we are not unacquainted with some of your finer pieces, and it is because of one piece in particular that we have journeyed so far to speak with you, an example that recently came to light on Kedanomoidia. The Zecharan took a long moment to respond. A Mechno chair you adorned for Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray some 14 standard years ago. TC-16 listened, then added, But surely it was yours, for the inner portion of the rear leg bears your devotional symbol. Again he listened. A Bactoid forgery? Are you suggesting that your work could be so easily imitated? Anakin nudged Obi-Wan in the upper arm. Zicharans working nearby were beginning to take a keen interest in the conversation. We understand your reluctance to discuss such matters, TC-16 was saying quietly. Why, the very fact that you autographed a piece could be interpreted by the prelate as a statement of pride. Tlalok's anger was apparent. Well, of course you should be proud, but should the prelate learn that the piece has for all these years resided with a personage such as Viceroy Gunray? Without another chitter, the Zicharan let go of his tools and launched himself from his work pallet, not at TC-16 or either of the Jedi, but straight up into the web of overhead girders. Ignoring indignant squeals from rudely awakened Zicharans, he began to leap from one girder to the next, clearly determined to reach one of the tall skylights that perforated the roof. Obi-Wan watched him for a moment, then turned to Anakin. I don't think he wants to speak with us. Anakin kept his eyes on Tlalok, the Thok. Well, he has to. And with that, he leapt in pursuit. Anakin, wait! Obi-Wan said, then added more to himself. Oh, what's the use? And sprang up toward the ceiling. Hurling himself from truss to truss like some circus performer, Anakin arrived quickly at the intricate tracery surrounding the partially open roof window, through which Thok was desperately trying to squirm. The Zicharan's insectile forelegs were already outside the window when Anakin leapt again, clutching onto him in an effort to return him to the floor. But the alien was stronger than he looked. Chittering madly, he leapt for a higher window, this time taking Anakin with him. 10 meters away, Obi-Wan paralleled the Zicharan's flight into the upper reaches of the vaulted ceiling, where the chase had now roused scores of roosting Zicharans, inciting more than a few to join in. Anakin was still trying to drag his quarry down, but his weight was insufficient to the task. Fearing what might result should Anakin call too strongly on the Force, Obi-Wan had visions of the entire workshop crumbling to pieces. He fairly flew after them, barely managing at the apex of his ascent to grab hold of the Thok's rear legs, and down they came, all three entwined and bringing with them more than 30 inverted Zicharans. Cascading onto the floor, Obi-Wan and Anakin lost their hold on Thok's, and suddenly couldn't tell one Zicharan from the next. Losing Thok's had ceased to be an immediate concern in any case, because Zicharans throughout the workshop were rushing to the aid of those the two Jedi had caused to plummet from the rafters. Some were already attempting to zap the Jedi into submission by brandishing assorted soldering and engraving tools, while others were busy constructing a plasteel hemisphere under which the violence might be contained. No mayhem! Obi-Wan shouted. Anakin showed him a wide-eyed glance from beneath a 3-meter-tall heap of irate Zicharans. Who exactly are you talking to? Obi-Wan glanced around the workshop. Topple something, quickly, before they complete the mound. With a shoving motion of his free hand, Obi-Wan overturned a small table 20 meters away, spilling several stacks of freshly engraved comlinks and droid summoners. Chittering in panic, half the Zicharans who were holding him to the floor, and most of the ones rushing toward him, scampered off to repair the damaged devices. Quickly, Anakin! Even with his hands pinned under him, Anakin managed to append a pallet of kitchen appliances, then knock over a carefully arranged collection of toys, then tear from the wall more than half a dozen sconces. Chittering in dismay, more Zicharans raced off. Stop making it look like fun, Obi-Wan cautioned. Eyes riveted on a bin filled with musical instruments, he was about to rid himself of his remaining tormentors when blaster fire erupted in the workshop, and into the midst of the throng of infuriated Zichar appeared the prelate himself, seated on a litter carried by 6 bearers and grasping a weapon in each foot. 20 Zicharans flattened themselves to the floor as the prelate brought the blasters to bear on Obi-Wan and Anakin. But before a bolt could be fired, TC-16 emerged from a side gallery, his body realigned and polished to a dazzling luster, shouting, "Look what they've done to me!" The droid's tone of voice combined anguish and wonder, but the change in him was so unexpected and remarkable that the prelate and his bearers could only gape, as if a miracle had occurred in their midst. A babble of chitterings was exchanged before the prelate swung back to Obi-Wan and Anakin, raising the blasters once more. "But they meant no harm, Excellency," the droid intervened. Tlalok fled in response to their questions. Master Obi-Wan and Jedi Skywalker sought merely to ascertain the reason. The prelate's gaze singled out Tlalok TC-16 translated. Master Kenobi, the prelate advises you to pose your questions and to leave Charles IV before he has a change of heart. Obi-Wan looked at Talala, Salak, Thiok, then at TC-16. Ask him if he remembers the chair. The droid relayed the question. He remembers it now. Was the engraving done here? He answers, yes, sir. Was the chair brought to Charles IV by the Nemoidians or by another? He says, sir, by another. Obi-Wan and Anakin traded eager looks. Was a hyperwave transceiver already affixed to it? Anakin asked. TC-16 listened. Both the transceiver and the holoprojector itself were already affixed to the chair. He says that he did little but inscribe the legs of the chair and tweak some of its motion systems. Lowering his voice, the droid added, May I say, sirs, that Talalak Salak Thiok's voice is quavering. I suspect that he is hiding something. He's afraid, Anakin said, and not of Newt Gunroy. Obi-Wan looked at TC-16. Ask him who made the transceiver. Ask him where it shipped from. Talalak Salak Thiok's chittering sounded contrite. TC-16 said, the transceiver unit arrived from a facility known as Ascart. He believes that the device's maker is still there. Ascart? Anakin said. An asteroid mining facility, TC-16 explained, belonging to the Commerce Guild. Chapter 17. 10 years ago, it would have had all the makings of a full-blown diplomatic incident. Intelligence Officer Dine was explaining to Yoda and Mace Windu in the data room of the Jedi Temple. Filled with computers, holoprojector tables, and communications apparatus, the windowless chamber also housed an emergency beacon that transmitted on a frequency known only to the Jedi, allowing the temple to send and receive encrypted messages without having to rely on more public holonet. Since when are the Zechar so forgiving? Mace asked. Dressed in a brown belted tunic and beige trousers, he was poised on the edge of a desk, one booted foot planted on the shiny floor. Since they've been forced to make do with subcontracting work, Dine said. What they want is to get back in the game by landing a nice fat Republic contract for starfighters and combat droids. It has to be driving them mad, knowing that Sinar is getting even richer on techniques he basically stole from them. Mace glanced at Yoda, who was standing off to one side, both hands resting on the knob of his gimmer stick. Then the Zechar prelate isn't likely to report the incident to the Senate. Dine shook his head. Not a chance. No real harm was done anyway. Reach the ears of the Supreme Chancellor it won't, Yoda said, but surprised I was by Obi-Wan's report. Losing some of his better judgment, Obi-Wan is. We both know why, Mace said. He's become Anakin's partisan. If the Chosen One Skywalker is, then 100 such diplomatic incidents we should suffer without concern. Yoda shut his eyes for a moment, then looked at the intelligence analyst. But come to tell us of these things, Captain Dine hasn't. Dine grinned. We've succeeded in deciphering the code Dooku, and we have to assume Sidious, has been using to communicate with the Council of Separatists. Using the code, we were able to intercept a message sent to Viceroy Gunray through the Mechno chair. Mace came to his feet. Your people have been working on cracking that code for years. The chair's hyperwave transceiver provided us with our first solid lead. We saw right away that the code embedded in the transceiver's memory was a variant on codes used by the intergalactic banking clan. So we decided to offer a deal to one of the Munes arrested after the Battle of Munilist. It took some convincing, but the Mune finally confirmed that the Confederacy code comes closest to a code used on Argao for transferring bank funds and such. Dine paused, then added, Remember the missing credits that became the basis for accusations leveled against Chancellor Valorum back in the day? Yoda nodded. Remember the incident well, we do. The credits that allegedly disappeared into the pockets of Valorum's family members on Iriadu were routed through Argao. Interesting this is. Dine opened an alloy briefcase and removed a ribbed data cell. Moving to one of the holoprojector tables, he inserted the cell into a socket. A meter-high holo image appeared in the table's cone of blue light. General Grievous, Yoda said, narrowing his eyes. You'll be pleased to learn that I've chosen a world for us, Viceroy, Grievous was saying. Belderon will be our temporary home. The cyborg fell silent for a moment. Viceroy? Viceroy! Whirling to someone off-cam, he barked, End transmission. Dine paused the message before Grievous had faded from view. As high-resolution an image as I've ever seen, he said. Technology of a different order than we're used to seeing, even from the Confederacy. About his image, Sidious cares, Mace's clean-shaven upper lip curled. What was the source of this transmission? Deep in the outer rim, Dine said, 6 clone pilots pursued a core ship that jumped to the sector, following the Battle of Catanomoidia. None returned. Rendezvous of the Confederacy fleet, it is, Yoda said. Mace nodded. And Belderon next. Again his gaze fell on Dine. Anything further on the source of the original Sidious transmission? Dine shook his head. Still working on it. Mace paced away from the table. Belderon's not a highly populated world, but it is friendly to the Republic. Grievous will kill millions just to make a point. He glanced at Yoda. We can't let that happen. Dine looked from Mace to Yoda and back again. If Republic forces are waiting when Grievous attacks, the Separatists will realize that we've managed to eavesdrop on their transmissions. Yoda pressed his fingers to his lips and thought. Act we must. Lying in wait, Republic forces will be. Dine nodded. You're right, of course, if no actions are taken and word of this intelligence were to leak. He regarded Yoda. Do we inform the Supreme Chancellor? Yoda's ears twitched. Difficult this decision is. The information stays here, Mace said firmly. Yoda sighed with purpose. Agree, I do. Use the beacon, we will, to gather a force. Obi-Wan and Anakin aren't far from Belderon, Mace said, but they're pursuing another lead to Sidious's whereabouts. Wait, the lead will. Needed Obi-Wan and Anakin will be. Yoda turned to the still image of General Grievous. Prepare carefully for this battle, we must. Chapter 18. In dreams, Grievous remembered his life. His mortal life. On Kali and in the aftermath of the Huk War. After all the close calls on battlefields on his home system worlds, on Huk worlds, sowing destruction, exterminating as many of them as he could, after all the times he had returned home wounded, bloody to the bone, surrounded by his wives and offspring, basking in their support, relying on it to recall him to life, after all the brushes with death, to be fatally injured in a shuttle crash. The unfairness, the indignity had cost him more pain than the injuries themselves. To be denied a warrior's death, as was his due. Floating suspended in Bacta, keenly aware that no healing fluid or gamma blade wielded by living being or droid could repair his body. In moments of consciousness, seeing his wives and offspring gazing on his ravaged body from the far side of the permaglass, offering words of encouragement, prayers for his return to health. He had asked himself, could he be content to be a mind and a body without feeling? More, could he abandon a life of combat for a life in which the only battles he fought were with himself? The struggle to endure, to live another day. No, it was beyond him. By then, the Huk War had ended. More accurately, had been ended by the Jedi, and the Kaleesh were still reaping the whirlwind, their world in ruins, their appeals for justice and fair play ignored by the Republic. Ever on the alert for investment opportunities, members of the intergalactic banking clan had offered Kali a dubious sort of rescue. They would support the planet financially, assume its staggering debt if Grievous would agree to serve the clan as an enforcer. Their Hailfire weapons were proficient at delivering payment reminders to delinquent clients, and their IG series assassin droids took care of the wet work. But the Hailfires had to be programmed, the IGs were dangerously unpredictable, and assassination was bad for business. The clan wanted someone with a talent for intimidation, both to save his world and provide himself with a touch of the life he had known as a warrior, a strategist, a leader of armies. Grievous had accepted the offer. IBC chairman San Hill himself had overseen the details of the arrangement. Still, Grievous wasn't entirely proud of his decision. Debt collection was a far cry from Warcraft, an arena for beings without principles, for beings so attached to their possessions that they feared death. But Kali had profited from his work for IBC, and Grievous's previous notoriety was such that it could not be eclipsed. Then, the shuttle crash, the accident, the misfortune. He told his would-be healers to fish him from the Bacta tank. He could bear to die in atmosphere or the vacuum of deep space, but not in liquid. In the shadow of felled trees that would fuel his funeral pyre, he lapsed in and out of consciousness. That was when San Hill had paid him a second visit. Something consequential in mind, obvious even to someone who could barely see straight. "We can keep you alive," Rail-Thin Hill had whispered into Grievous's unimpaired ear. Others had promised as much. He pictured breathing devices, a hover platform, a surround of life-sustaining machines. But Hill had said, "None of that. You will walk. You will speak. You will retain your memories. Your mind." "I have my mind," Grievous had said. "What I lack is a body." "Most of your internal organs are damaged beyond the repair of the finest surgeons," Hill had continued, "and you will have to surrender even more than you already have. You will no longer know the pleasures of the flesh." "Flesh is weak. You need only gaze on me to see that." Encouraged by the remark, Hill had talked in glowing terms of the Geonosians, how they had raised cyborg technology to an art form, and how the blending of living and machine technology was the future. "Consider the battle droids of the Trade Federation," Hill had said. "They answer to a brain that is also nothing more than a droid. Protocol droids, astromechs, even assassin droids, all require programming and frequent maintenance." Two words had caught Grievous's attention: battle droids. "A war is brewing that will call many droids to the front," Hill had said, just loudly enough to be heard. "I am not privy to when it will begin, but when that day comes, the entire galaxy will be involved." His interest piqued, Grievous had said, "A war begun by whom? The banking clan? The Trade Federation?" "Someone more powerful." "Who?" "In time you will meet him, and you will be impressed." "Then why does he need me?" "In every war there are leaders and there are commanders." "A commander of droids." "More precisely, a living commander of droids." So he had allowed the Geonosians to go to work on him, constructing a duranium and ceramic shell for what little of him remained. His recuperation had been long and difficult, coming to terms with his new and in many ways improved self, even longer and more difficult. Only then had he been presented to Count Dooku, and only then had his real training begun. From the Geonosians and members of the Techno-Union he had already come to understand the inner workings of droids. But from Dooku, Lord Tyrannus, he came to understand the inner workings of the Sith. Tyrannus himself had trained him in lightsaber combat. In mere weeks he had surpassed any of Tyrannus's previous students. It helped, of course, to have an indestructible body reminiscent of a Krath war droid, the ability to tower over most sentient beings, crystal circuitry, 4 grasping appendages. In dreams, he remembered his past life. But in fact, he was not dreaming, for dreams were a product of sleep, and General Grievous did not sleep. He endured, instead, brief periods of stasis in a pod-like chamber that had been created for him by his body's builders. While inside that chamber, he could sometimes recall what it had felt like to live. And while inside, he was not to be disturbed, unless in the event of inimical circumstances. The chamber was equipped with displays linked to devices that monitored the status of the invisible hand, but Grievous was aware of a problem even before the displays told him as much. As he exited the chamber and hurried for the cruiser's bridge, a droid joined him, supplying updates. No sooner had the Separatist fleet emerged from hyperspace at Belderon than it had come under attack, not by Belderon's meager planetary defense force, but by a Republic battle group. "Wings of starfighters are converging on the fleet," the droid reported. "Assault cruisers, destroyers, and other capital vessels are arrayed in a screen formation above Nightside Belderon." Klaxons were blaring in the corridors, and gunner droids and Nemoidians were hastening to battle stations. "Order our ships to raise shields and form us behind us. Vanguard pickets are to fall back in shield formation to protect the core vessels." "Affirmative, General." "Roll the ship starboard to minimize our profile, and reorient the deflector shields. Deploy all wings of droid starfighters and ready all portside batteries for enfilade fire." Grievous braced himself against a bulkhead as the cruiser was shaken by an explosion. "Ranged fire from the Republic destroyers," the droid said. "No damage. Shields functioning at better than 90%. Grievous quickened his pace. On the bridge, a real-time hologram of the battle was running above the tactical council. Grievous took a moment to study the deployment of the Republic ships and starfighter squadrons. Made up of 60 capital vessels, the battle group wasn't large enough to overwhelm the Separatist fleet, but it packed enough combined firepower to defend trivial Belderon. On the far side of the dun-colored planet, a convoy of transports was angling toward the lesser of Belderon's 2 inhabited moons, starfighters and corvettes flying escort. "Evacuees, General," one of the droids explained. Grievous was stunned. An organized evacuation could mean only one thing. The Republic had somehow learned that Beldron had been targeted. But how could that be, when only the Separatist leaders had been apprised? He moved to the forward viewports to observe the strobing spectacle of battle. He would learn how he had been foiled, but survival was the first order of business. Chapter 19. With its stubby wings and bulbous aft cockpit, Anakin's starfighter was closer in design to the Delta VII Aethersprite he had flown at the start of the war than it was to the newer generation V-wings and ARC-170s flown by clone pilots. But where the Delta VII was triangular in shape, the silver and yellow starfighter had a blunt bow composed of two separate fuselages, each equipped with a missile launcher. Laser cannons occupied notches forward of the wings. As with the Delta VII, the astromech socket was located to one side of the humpback cockpit. Plus, Anakin had made a few significant modifications. Already a veteran of battles at Zagobah and other worlds, the craft looked as if it had been around for 10 years, but it handled better than the modified torpil he had flown at Praesilton, and was faster as well. Launched from the Integrity, Anakin poured on speed in an effort to catch up with the ARCs and V-wings that had been first to deploy from the assault cruiser's massive ventral bay. An instrument panel monitor indicated that the starfighter's ion drive was functioning at just under optimal. R2, he said toward the comlink, run a diagnostic on the starboard thruster. The starfighter's console display translated the droid's tootled response into basic characters. I thought so. We'll go ahead and make the adjustments. We don't want to be last to arrive. R2-D2's plaintive mule needed no translation. The drive readout graph pulsed and climbed, and the starfighter surged forward. That's it, pal. Now we're moving. Settling back into the padded seat, he flexed his gloved hands and exhaled slowly through his mouth. Enough spying, he told himself. He wasn't any closer to Coruscant, but at least he was back where he belonged, wedded to a starfighter and prepared to show the enemy a thing or two about space combat. Ahead of him, spearhead groups of needle-nosed pickets that were screening the capital ships, slewed hundreds of enemy craft. Some were 13-year-old Vulture fighters with paired wings that resembled seed pods. Others were compact tri-fighter droids, and still others were space-capable Geonosian twin-beaked Nantex starfighters. Just now, the lead ARC-170s were weaving through permutations of close combat with the droid fighters, the glowing pulses of energy beams turning local space into a web of devastation. Not since Praesilton had he soared into such an enemy-rich environment. Target practice, he thought, allowing a grin. He took his right hand from the control yoke to activate the long-range scanners. The threat assessment screen displayed the signatures and deployment of the Separatist capital vessels. Trade Federation Lucrahulks and core ships, Techno-Union hard cells with their columnar thruster packages and egg-shaped fuselages, Commerce Guild diamond cruisers, and Corporate Alliance fantails, frigates, gunboats, and communication ships featuring huge circular transponders. The whole Separatist parade. Switching his comlink over to the BattleNet, Anakin hailed his wingmate. I say we leave the small stuff to Oddball and the other pilots and go straight for the ones that matter. Accustomed to Anakin's disregard for call signs, Obi-Wan answered in kind. Anakin, there are approximately 500 droids positioned between Grievous and us. What's more, the capital ships are too heavily shielded. Just follow my lead, Master. Obi-Wan sighed into the comlink microphone. I'll try, Master. Anakin scanned the threat assessment display, committing to memory vector lines of the closest enemy fighters. Then he reopened a channel to R2-D2. Battle speed, R2. Again, the starfighter shot forward. Indicators on the console redlined, just short of the roiling fray. When he could sense the droid ships drawing a bead on him, he shoved the yoke into a corner for a pushover and streaked out of the maneuver with all weapons blazing. Droids flared and flamed to all sides of him. Wending through clouds of expanding fire, he locked down the trigger of the laser cannons and made a second pass through the enemy wave, destroying a dozen more fighters in a heartbeat. But the tri-fighters were onto him now, eager for payback. A sunburst of scarlet beams seared past the bubble canopy, and a fighter appeared to starboard. An instant later, a second volley sizzled down from overhead. R2-D2 loosed a series of urgent whistles and tweets as the starfighter was rocked to its shields. Blue lightning coruscated across the council, and droid fighters appeared to port and starboard. More bolts found their mark, throwing Anakin hard against the safety harness. Just what I needed, he said in appreciation. Swerving hard to starboard, he caught the first ship with a side-slip shot. The second fighter sheared off as quickly as it could from the expanding fragmentation cloud. As it did, Anakin raced into its aft-wash and triggered the lasers. A ball of fire, the droid careened into a flak-dazzled tri-fighter, and the two of them exploded. Anakin checked the display to make certain that Obi-Wan was still with him. "Are you all right?" "A bit toasted, but okay." "Stay with me." "Do I have a choice?" "Always, Master." Deeper into the melee now, ARC-170s, V-Wings, and droid fighters were joined in a great cloverleaf of combat, chasing one another, colliding into one another, twirling out of the fight with engines smoking or wings blown away. Weapons themselves, the droids were accurate with their bolts, but slower to recover and easily confused by random maneuvers. While at times this made for effortless kills, there were just so many of them. Anakin squared off with the enemy leader of the cloverleaf clash and began to harass it with laser bolts. Adapting to his tactics, Obi-Wan fell back, then leapt his starfighter into kill position and opened up. "Nice shot," Anakin said when the wing leader vanished. "Nice setup." Signaling Obi-Wan to follow, Anakin climbed out of the main battle, veering tangent to it and rocketed toward the nearest of the Separatists' needle-nosed picket ships. Loosing 2 missiles to draw the picket's attention, he yawned to port, pushed over, then came back at the vessel with lasers. "Run the hull. Target the shield generator." "Any closer and we'll be inside the thing." "That's the idea." Obi-Wan followed, unleashing with all cannons. They were in the thick of the heaviest fighting now, where ranged fire from the Republic capital ships was breaking against the particle and ray shields of their targets. Blinding light pulsed behind the canopy's blast tinting. The picket Anakin had peaked with missiles was under heavy bombardment. He grasped that a high-yield torpedo would be too much for it and rushed to deliver it. The torpedo tore from between the starfighter's cockpit-length fuselages and burned its way toward the picket. The picket shield failed for an instant, and in that instant the huge incoming turbolaser bolts did their worst. Struck broadside, the picket burst like an overripe fruit, venting long plumes of incandescent and spilling light and guts into space. Anakin jinked away, whooping into the comlink. "We've got a clear shot at Grievous," he told Obi-Wan. With its tapered bow and large outrigger fins, the General's cruiser resembled a classic-era Coruscant skyscraper laid on its side. "This hardly seems the time to bait him, Anakin. Have you had a look at those point defense arrays?" "When are you going to learn to trust me?" "I do trust you. I just can't keep up with you." "Fine. Then I'll be right back." Anakin pushed the starfighter to its limits, paying out plasma and missiles that exploded harmlessly against the great ship's deflector shield. He peeled away from the fiery wash, only to fall back at the ship in predatory banks, breaking ultimately for its 200-meter-tall conning tower. The cruiser's in-close batteries came alive, chundering, gushing enormous gouts of spun plasma at the pest that was attempting to besiege it. Snap-rolling, Anakin slid the starfighter hard to port, belly up, and continued to fire. Again, he tried to harry the invulnerable bridge with bursts of his lasers, and again the batteries of the colossal vessel tried but failed to get him in target lock. Anakin pictured Grievous standing stalwart behind the transparisteel viewports. "A taste of what's coming when we meet in the flesh," he growled. Grievous's reptilian eyes tracked the audacious maneuvers of the yellow and green starfighter that was attempting to strafe the bridge. Firing with precision, anticipating the responses of the forward batteries, taking chances even a clone wouldn't take. The pilot could only be a Jedi. But a Jedi unafraid to call on his rage. Grievous could see that in the pilot's dauntless determination, his abandon. He could sense it, even through the invisible hand's shimmering shields and the viewport's transparisteel. Oh, to have the lightsaber of that one dangling from his belt, he thought. Anakin Skywalker. Certainly it was him, and in the starfighter that was guarding Anakin's stern, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Thorns in the Separatist side. Elsewhere in the battle arena, Republic forces were demonstrating similar enthusiasm, atomizing droid fighters and punishing the capital ships with long-range cannon fire. Grievous was confident that, if pressed, he could turn the tide of battle, but that was not his present mandate. His Sith masters had ordered him to safeguard the lives of the council members, though in fact the Confederacy needed none other than Lord Sidious and Tyrannus. He turned to watch the simulation playing above the tactical console, then swung back to the viewports, recalling the ARC-170 pilots who had hounded Gunray's shuttle only days earlier. He waved for one of the droids. "Alert our vessel commanders to stand by to receive revised battle orders." "Yes, General," the droid acknowledged in monotone. "Raise the ship. Prepare to fire all guns on my command." There is no death, there is only the Force. Obi-Wan wondered if he had ever witnessed a more lucid demonstration of the Jedi axiom than Anakin's Force-centered, death-defying harassment of Grievous's ship. His speck of a starfighter all but nose-to-nose with the mammoth cruiser, leaving Obi-Wan to deal with the vengeful droid fighters Anakin was either ignorant of or deliberately disregarding. "He really is going to be the death of me," Obi-Wan mumbled. But he was indifferent to his own fate, wondering instead, what if Anakin should be killed? Could he even be killed? As the Chosen One, was he destined to fulfill both the title and the prophecy? Was he immune to real harm, or as someone born to restore balance to the Force, did he require defenders to guide him to that destiny? Was it Obi-Wan's duty, more, the duty of all the Jedi, to see to it that he survived at all costs? Was that what Qui-Gon had intuited so many years earlier on Tatooine, and had motivated him to attack with such resolve the Sith who had revealed himself in that parched landscape? Though the cruiser's shield was removing the sting of Anakin's laser bolts, he could not be deterred from persevering. Even Obi-Wan's repeated attempts to hail him through the battle net had had no effect. But now the huge ship was beginning to climb and reorient itself. Obi-Wan thought for a moment that Grievous was actually going to bring all forward guns to bear on Anakin. Instead, the cruiser continued to rise until it was well above the plane of the ecliptic, with its bow angled slightly coreward. Then it fired. Not at the Republic battle group, nor at Belderon itself, but at the convoy of evacuees and its escort starfighters. Obi-Wan felt a great disturbance in the Force, as ship after ship disintegrated or erupted in flames. Thousands of voices cried out, and the battle and command nets grew shrill with shouts of dismay and outrage. The follow-up volley Obi-Wan waited for never arrived. Tri-fighters and vulture droids were suddenly slinking back to the ships from which they had been disgorged. At the same time, the entire Separatist fleet was turning tail. Of course, Grievous realized that his barbaric attack had caught the Republic forces by surprise, but he had nothing more in mind than escape into hyperspace. The general had obviously made up his mind that Belderon simply wasn't worth the risk, not with so many defenseless Outer Rim worlds still up for grabs. "Anakin, the evacuees need our help," Obi-Wan said. "I'm coming, Master." Obi-Wan watched Anakin's starfighter break off its futile pursuit of the cruiser. Farther out, Separatist ships were disappearing from sight as they made the jump to light speed. "Vessels of the main fleet are safely away," a droid reported to Grievous as soon as the cruiser entered hyperspace. "Expected arrival at the alternate rally point, 10 standard hours." "Losses at Belderon," Grievous said. "Acceptable." Beyond the forward viewports, the smoky vortices of outraced light. Grievous ran the fingers of his claw-like hand down the bulkhead. "Instruct my elite to meet me in the shuttle launching bay on emergence from hyperspace," he said to no droid in particular. "When all ships have arrived at the rally point, advise Viceroy Gunray that I will be paying him a visit." Chapter 20. "Trained well by Dooku, General Grievous was," Yoda said. He and Mace Windu were in Yoda's chambers in the Jedi Temple, each atop a meditation dais. "Entrapped, they strike at the weakest. Force us they do to choose between saving lives and continuing the fight." Yoda recalled his duel with Dooku in the Solar Sailor's docking bay on Geonosis. Dooku bested, left with no alternative but to distract and flee. "Representatives from Belderon have expressed their gratitude to the Senate," Mace said, "despite the losses." Yoda shook his head sadly. "More than 10,000 killed, 27 Jedi." The muscles in Mace's jaw bunched. "Billions have died in this war. Belderon was saved, and more importantly, we were able to keep Grievous on the run." "Know where he jumped to, we do. We'll chase him to the ends of known space if we have to." Yoda fell silent for a moment and said, "Speak with the Supreme Chancellor, we must." "Without apology," Mace said bluntly, "our deference to him has to end." "With the war's end, it will." Yoda turned slightly to regard Mace. "A terrible warning, Belderon is. Increasing, the power of the dark side is. Rooted out, Sidious must be." Mace nodded gravely. Rooted out and eliminated. Chapter 21. General Grievous has left the docking bay, a Trade Federation lieutenant relayed to Gunray in his lavish quarters in the core ship's portside command tower. Which docking bay? Gunray said toward the comlink's audio pickup. Below or in the tower? The general's shuttle availed itself of the tower docking ring, Viceroy. Gunray swung around to face Rune Hako. That means he'll be here any moment. He turned to a large circular screen that displayed a real-time view of the antechamber outside his suite. The Nemoidian guards stationed there had also been alerted to Grievous's arrival. Armed with blaster rifles taller than they were, the four wore bulky torso and lower leg armor, and pot-shaped helmets that left their red eyes and green faces exposed. It has to be the Mechno chair, Gunray said, striding back and forth in front of the screen. What did you tell him? Hako asked. Gunray came to a halt. Immediately on being apprised by Shu Mai of the Belderon rendezvous, I contacted Grievous, expressing anger that he hadn't informed me personally. I accused him of purposely leaving me out of the command loop. Hako was horrified. You said that to him? Gunray nodded. He maintained that he had attempted to communicate through the Mechno-chair hyperwave transceiver. I said that I had received no such transmission. They're coming, Hako said, aiming a quavering finger at the display screen. Gunray saw that Grievous was accompanied by four of his elite Magna Guards, fearsome bipedal battle droids built to exacting specifications. They stood as tall as the general and were armed with combat staffs tipped with electromagnetic pulse generators. Armor-weave capes fell diagonally across their broad-shouldered bodies, swathing the crowns of their heads and lower faces. Benefiting from Grievous's own programming, as well as from the instruction Grievous had received from Dooku, the elite were trained in the Jedi arts and more than a match for most. The four Nemoidians stood their ground, bringing their rifles across their chests in a gesture of warning. Grievous's elite didn't even slow down. Mirroring the Nemoidians, they raised their double-tipped electroshock batons, then swung them forward with such speed and precision that Gunray's sentinels were literally swept off their feet as if they were children. Grievous glared into the lens of the holocam mounted outside the hatch. Admit us, Viceroy, or shall I instruct my elite to lay waste to everything that stands between me and you? Hako spun on his heel and hurried for the suite's rear hatch. Where are you going? Gunray said. Running will only make us appear guilty. We are guilty, Hako threw over his shoulder. He doesn't know that. Viceroy, Grievous rasped. Hako stood in the open hatch. He will, and disappeared through it. Gunray paced for a moment, wringing his hands. Then, straightening robes and mitre and pulling his shoulders back, he pressed a fat finger to the hatch release. The general swept into the suite, the four Magna Guards in his angry wake spreading out to both sides, ready for violence. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Gunray said from the center of the main room. Your masters will not tolerate such ill treatment of me. Grievous glowered at him. They will when they learn what you've done. Gunray touched himself in the chest. What are you talking about, you abomination? When Lord Sidious hears that you promised us a world you could not deliver. Stepping forward, a Magna Guard thrust his staff to within a millimeter of Gunray's face. Lord Sidious's alloy puppet, Gunray said, his voice quavering. If not for the Trade Federation, you would have no army to command. Grievous raised his right claw and pointed to Gunray. The Mechno chair. I want to see it. Gunray gulped. In a fit of anger, I had it destroyed and purged from the ship. You're lying. There was no problem with my transmission to you. The chair relayed my message. What are you suggesting? The chair is no longer in your possession. It has somehow fallen into enemy hands, and through it the Republic was able to learn of my plan to attack Belderon. You're brain dead. Grabbing Gunray by the neck, Grievous lifted him a meter off the floor. Before I leave here, you will tell me everything I wish to know. Chapter 22. Poor Gunray, Dooku thought. Pitiful creature. But for having left the Mechno chair behind on Keta Nemoidia, he deserved all the fear Grievous had put into him. Secluded in his castle on Kaon, Dooku had just spoken with the general and was pondering how best to handle the situation. While the incident at Belderon wasn't conclusive proof that the Republic had managed to decrypt the Separatist code and intercept Grievous's transmission to Gunray, it was prudent to assume that this was the case. Dooku had already ordered the general to refrain from using the code for the time being, but the matter of the expropriated hyperwave transceiver was cause for added concern. The very fact that the Republic had tipped its hand at Belderon, declaring the success of its eavesdropping, implied that the Mechnochair had furnished more than intelligence, clues to secrets that would astonish even Grievous. The general was not accustomed to losing in battle. Even when a general among his own species, he had suffered few defeats. That was originally what had brought him to the attention of Sidious. After the Sith Lord had expressed interest in Grievous to Dooku, Dooku in turn had expressed interest in Grievous to Chairman San Hill of the Intergalactic Banking Clan. Poor Grievous, Dooku thought, pitiful creature. During the Hook War, and later while in the employ of the IBC, Grievous had survived numerous attempts on his life, so an assassination attempt was ruled out almost immediately. Hill himself had come up with the idea of a shuttle crash, though that too presented risks. What if Grievous should actually die in the crash? Then the Separatists would simply have to look elsewhere for a commander, Dooku had told Hill, but Grievous had survived, and only too well. In fact, most of the life-threatening injuries he sustained had occurred after he had been pulled for the flaming shuttle wreck, and with great calculation. When at last he had agreed to be rebuilt, promises were made that no critical alterations would be made to his mind. But the Geonosians had ways of modifying the mind without a patient ever being aware that he had been tampered with. Grievous certainly believed that he had always been the cold-blooded conqueror he was now, when in truth his cruelty and prowess owed much to his rebuilding. Sidious and Dooku couldn't have been more pleased with the result. Dooku especially, since he had no interest in commanding an army of droids, and already had his hands full nursemaiding the likes of Nute Gunray, Shu Mai, and the hive-minded others who eventually would form the Council of Separatists. Grievous had been a delight to train as well. No need to coax him to release his anger and rage, as Dooku had been forced to do during the training of his so-called Dark Jedi disciples. The Geonosians had arranged for Grievous to be nothing but anger and rage, and as to the general's combat skills, few, if any, Jedi would be capable of defeating him. There had been moments during the extensive combat sessions when even Dooku had been hard-pressed to outduel the cyborg. But then, Dooku had kept some secrets to himself, just in case. Manipulation of the sort that had gone into the transformation of Grievous went to the heart of what it meant to be a Sith, if indeed the words heart and Sith could be used together. The essence of the dark side lay in a willingness to use any means possible to arrive at a desired end, which in the case of Lord Sidious meant a galaxy brought under the dominion of a single, brilliant mind. The current war had been the result of 1,000 years of careful planning by the Sith, generations of bequeathing knowledge to the dark side from mentor to apprentice. Rarely more than 2 in each generation, from Darth Bane forward, master and apprentice would devote themselves to harnessing the strength that flowed from the dark side, and to making the most of every opportunity to allow darkness to wax, facilitating war, murder, corruption, injustice, and avarice when and wherever possible. Analogous to introducing a covert malignancy to the body politic of the Republic, then monitoring its spread from one organ to another until the mass reached such size that it began to disrupt vital systems. The Sith had learned from their own internecine struggles that systems were brought down from within when power became their reason for being. The greater the threat to that power, the tighter the threatened would cling. That had been the case with the Jedi Order. For 200 years before the coming of Darth Sidious, the power of the dark side had been gaining strength, and yet the Jedi had made only minimal efforts to thwart it. The Sith were pleased by the fact that the Jedi, too, had been allowed to grow so powerful, because in the end their sense of entitlement would blind them to what was occurring in their own midst. So let them be placed on a pedestal, let them grow soft and set in their ways, let them forget that good and evil coexist, let them look no farther than their vaunted temple, so that they would fail to see the proverbial forest for the trees. And by all means, let them grow possessive of the power they had gained, so that they might be that much easier to topple. Not that all of them were blind, of course. Many Jedi were aware of the changes, the drift toward darkness. None perhaps more than aged Yoda. But the masters who made up the Jedi Council were enslaved to the inevitability of that drift. Instead of attempting to get to the root of the coming darkness, they merely did their best to contain it. They waited for the Chosen One to be born, mistakenly believing that only he or she would be capable of restoring balance. Such was the danger of prophecy. It It was into such times that Dooku had been born, placed because of a strong connection to the Force among an order that had grown complacent, self-involved, arrogant about the power that they wielded in the name of the Republic, turning a blind eye to injustices the Republic had little interest in eradicating because of profitable deals forged among those who held the reins of command. While midichlorians determined to some degree a Jedi's ability to use the Force, other inherited characteristics also played a part, notwithstanding the Temple's best efforts to eradicate them. Having hailed from nobility and great wealth, Dooku yearned for prestige. Even as a youngster, he'd been obsessed with learning all he could about the Sith and the dark side of the Force. He had toed the Jedi line, become the Temple's most agile swordmaster and instructor, and yet the makings of his eventual transformation had been there from the start. Without the Jedi ever realizing it, Dooku had been as disruptive to the Order as would be a young boy raised in slavery on Tatooine. His discontent had continued to grow and fester, his frustration with the Republic Senate, with ineffectual Supreme Chancellor Valorum, with the short-sightedness of the Jedi Council members themselves. A Trade Federation blockade of Naboo, rumors of a Chosen One found in a desert world, the death of Qui-Gon Jinn at the hands of a Sith. How could the council members not see what was happening? How could they continue to claim that the dark side obscured all? Dooku had said as much to anyone who would listen. He wore his discontent on the sleeve of his robes. Though they hadn't enjoyed the smoothest of student-teacher relationships, he and Yoda had spoken openly of their portents. But Yoda was living proof of a conservatism that came with extended life. Dooku's true confidant had been Master Sifo-Dyas, who, while also disturbed by what was occurring, was too weak to take action. The battle in Naboo had revealed that the Sith were back in the open, and that a Sith Lord was at work somewhere. The Sith Lord, the one born with the power needed to take the final step. Dooku had given thought to seeking him out, perhaps killing him, but even with little faith he placed in the prophecy was enough to raise doubt that the death of a Sith could halt the advance of the dark side. Another would come, and another. As it happened, there had been no need to hunt for Sidious, for it was Sidious who'd approached him. Sidious's boldness surprised him at first, but it hadn't taken long for Dooku to become fascinated by the Sith. Instead of a lightsaber duel to the death, there had been much discussion, and a gradual understanding that their separate visions for how the galaxy might be rescued from depravity were not so different after all. But partnership with a Sith didn't make one a Sith. As the Jedi arts had to be taught, so too did the power of the dark side, and so began his long apprenticeship. The Jedi warned that anger was the quickest path to the dark side, but anger was nothing more than raw emotion. To know the dark side, one had to be willing to rise above all morality, to throw love and compassion aside, and to do whatever was necessary to bring about the vision of a world brought under control, even if that meant taking lives. Dooku was an eager student, and yet Sidious had continued to hold him at arm's length. Perhaps he had been working with other potential replacements for his earlier apprentice, the savage Darth Maul, who in fact had been nothing more than a minion, like Asajj Ventress and General Grievous. Sidious had recognized in Dooku the makings of a true accomplice, an equal from the other camp, already trained in the Jedi arts, a master duelist, a political visionary. But he needed to gauge the depth of Dooku's commitment. "One of your former confidants in the Jedi Temple has perceived the coming change," Sidious had told him. "This one has contacted a group of cloners regarding the creation of an army for the Republic. The order for the army can stand, for we will be able to make use of that army someday. But Master Sifo-Dyas cannot stand, for the Jedi cannot learn about the army until we are prepared to have them learn of it." And so, with the murder of Sifo-Dyas, Dooku had embraced the dark side fully, and Sidious had conferred on him the title Darth Tyrannus. His final act before leaving the Jedi Order was to erase all mentions of Kamino from the Jedi archives. Then, as Tyrannus, he had found Fett on Bog 4, had instructed the Mandalorian to deliver himself to Kamino, and had arranged for payments to be made to the cloners through circuitous routes. 10 years passed. Under its new Supreme Chancellor, the Republic recovered somewhat, then grew more corrupt and beset with problems than before. As best they could, Sidious and Tyrannus helped things along. Sidious had the ability to see deep into the future, but there was always the unexpected. With the power of the dark side, however, came flexibility. Having traced Fett to Kamino, Obi-Wan Kenobi had turned up on Geonosis. All at once, here was Qui-Gon Jinn's former Padawan right under Dooku's nose. But when he had informed Sidious of Obi-Wan's presence, Sidious had only said, Allow events to play out, Darth Tyrannus, for our plans are unfolding exactly as I have foreseen. The Force is very much with us. And now, a new wrinkle. As a result of Newt Gunray's blunder at Kedanamoidia, the Republic and the Jedi had chanced on a possible way to trace the whereabouts of Sidious and expose him. The Mechno-Chair's exceptional transceiver, and others like it, had been created for Sidious by a host of beings, a few of whom were still alive. And if agents of the Republic, or the Jedi for that matter, were clever and persistent enough, they could succeed in learning more about Sidious than he would want anyone to learn. He had to be informed, Dooku thought. Or did he? For a heartbeat he hesitated, imagining the power that could be his. Then he went directly to the hyperwave transmitter Sidious had given him and began his transmission. Chapter 23. Mace Windu couldn't recall a visit to the Supreme Chancellor's chambers in the Senate office building when his attention hadn't been drawn to Palpatine's curious and somehow unsettling collection of quasi-religious statuary. On one occasion, picking up on Mace's interest, Palpatine had offered lengthy and enthusiastic accounts of when and how he had come by some of the pieces. Acquired at an auction on Kamenor, procured after many years and at great expense from a Corellian dealer in antiquities, salvaged from an ancient temple discovered on a moon of the gas giant Yavin. A gift from the Theed Council of Naboo, another gift from that world's Gungans. Just now, Mace's eyes were on a small, bronzium statue Palpatine had once identified as Wapol, the mythical artisan demigod of disguise. "I'm relieved that you contacted me, Master Jedi," the Supreme Chancellor was saying from the far side of his expansive desk, "as I was about to contact you on a matter of some gravity." "Then speak of your matter first, we will," Yoda said. He was seated for a change atop a cushioned chair that made him appear even smaller than he was. Mace was at Yoda's left hand, sitting with legs widely spread, forearms resting on his knees. Palpatine touched his steepled fingers to his lower lip, then inhaled and sat back in his throne of a chair. "This is rather awkward, Master Yoda, but I suspect that the matter I have in mind is the very one that brought you and Master Windu here. By that, I mean Belderon." Yoda compressed his lips. "Fail you, your intuition doesn't. About Belderon, much to say we have." Palpatine smiled without showing his teeth. "Well then, suppose I begin by saying that I was most pleased to learn of our recent victory there. I only wish I'd been informed of your plans before the fact." "We had no time to corroborate the intelligence we received," Mace said without hesitation. "We thought it best to commit as few Republic ships as could be spared. It was essentially a Jedi operation." "A Jedi operation," Palpatine said slowly, "and by all accounts you, that is, the Jedi, were successful in routing General Grievous's forces." "A rout it was not," Yoda said. "To hyperspace Grievous fled, but protecting the Separatist leaders he was." "I see. And now?" Mace leaned forward. "Wait for him to resurface and strike again." Palpatine regarded him. "Might I be informed of your intelligence next time? Didn't you and I have this discussion after Master Yoda was thought to have been killed at Ithor?" Before Mace could respond, he continued, "You see, the problem here is one of appearances. While I can appreciate the need to keep secret some intelligence, many in the Senate do not. In the instance of Belderon, and largely because it constituted a Republic victory, I was able to allay the fear of certain senators that the Jedi are taking the war into their own hands, and are no longer accountable for their actions." Mace's nostrils flared. "We can't allow the Senate to go on dictating the course of the war." Yoda nodded sagely. "Miring the Jedi in uncertainty some of the Senate's decisions are." He looked askance at Palpatine. "A matter of appearances, this is." Mace made it emphatic. "We're not rogues." Palpatine spread his hands in a gesture of appeasement. "Of course you're not. Nothing could be farther from the truth. But as I say, well, if nothing else, the Senate at least needs to believe that it's being kept informed, particularly in light of the extraordinary powers it has granted this office." He sat straighter in the chair. "Not a day passes that I am not subjected to suspicion, accusations, suggestions of ulterior motive. And, I will tell you, the suspicions do not end here in this office. They extend to the role of the Jedi in the war. Master Jedi, we cannot, under any circumstances, be perceived as being in collusion." Yoda frowned. "In collusion we must be, if victory the goal remains." Palpatine smiled tolerantly. Master Yoda, far be it from me to lecture someone of your vast experience on the nature of politics. But the truth of the matter is that when the war now exiled to the outer rim, we must be judicious about the campaigns we undertake, and about the targets to which we assign our forces. If a lasting peace is ever to be achieved when this madness concludes, each and every act from this point forward must be handled with utmost delicacy. He shook his head. Many worlds loyal to the Republic, circumstance forced us to sacrifice. Others that join the Separatists may wish to return to the Republic. These aren't matters with which I wish to burden the Jedi, but they are the province of this office, and I need to place them first and foremost. The lessons learned from 1,000 years of serving the Republic aren't entirely lost on us, Mace said strongly. The Jedi Council is fully aware of such concerns. Palpatine took the rebuke in stride. Excellent, then we can move on to other matters. Mace and Yoda waited. May I inquire as to how the Jedi learned of Grievous's plan to attack Belderon? A hyperwave transceiver that belonged to Viceroy Gunray was seized at Cata Nemoidia, Mace explained. The device allowed intelligence to decipher the Separatist code. A message transmitted by General Grievous to Viceroy Gunray regarding Belderon was monitored, and we acted on it. Palpatine was staring at him in disbelief. We have the ability to listen in on Separatist transmissions? Unlikely, Yoda said. After Belderon. Palpatine considered it, then frowned. For Belderon, you forfeited the ability to continue monitoring the Separatists. He took a breath, and the frown ebbed. Had I been included in this matter, I would have made the same choice. But I must add, Master Jedi, that I am greatly displeased about having been circumvented. Why wasn't I told? Am I to infer from this that you no longer trust me? No, Yoda almost barked, but into this office come and go many. Our own counsel we kept. Palpatine's face took on sudden color. And yet you continue to place full trust in those around you? Do you realize how some might respond to that, when many of your order have deliberately absent themselves from the war, and some have even gone over to the Separatist side? A decade old such reproaches are, Supreme Chancellor. I fear you delude yourself in this instant, Master Yoda, if you believe that the passage of time makes those reproaches any less valid to your critics. This is getting out of control, Mace thought. He calmed himself before speaking. There's a more important reason for your not being informed about the transceiver. Now Palpatine waited. It contained a stored message, a message transmitted to Viceroy Gunray from Darth Sidious. Palpatine's broad forehead wrinkled in uncertainty. Sidious. I know the name. Dooku Sith Master Sidious is. Learned of him on Geonosis, Master Kenobi did, but eluded us, proof of him has. Now I recall, Palpatine said, Obi-Wan was told that this Sidious had somehow infiltrated the Senate. Dismiss that we have, but lying about Sidious, Dooku wasn't. Palpatine swiveled his chair toward the room's immense curved window, the panorama of Coruscant. Another Sith. Turning back to Yoda, he said, Forgive me, but why is this of such great concern? Carefully balanced this war has been, Republic victories, Separatist victories, and prolonging it, a part the Sith may play. Again, Palpatine paused to consider Yoda's words. I think I begin to understand the reasons for your secrecy. The Jedi are attempting to expose Sidious. In pursuit of clues we are. Might the capture of Sidious end the war? Hasten the end, Mace said. Palpatine nodded in finality. Then I trust that you will accept my apologies. Do whatever you must to hunt Sidious down. Chapter 24. When the Zecharians said it was an asteroid mining operation, I wasn't picturing an actual asteroid, Obi-Wan said from the co-pilot seat of the Republic cruiser. It was TC-16 who told us that, Anakin said. Maybe something was lost in translation. The protocol droid had been sent to Coruscant for further debriefing by Republic intelligence. R2-D2 was on Belderon, where technicians were seeing the damages he had sustained during the battle there. Obi-Wan and Anakin had the old white ship to themselves and had exchanged their Jedi robes for outfits more suitable to itinerant spacers. Named for the asteroid belt in which it was prominent, the Ascarte Commerce Guild facility orbited between massive multi-moon gas giants and an otherwise uninhabited star system 2 hyperspace jumps from Belderon, on the rimward side of the Perlimian trade route. Oblate, when mining operations had commenced 20 years earlier, Escarte was now a concave hemisphere, heavily cratered by the forces of nature and the gargantuan labor droids of the Commerce Guild. Satisfied that every bit of ore had been extracted from Escarte, the Guild had converted the asteroid's consequent quarries, tunnels, and shafts into processing centers and field offices. State-of-the-art tractor beam technology allowed the Guild to capture small asteroids and draw them directly into the facility, rather than have to use tugs or engage in on-site mining. In many ways, Escarte was the ore mining equivalent of the Tabana gas mining facilities that floated in the dense atmosphere of Bespin, far across the stars. On friendly space, the belt was defended by Commerce Guild corvettes and fleet patrol craft modeled on the Geonosian starfighter. Regardless, Republic intelligence had managed to insert one of its agents onto Escarte. Obi-Wan and Anakin hadn't been told when or even if they were going to make contact with the agent, but moments before leaving Belderon, they'd been informed that Thal Kassar, the Bith artisan who allegedly had designed the hyperwave transceiver and holoprojector for Gunray's Mechno chair, had been arrested, on charges yet to be learned. An alert chime sounded from the cruiser's instrument console. Escarte, Anakin said, demanding that we identify ourselves and state our intent. We're freelance merchants in search of work, Obi-Wan reminded him. Anakin activated the comm and said as much to the microphone. Corellian cruiser, a husky voice returned. Negative on your request to dock. Escarte has no job openings. Suggest you try Ancion or Ord Mantell. Obi-Wan's gaze drifted to the viewport. Off to starboard, a corvette was coming in. Intercept vector, Anakin said. Any last-minute instructions, Master? Yes. Stick to the plan. Our best hope for getting close to Kassar is to get ourselves arrested. Anakin grinned. Shouldn't be a problem. Hang on. Obi-Wan already was, and so was able to remain more or less upright in the chair, as Anakin firewalled the thrusters and threw the cruiser into a hard turn. Not away from the corvette, but aimed directly toward it. The council chimed another alert. They're warning us away, Anakin. Anakin kept the cruiser on course. Quick flyby, our way of saying we're not happy about being turned away. No lasers. Promise, we're just gonna buzz them. Obi-Wan watched the corvette grow larger in the viewport. The council continued to chime and escalating alerts. An instant later, 2 turbo laser beams streaked across the cruiser's bow. Obi-Wan clenched his hands on the chair armrests. They're not amused. We'll just have to try harder. Dropping the cruiser's nose, Anakin increased speed. He seemed bent on maneuvering directly under the corvette, but at the last moment he pulled back on the control yoke, taking the cruiser through a spiraling, high-boost climb. A fusillade from the corvette's forward batteries narrowly missed clipping the ship's tail. Enough plausibility, Obi-Wan said. Level out and signal that we're complying. Master, you are not taking our assignment seriously enough. If we make it too easy for them, they'll suspect we're up to something. Obi-Wan saw that 2 patrol craft were rushing in to join the pursuit. With flashes of scarlet light racing alongside, Anakin whipped the cruiser through a teeth-rattling bank and shot for the thick of the asteroid belt. The only thing worse than being your wingmate is being your passenger. Anakin had the ship tipped to one side, intent on weaving it through a cluster of rocks, when a laser bolt struck the closest asteroid. Rubble from the explosion peppered the cruiser's shields, but the council displays confirmed Obi-Wan's hunch that no damage had been done. Anakin took a firm grip on the control yoke and yanked the cruiser into a turn. The control craft clung doggedly, angling to outflank the larger ship, but Anakin kept cheating the turn tighter and tighter, forcing the fighters to break off. The cruiser had no sooner realigned itself than it gave a sudden lurch, snapping Obi-Wan and Anakin back into their seats, then forward into the council. Anakin reached over his head to make adjustments, and the cruiser raced forward once more, only to freeze, then tremble. Obi-Wan scanned the displays. Are we hit? No. Asteroid? Not that either. Don't tell me you've come to your senses and decided to surrender. Anakin showed him a long, suffering look. Tractor beam. From Escarte? Impossible. We're much too far away. That's what I thought. Anakin's hands flew across the instruments, shutting down some systems and activating others. Don't try to fight it, Anakin. The ship won't hold together. A deep shudder from the bowels of the cruiser reinforced his words. Anakin clenched his jaw, then let his hands fall to his sides. Look at it this way, Obi-Wan said, as the cruiser was being drawn toward the distant facility. At least you made them work for it. Gentle with the cruiser, the tractor beam had deposited it in a guild-made crater that was now a docking bay. Ordered out of the ship, Obi-Wan and Anakin stood at the foot of the boarding ramp with their hands clamped on top of their heads. Uniformed Nemoidians and Gossams surrounded the cruiser, and the security team comprising humans, Geonosians, and battle droids was marching toward them. Not exactly the warm welcome we received on Charles IV, Obi-Wan said. Anakin nodded slightly. Almost makes me nostalgic for the Zecharians. Keep your hands where we can see them, the human chief of the security detail shouted as he stepped onto the landing platform. Make no sudden moves. Such drama, Anakin said. No mind tricks, Obi-Wan cautioned. Spoil sport. The light-complected, blonde security officer was as tall as Anakin and wider in the shoulders. A Commerce Guild badge affixed to the collar of his gray uniform showed him to be a captain in the Escarte Guard. He brought the security detail to a halt when everyone was still 3 meters from the boarding ramp. At his signal, the Geonosians spread out to both sides, brandishing wide-muzzled sonic blasters. The captain looked Obi-Wan and Anakin up and down, then circled them once, hands clasped behind his back. Eyeing the ship, he said, I haven't seen one of these in a while, but judging by the retrofitted cannons, I'd have to guess you're not ambassadors of goodwill. Let's just say we've been forced to adapt to the times, Obi-Wan said. The captain scowled at him. What's your business in this sector? We were hoping to find freelance work, Anakin said. You were informed otherwise. Why create problems for yourselves by harassing one of our corvettes? We felt that you'd been impolite when all we wanted was to introduce ourselves. The captain almost laughed. Then this has all been a misunderstanding? Exactly, Obi-Wan said. The captain shook his head in amusement. In that case, we'd be glad to show you around, starting with the detention level. He swung to 2 other humans in the detail, stun-cuff these comedians and search them for concealed weapons. Can't we simply pay a fine and be on our way? Obi-Wan asked as the magnetic cuffs snapped into place around his wrists. Tell it to the judiciary. Frisks completed, the 2 humans stepped away. They're clean. The captain nodded. That's one thing in their favor. Search the ship and impound anything of value. And alert detention that I have 2 for containment. Drawing a blaster from his hip holster, he motioned Obi-Wan and Anakin toward the turbolifts. The crater docking bay was accessed by several corridors, some unchanged since the days they had served as mining tunnels, others reinforced by plasteel girders and dressed up with ferrocrete panels. It was apparent, also, that some of the turbolifts were housed in former mine shafts. The captain indicated an unoccupied lift and followed Obi-Wan and Anakin inside. When 2 Gossams hurried for the same lift, he waved them away. As soon as the door closed, he lowered his weapon and spoke with a sudden urgency. We have to make this quick. You're Travell, Obi-Wan said, using the code name he had been furnished. Things have gotten more complicated with the Biff. He's slated for execution. Anakin's eyebrows met in a V. What did he do? Murder someone? Some sort of accounting error. Execution seems a rather harsh penalty, Obi-Wan said. Escarte Judiciary claims it wants to make an example of him, but it's clear the charges were trumped up. Travell paused. Could have something to do with your being here to see him. Travell hadn't given the reason, but Obi-Wan nodded in acknowledgement. If he's expecting to die, he may not feel inclined to talk to us. My thought, too, Travell said, but maybe if you could break him out. You could arrange that? Anakin said. I can try. The turbolift car came to rest and the door slid open. Welcome to the detention level, Travell said, back in character, and shoving Obi-Wan out into the anteroom beyond. Behind a semicircle of council stood 5 surly non-humans, tusked and ball-domed Quara Aqualish, wearing Commerce Guild uniforms and sporting heavy sidearms. Show our 2 guests to cell 4816, Travell told the sergeant among them. Already occupied by the Biff, Kassar. Misery loves company, Travell said. Executing a crisp about-face, he returned to the turbolift. Emerged from the enclosure of display screens, a 4-eyed Aqualish led Obi-Wan and Anakin into a narrow corridor lined with detention cells. 30 meters along, he stopped to enter a code into a wall-mounted touchpad, and the blood-stained door to 4816 slid open. Square and squalid, it contained neither cots nor refresher. The smell of waste was almost overpowering. Word of warning, the Aqualish said in Basic, the quality of the cuisine is surpassed only by the cleanliness of the accommodations. Then we'll hope to be released before lunch, Obi-Wan said. Thal Kassar was slumped in a corner, his long-fingered hands cuffed in front of him. Slender, even for a Bith, he was well-dressed and seemingly unharmed. Obi-Wan recalled that he had been arrested only the previous day. Kassar glanced up, but didn't return Obi-Wan's nod of greeting. Some fix, Anakin said loudly when the cell sealed. Good job back there. Obi-Wan played along. You didn't help matters any by flooring the security guard. She had it coming. Anakin ambled over to where Kassar was huddled. What landed you in here? He asked. Though surprised to hear his own language spoken by a human, Kassar kept silent. When Anakin made a second attempt, the Bith said in Basic, It's none of your concern. Please leave me alone. Anakin shrugged and joined Obi-Wan on the far side of the room. Patience, Obi-Wan said quietly. Backs pressed to the filthy wall, the two of them sank down onto their haunches. Less than a standard hour had passed when they heard voices in the corridor. The door grated open, revealing Traval and two Aqualish security officers. Without a word, the alien standing to either side of Traval grabbed him by the arms and hurled him headlong into the cell. Obi-Wan caught him before he hit the floor. Another unexpected development? Travail was cuffed and rattled. My cover's blown, he said quietly. Don't know how or by whom. Anakin glanced at Obi-Wan. No coincidence. Someone is onto us. Obi-Wan left it at that. Now what? Were you able to arrange anything? Obi-Wan asked Traval. He nodded. Power failure. Brief, but more than enough time for you to get out of here. Us, Anakin amended. You're coming along. I appreciate that. He frowned in uncertainty. Hope I wasn't wrong in figuring that you two will be able to open the door. Manually, I mean. We can open the door, Obi-Wan assured him. How long before the power fails? Anakin asked. An hour from now. Travail glanced at Kassar. What about him? Anakin stood up and crossed the room. I know you're not interested in small talk, but we think we may have a way to get out of here. Does that interest you? The Bith's lidless black eyes grew considerably larger. Yes, thank you. Just be ready. Take the tunnel to the left of the guard station, Traval was telling Obi-Wan when Anakin returned. Keep taking lefts until you reach a stairway, then follow that to the docking level. You're going a different way? Anakin said. Someone has to deactivate the tractor beam, or your ship's not leaving. 2 levels below this one, there's a power coupling station. I know just enough to disable it temporarily. You're not going alone, Obi-Wan said. Anakin grinned at him. I believe it's your turn. Obi-Wan didn't argue. That means Kassar goes with you. Don't allow him out of your sight, Anakin. Travel nodded toward the cell block corridor. We'll still have the guards to deal with. Don't worry about them, Anakin said. Spreading his hands, he snapped the cuffs from his wrists. Obi-Wan did the same, then snapped Traval's open. Traval smiled broadly. I love a good plan. Anakin and Obi-Wan were standing by the door when the cell's grime-encrusted illuminator faltered and died. Obi-Wan shoved his hand sideways through the air, and the door retracted. Traval shook his head in wonderment. It never ceases to amaze me. Anakin swung to Kassar. Now! Hurry! The 4 of them moved into the unlit hall. Emergency power should come on shortly, Traval said. Ahead of them, they could hear the 5 guards toggling switches on the console and speaking in excited voices. Anakin wasn't halfway to the anteroom when one of the guards appeared at the end of the narrow corridor. The Aqualish's huge eyes allowed him to see in the dark, but not as well as the Bith, nor as well as the Jedi. Before the guard could realize what was happening, his raised blaster was soaring down the corridor into Anakin's hand. A force push from Obi-Wan sent the Aqualish flailing back into the anteroom and slamming into the turbolift wall. The rest of the guards hurried out from behind the darkened council to counterattack. By then, Obi-Wan and Anakin were on them, dropping them with punches, sidekicks, force pushes. Bodies sailed across the anteroom, tumbled over one another, smashed into display screens. One Aqualish managed to get off a shot, but the blaster bolt missed anyone during its mad carome around the room. The fracas was over almost before it began. In the red glow of emergency lights, Kassar cast a dumbfounded look around. You're Jedi. 2 out of 3, Traval said. But what are you doing here? On Ascarte? Anakin pressed his forefinger to his lips with elaborate seriousness. Republic business. Then into Kassar's hands he pressed the blaster he had summoned from the guard. Kassar stared at the weapon. But I won't need it. Here's where we part company, Travail said to Anakin. Remember, stay left until you reach the stairway. Where are you sending him? Kassar asked. Docking Bay 36. The Bith nodded. I know the way. Travail chuckled. This just keeps getting better and better. He swung back to Anakin. Kassar will also know the way to Docking Bay 40. That's where we'll be waiting for you. Escarte Control won't be able to bring the tractor beam back online immediately, and judging by the way you fly, you shouldn't have much trouble dodging the patrol craft. But good luck anyway. Thanks, but there's no such thing. As Travail and Obi-Wan were running off, Anakin noticed that one of the turbolift cars was descending. Security detail coming to check on the guards, Kassar said. Anakin nodded toward the dark corridor they were supposed to take. Go! Kassar's long legs propelled him at a fast clip, but instead of going left as Travail had advised, he turned right at the first intersection. Anakin grabbed him by the shoulder and spun him around. This isn't the way we were told to go. The captain's a newcomer to Escarte, the Bith said, short of breath. I've been here for 15 years. I know every route through this rock. Anakin regarded him in silence. Trust me, Jedi. I have nothing to gain by lying to you and remaining here. Anakin tapped him into motion. Several minutes of running brought him to a rickety stairway, which Kassar didn't hesitate to climb. I'd still like to know what you did to end up in detention, Anakin asked from behind Kassar. And I wish I could tell you, he said. My superior, a Gossam, said I'd made an accounting error that would cost the Commerce Guild a small fortune. You were always an exec? I started out as a technician. Design, installation, the whole gamut. Gradually I worked my way up. Up, maybe, but you're on the wrong side in this war. Your entire species. Kassar stopped to catch his breath. Clackdoor 7 had little choice, he said. The Separatists were offering unrestricted access to hyperspace routes, better deals in trade goods, no interference. As for me, I was already working for the Guild. One day it was business as usual. The next, on the heels of what happened on Geonosis at any rate, the Guild was suddenly at war with the Republic. He raised his gaze. We go left at the top of the stairs. Anakin heard a note of indecision in his voice. You don't sound as sure as you did. I haven't been in this area for a long while, but I'm certain we can reach the docking level. The rock walls of the corridor into which they were raced bore the scars of the giant drills that had hollowed Escarte. Light and oxygen were scant, and the uneven floor was slippery. Anakin clamped his right arm around the Bith's narrow waist to help him along. Wait, Kassar said suddenly. What's wrong? Kassar's eyes filled with dread. I made a mistake. We shouldn't have come this way. Anakin prevented him from moving. Too late to turn back. We have to. You don't understand. Kassar's words were swallowed by the sound of servo motors and hydraulics. Around a bend in the gloomy tunnel raced a dwarf spider droid, its long-barreled blaster cannon already sweeping side to side in search of targets. Chapter 25. Someone's coming, Obi-Wan warned Travail. They were standing on a narrow gantry that accessed the control panel for Escarte's No. 3 tractor beam coupling station. 6 meters high, the tower rose from a circular platform that projected from the wall of a deep air shaft. They'd had to wait for full power to return to the area before seeing to the task of disabling the tractor beam. Initially, Travail had made a few mistakes, but he had sorted through his confusion and was almost done. Obi-Wan peered around the corner of the tower in the direction of the voices he had heard. 3 Geonosian security guards were approaching the coupling station from a corridor on the far side of the shaft. Never a lightsaber when you need one, Travail whispered. Can you divert them somehow? Obi-Wan considered his options, then made a flickering motion with his fingers of his right hand. An unidentifiable sound issued from deeper in the corridor the guards had taken. Whirling, the 3 Geonosians hurried off to investigate. Travail shook his head back and forth in appreciation of Obi-Wan's skill. It's a wonder the war isn't over yet. Too few of us. Travail studied Obi-Wan for a moment. Is that the reason? Obi-Wan touched Travail on the arm and motioned with his bearded chin to the tower. No time to waste. The Jedi watched over Travail's shoulder as he dialed the coupling power feed to 0. These things are the future, Travail said. Fill a ship with enough tractor beam arrays and you could prevent an enemy from jumping to hyperspace. There aren't ships large enough. There will be, Travail said, to ensure that another war doesn't happen. Mainstay of the Commerce Guild's mining operation, the dwarf spider droid was a hunter-killer. The spider didn't stand much taller than a Trade Federation battle droid, but it was agile and equipped with two powerful blaster cannons. Perched at the juncture of four splayed legs, the hemispherical body was dominated by two huge circular photoreceptors, which appeared to be fixed on Anakin and Kassar as the droid rushed in to make the kill. Anakin threw Kassar to one side and rolled as the dwarf spider fired. Two glaring bolts gouged a trench in the hewn floor of the tunnel, and the report of the cannon resounded deafeningly from the walls. The head pivoted, photoreceptors finding Anakin, and the weapon discharged again. Anakin flipped himself away. Calling on the Force, he swirled his hands in front of him to prevent the intense heat from engulfing him. Rolling once more, he tried to get underneath the droid's striding legs, but the spider anticipated him, skittered backward, and loosed another burst. Anakin leapt. Propelled by the Force, as well as the force of the explosion, he struck the arched ceiling and fell hard to the floor. Blacking out for a moment, he awoke to find the droid charging toward him, reorienting the smaller of its cannons to place him in the crosshairs. Catapulting to his feet, he flew forward, intent on ripping the power cells from beneath the droid's dome. No less determined, the droid countered by retreating and rearing up. Falling short of the mark, Anakin curled his body, counting on momentum to carry him forward. The spider continued to retreat, then dropped back on all fours, traversing its cannon. Feigning a sidestep, Anakin hurled himself completely under the droid, but still couldn't find cover. He heard the sound of the spider's dome rotating, then the sound of the muzzle of the long cannon hitting the scabrous wall. Realizing that it had entered a section of the tunnel too narrow to allow for a half-turn, the droid stamped its legs in frustration, then began to back itself into the wider stretch. Without a clear plan in mind, Anakin chased it, heard the dome begin to pivot once more, then the sound of a hand blaster set in full automatic. 10 meters down the hall, Kassar was on his feet, the heavy weapon held in front of him in a two-handed grip, firing directly into the spider's bulging red photoreceptors and power cells. Confused, the droid tried desperately to turn around, but there wasn't room. Loose rock calved from the walls as the barrel of the cannon struck again and again. All the while, the Biff continued to advance, emptying the blaster's power cell. An electronic shriek tore from somewhere inside the spider, and sparks began to geyser from its perforated dome. The four legs danced in anger for a longer moment, then stopped, and the tunnel began to fill with smoke. Finally, the droid collapsed, the tip of its cannon slamming into the floor at Kassar's feet. Anakin eased around the smoking machine and gently removed the blaster from the Biff's shaking grip. The droid's dome pinged as it cooled. A steady serration escaped the blaster's gas chamber. "How much farther?" Anakin asked her after a moment. "We're close," Kassar said in a daze. "Half a kilometer or so past the bend." "Can you make it?" Kassar nodded, and they hurried through the final stretch, emerging from a tunnel opening at the rear of the docking bay. 100 meters away, the cruiser was sitting just where the tractor beam had left it. Few guards were about, and most of them were battle droids. Anakin took a moment to study the disposition of the droids, then turned to Kassar, who seemed to have recovered from the ordeal in the tunnel. "No matter what I do, I want you to head straight for the boarding ramp. Don't stop running until you're inside the ship. Understand?" Kassar nodded. Anakin leapt out of the corridor, deliberately calling attention to himself to distract the droids from firing at Kassar. Evading blaster bolts with perfectly timed jumps and rolls, he got close enough to the droids to wave some of them into others, toppling them as if they had been picked up by a strong wind. From one, he called the blaster rifle into his own hands and mowed down those that were still on their feet. Following Kassar up the boarding ramp, he rushed into the cockpit and began to power up the cruiser's defensive systems. Bolts from the droid's blasters ricocheted from the fuselage and transparent steel panels. Traversing the cruiser's fore and aft cannons, Anakin fired, burying the droids under huge chunks of ferrocrete blown from the walls and ceiling. When the flight systems were online, he left the cockpit to search for Kassar, who was sitting on the floor of the main hold, panting. "Why aren't you raising the ship?" the Biff said. "Guild corvettes are probably already on the way." Anakin stepped closer to him, his expression darkening visibly. "You and I need to talk first, and either you answer my questions or I jettison you here and let the Gossams do what they will with you." The Biff's eyes expanded. "Talk? About what?" "A hyperwave transceiver you designed 14 years ago." 14 years ago? I can barely remember last week." Anakin glared at him from beneath an angrily furrowed brow. "Think harder." "Why are you doing this to me? I just saved your life." Remind me to thank you later. Right now, you're going to tell me about the transceiver. It would have been a special order, more than the usual secrecy. You would have been well paid. You installed it in a mechno chair. Kassar started. His wrinkled mouth puckered and he stared at Anakin in terror. Now it all comes together. My arrest and imprisonment, the death sentence, the transceiver. That's what brought you here. Who placed the order? I suspect you already know the answer. How did he contact you? Through my personal comlink. He needed someone of great skill, someone willing to follow his every instruction without question. The designs he sent were like nothing I had ever seen. The end result was almost artistic. Why did he allow you to live? Afterward. I was never sure. I knew I'd been useful. I thought he might require additional devices, but I never heard from him again. If you're right about your arrest, that means he has been keeping an eye on you. Tell me the rest, and we might be able to keep you from his long reach. That's everything. You're holding something back, Anakin said in a flat, menacing tone. I can feel it. Kassar gulped and clutched at his neck. I built 2 of them. Who received the second one? One of the Separatist leaders? Swallowing with difficulty, Kassar said, It went to Sinar. Anakin blinked in surprise. Wraith Sinar? To Sinar Advanced Projects. It was designed for some sort of experimental spacecraft they were building. Who was the craft meant for? I don't know. I swear, Jedi, I don't. Kassar paused and added, But I knew the pilot Sinar hired to deliver the ship. Knew? I don't know if she's still alive, but I know where you could begin to look. Obi-Wan and Treval negotiated the cofferdam that linked Escarte's airlock to a docking ring just forward of the cruiser's tri-barreled thruster fantail. Stepping into the main hold, Treval gave a shout of joy. Good to be alive. Obi-Wan glanced at Thal Kassar, thinking the Bith might feel the same. Instead, Kassar was curled up on the hold's worn acceleration couch. Obi-Wan hurried onto the cockpit and strapped into the co-pilot seat. Any problems reaching the ship? The usual close calls, Anakin said evasively. Obviously, you were successful at disabling the tractor beam. Not a skill I expect to draw on again, but yes, thanks to Treval. Anakin glanced at the council, waiting for the cofferdam telltale to go off, then called on the thrusters to move the cruiser away from Escarte. Off to port, Obi-Wan saw 2 Guild corvettes dead in space. And here I was, certain we weren't out of this yet. Anakin shrugged. Anticlimactic. Obi-Wan regarded him for a moment. Kassar seemed rather subdued. Were you able to question him? Anakin busied himself with the controls. Briefly. And? We have a new lead. Before Obi-Wan could reply, Anakin said, Hyperspace coordinates coming in. Banking widely, the cruiser left Escarte and sluggish light behind. Chapter 26. Coruscant had places one couldn't persuade a droid air taxi driver to take one, even with the promise of a free year of lubrication baths at Industrial Automaton. The labyrinth of dark back streets south of Corsica Circus, Daring Way where it crossed Vos Gessel and Upper Uskrew, Hazard Sky Tunnel and the Minari Uplift, and just about anywhere in the sector known colloquially as the Works. Footmat to the Senate District with its new architecture, spires and domes, its blade-thin obelisks that resembled off-used candles dipped in gleaming alloy. The Works had been a booming manufacturing area until escalating costs had driven the production of spacecraft parts, labor droids, and construction materials off-world. Kilometer after cheerless kilometer of flat-roof factories and assembly plants, towering cranes and enormous gantries. Endless stretches of pitted maglev tracks that might have been overgrown with weeds if weeds grew on Coruscant. Skyscraping clusters of vacant corporate buildings with rocket fin buttresses. For standard centuries, the sector had been the destination for billions of hard-working immigrants from the Inner Rim and the colonies, seeking employment and new lives in the core. Now the Works was a destination for fugitives from Nar Shaddaa who needed a hole to crawl into. A Coruscanti might risk a visit to the Works if he had just been laid off by the Bank of Aragu and was looking for someone to disintegrate his former boss. Or perhaps when death sticks no longer satisfied and a capsule of crude was in order. It was the gritty, toxic smoke that still belched from the stacks of factories closed for generations that made for the crimson gold splendor of Coruscant sunsets, gawked at by the affluent habitués of the Senate District's Sky Sitter restaurant. The entire sector might have been demolished if it could be determined with any certainty just who owned what. Rumors persisted that hired assassins and crime syndicates had buried so many bodies in the works that it should be considered a cemetery. And yet, Dooku loved the place. The antithesis of his native Sereno, the works was very much a home away from home for the human who had earned the title Darth Tyrannus. One structure in particular, columnar in shape, round-topped, propped by angular ramparts, rising from the defiled core of the works like a stake driven into its heart. Strong in the dark side, made so by Darth Sidious, the building had been the place of Dooku's apprenticeship, just as it had served as a training ground for Darth Maul before Dooku, and who knew who or how many other Sith disciples before Maul. During the 10 years preceding the outbreak of the war, when Count Dooku of Sereno was believed to have been peddling his separatist agenda to disenfranchised worlds of the mid and outer rims, he had, in fact, spent long periods of time in the works, coming and going at will or as required of him by Darth Sidious. Even in the 3 years since, he had been able to visit Coruscant without fear of detection, thanks in part to unique countermeasures the Geonosians had engineered into his interstellar sloop. The modified Punwarka 116 rested on its slight landing gear in the building's vast docking space. With its needle-tipped bow carapaces and the spherical cockpit module they gripped, the sloop was typically Geonosian in design. Its signature sail, however, had been obtained with Sidious's help from a dealer in pre-Republic antiquities in the Gree Enclave. Furled into the ventral carapace now, seldom used any longer, it had been created by an ancient spacefaring race that had taken to the grave the secrets of superlight emission propulsion. Having ordered the sloop's FA-4 pilot droid to remain in the ball cockpit, Dooku was walking some of the stiffness of the long voyage out of his legs. His black trousers were tucked into black dress boots, and his black tunic was cinched by a wide belt of costly leather. Thrown back over his shoulders, the Sereno armor-weave-lined cape shimmered behind him. He made no efforts to disguise himself for such trips to Coruscant. The silver hair, mustache, beard, and flaring eyebrows that gave him the look of a stage magician were as meticulously groomed as ever. Normally measured, Dooku's pace was rushed and somewhat haphazard, evidence to anyone who knew him that the Count was troubled. If asked, he might have admitted as much. Even so, in moments when he could put aside the reasons for his visit, he surveyed the docking bay with a certain fondness, recalling the years he had spent under Sidious's tutelage, learning the ways of the Sith, practicing the dark arts, perfecting himself. Mastering evil, Yoda might have said. The problem was partly semantic, in that the Jedi Order had seen to it that the dark side of the Force had become equated with evil. But was shade more evil than stark sunlight? Recognizing that the dark side was on the ascendant, the Jedi, in service to the Force, should have known enough to embrace it, to ally themselves with it. After all, it was all a matter of balance, and if the preservation of balance required the dark side to be on top, then so be it. With Dooku, Sidious hadn't had to waste precious hours on lightsaber technique, nor on ridding Dooku of ill habits born of a lifetime spent in the Jedi Temple, for Dooku had long before rid himself of those. Instead, Sidious had focused on giving Dooku what had amounted to a crash course in tapping into the power of the dark side, a mere taste of which had proved intoxicating, enough to convince Dooku that no course was left open to him but to abandon the Order, more, that his entire life had been preparation for his apprenticeship to Sidious, that at long last he had found a true mentor. The Sith saw no need to take on only young disciples, though they often did. Sometimes the training went smoother with disciples who had lived long enough to grow disillusioned or angry or vengeful. The Jedi, by contrast, were shackled by compassion, their penchant for showing mercy, for granting forgiveness, for heeding the dictates of conscience, prevented them from giving themselves over to the dark side, from becoming as a force of nature itself, paranormally strong and quick, capable of conjuring Sith lightning, of exteriorizing rage, all without the need for the magic hand passes the Jedi were so fond of employing. The Sith understood that the elitism and mobsterism of the Republic could be ended only by bringing the diverse beings of the galaxy under the control of a single hand. The galaxy could only be saved from itself by the imposition of order. What fools the Jedi were to not see it, blind to their own downfall, the coming of their end time. What fools. The sound of soft footfalls made Dooku turn. From off to one side of the docking bay, a figure approached. dressed in a hooded cloak of burgundy material, closed at the neck by a distinctive clasp, and so soft and voluminous that it covered everything but the lower portion of the figure's face and his hands. Rarely was that hood lowered, allowing the wearer to walk unnoticed through the byways and plazas of Coruscant's blurred underground, just another recluse or religious initiate arrived in the core from some world beyond imagining. Of his youth, Sidious had offered little these past 13 years. Of his master, Darth Plagueis, even less. More than once it had occurred to Dooku that Sidious and Yoda had certain qualities in common. Principally, that neither was entirely what he appeared to be, that is, made frail by age, or by the intensity required to master the Sith or Jedi arts. On Geonosis, Yoda's easy parrying, and indeed handling, of the Sith lightning Dooku hurled at him had come as a surprise, had made him wonder if, on some level during the course of Yoda's 800-odd years, the Jedi Master hadn't delved into the dark arts, if only as a means of familiarizing himself with his perceived enemy. And on Vajun, only months ago, Yoda himself had admitted as much. "Carry a darkness within me, I do," he had said. Yoda probably believed that he had defeated Dooku on Geonosis, but in fact, Dooku had only fled the fight to safeguard the plans he'd been carrying, the technical readouts to what would one day become the ultimate weapon. "Welcome, Darth Tyrannus," Sidious said as he drew nearer. "Lord Sidious," Dooku said, bowing slightly at the waist. "I spared no haste in leaving Kaon." "And you took a great risk, you did, my apprentice." Whether by nature or design, Sidious's words came slowly, sibilantly. "A calculated risk, my lord." "Do you fear that the Republic has become so adept at eavesdropping that they can now listen in on our private transmissions?" "No, my lord. As I told you, the Republic has probably deciphered the code we've been using to communicate with our partners, shall we say. But I am confident that the Intelligence Division knew nothing of our plans for dealing with the Bith at Ascarte." "Then my instructions were carried out?" "They were." "And still you have come here," Sidious said. "Some matters are best discussed in real time." Sidious nodded. "Then let us speak of these things in real time." They walked in silence to a balcony that overlooked the desolate sprawl of the works. In the far distance, the glassy towers of the Senate District disappeared into clouds. One of Dooku's previous visits had followed the assassination of a faithless senator by Jedi Knight Quinlan Voss. Duped by Dooku on several occasions, Voss had managed to track Dooku to the works, though he apparently hadn't perceived just how deeply the dark side had taken root there. "I suspect that the planned disappearance of Thal Kassar did not go according to plan," Sidious said finally. "Regretfully, my lord. He was taken into custody, but our guild confederates at Ascarte failed to act quickly enough. Hours from execution, Kassar was rescued and spirited from the facility by a Republic intelligence agent, who had the help of 2 Jedi. Dooku had been able to count on one hand the number of times he had seen Sidious angry. Suddenly, he needed 2 hands. "I would hear more of this, Lord Tyrannus," Sidious said with purposeful slowness. "I have since learned that the same 2 Jedi recently visited the Z-Char world of Charos IV. Well ahead of Dooku, Sidious said, "The engraver of the Mechno chair." "The same." Sidious pondered it for a moment. "From Viceroy Gunray to the Z-Char engraver to the Bith who implemented my designs for the hyperwave transceiver and holoprojector." "The Jedi mean to expose you, my lord." "And what if they should?" Sidious snapped. "Do you think that would bring an end to what I have set in motion?" "No, my lord, but this is unexpected." Sidious eyed Dooku from beneath the hood of his cloak. Yes, it is, as you say, unexpected." He returned his gaze to the far-off towers. "Some day I may choose to reveal myself to the galaxy, but not now. This war must be made to continue a while longer. There are worlds and persons we still need to convert to our side." "I understand. Tell me, who is conducting this search?" Dooku exhaled with purpose. "Skywalker and Kenobi." Sidious took a long moment to respond. "The so-called chosen one, and a Jedi with enough good fortune to almost make one believe in luck." Without turning from the view, he added, "I am displeased by this turn of events, Lord Tyrannus. Greatly displeased." Once Master and Padawan, Kenobi and Skywalker had become the scourge of Dooku's existence. On Geonosis, he had deliberately allowed them to pursue him, just as Sidious had instructed him to do. Also, as instructed, Dooku had made Kenobi aware of the existence of Darth Sidious, as a means of confusing the Jedi Order by telling them the truth. In the sloop's docking bay, he had demonstrated his mastery to Kenobi and Skywalker, although Skywalker hadn't been as easily defeated the second time they had dueled. Enraged, the young Jedi had proved a powerful opponent, and Dooku suspected he had grown only more powerful since Geonosis. "Long have I watched young Skywalker," Sidious had once admitted, "and all the more so of late. My lord, the Jedi may search for others who contributed to fashioning the communications device you distributed to Gunray, myself, and others. Also, there is the matter of Grievous's defeat of Belderon." Sidious made a gesture of accepting that defeat. "Do not trouble yourself about Belderon. It may suit our ultimate purpose to have the Republic believe that they have chased us from their precious core. As regards your concern for keeping secret my whereabouts, I am moved. But here, too, I begin to see a way to engineer events in our favor." He paused to consider something, then said, "Yes, I begin to see the blazes along the trail Skywalker and Kenobi will follow." Sidious turned to Dooku, grinning malevolently. "Their single-mindedness will deliver them into our hands, Lord Tyrannus. We will set our trap for them on Naos 3. Dooku allowed his skepticism to show. "As remote a world as can be found in known space, my lord." "Nevertheless, Kenobi and young Skywalker will find their way to it." Dooku decided to take it on faith. "What would you have me do?" "Nothing more than make arrangements, for you are needed elsewhere. Employ outsiders." Dooku nodded. "It is done." "One small addendum. See to it that Obi-Wan Kenobi ceases to be an irritant." Sidious sneered the name. "He represents so forceful a threat to our plans?" Sidious shook his head. "But Skywalker does, and Kenobi. Kenobi has been as a father to him. Orphan Skywalker once and for all, and he will shift." "Shift?" "To the dark side." "An apprentice?" Sidious gazed at him. "In good time, Lord Tyrannus. All in good time." Chapter 27. Having suffered through all 4 hours of Palpatine's State of the Republic address to the Senate, interrupted dozens of times by standing ovations, an archaic tradition not practiced since the era of Supreme Chancellor Exius Valorum, Bail Organa watched from the backseat of the air taxi as a trio of assault cruisers lifted off into Coruscant's flame-orange sky, casting their wedge-shaped shadows on the spired roof of the Jedi Temple. Bail's destination. He instructed the droid pilot to set the taxi down on the temple's northeast landing platform, where 2 Jedi younglings were waiting for him. The opulence of the temple's wide corridors was lost on him as he followed his escort to the room the Order used for public meetings, rather than the circular chamber reserved for private conclaves in the summit of the High Council spire. A hollow recording of Palpatine's speech was running in the center of the room when Bail was admitted. Around the hollow projector table sat council members Yoda, Mace Windu, Saucy Tin, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Shakti, Stas Ali, Plo Koon, and Kit Fisto. "And so it is with a heavy heart that I commit 200,000 additional troops to the Outer Rim sieges," the hollow image of the Supreme Chancellor was saying, though in full confidence that the end of this brutal conflict is now in sight. Cast from the core, expelled from the inner rim and colonies, driven from the mid-rim, and soon to be exiled in the spiral arms, the Confederacy will pay a dear price for what they have brought down on our fair house. He paused for applause, which went on for far too long. Droid cams buzzed around the great rotunda to highlight the more well-known of the Palpatine-friendly factions, then, coming full circle, closed on Palpatine's 30-meter-tall podium to linger on the 24 human naval officers who were standing just below the summit, clapping enthusiastically. "A show of force this is," Yoda remarked. Dressed in robes of magenta and forest green, Palpatine continued. "Some of you may question why my heart is heavy when my tidings bring news of such long-awaited redress. The decision weighs on me because I would sooner say, enough is enough, let the Confederacy, the Separatists, wither and die on their own in the Outer Rim. Let us keep our best and brightest home. Let us refrain from bringing bloodshed to any more worlds, harm to our noble soldiers, our trusted Jedi Knights." Yoda harumphed. Sadly, though, I cannot decide with my heart alone, because we cannot allow the enemies of democracy to rest and recuperate. Like a life-threatening growth taken hold in the body, they must be excised. As a contagious disease, they must be eradicated. If not, our children's generation and generations to come will live under the threat that those who brought chaos to the galaxy will find the strength to regroup and attack anew. Applause break, Bale said, because he had been there. The Jedi Masters stirred in their high-backed chairs, but said nothing. Lest my statements convey an impression that the hardest decisions are behind us, let me hasten to add that much work remains to be done. So much rebuilding, so much reordering. To you, all of you, will I look for guidance in determining which worlds we should welcome back into the Republic's embrace, and which, if any, should be kept at arm's length, or shunned for the injuries they have heaped upon us. Similarly, will I look to you for guidance in reshaping our Constitution to conform to the needs of the new epoch. What does he mean by that? Mace Windu interjected. Finally, will I look to you, all of you, to author a new spirit in Coruscant, in the core, throughout the star systems where the light of democracy continues to shine, so that we can look forward to another 1,000 years of peace, and another 1,000 beyond that, and so on, until war itself is stamped from our just domain. Had enough? Stas Ali asked, while the Senate broke into extended applause. Tall, slender, and dark-complected, she wore a cloth headdress similar in design to that worn by her immediate predecessor in the council, Adigalia. When no one objected, she deactivated the holoprojector. Turning to Bale, Yoda said, "Appreciate your visit, we do, Senator Organa. I just wanted all of you to know that, despite what the HoloNet news might lead you to believe, not all of us were on our feet. Aware of this, we are." Bale gestured broadly to the room's triangular windows and shook his head in dismay. Coruscant's already in a celebratory mood. You can practically taste it in the air. Premature any celebration is, Yoda said ruefully. Mace leaned forward in his chair. What can Palpatine be thinking, committing half of Coruscant's home force to the Outer Rim sieges? Emboldened Palpatine is, by what we achieved at Belderam. The Supreme Chancellor singles out Maigito, Salokami, and Felucia, Plo Koon said from beneath the mask that supplied him with life gases. Ki-Adi-Mundi's elongated head made a subtle nod. A triad of evil, he labeled them. Separatist bastions they are, Yoda said, but so remote, so insignificant. A danger to the body of the Republic, Bale said. Mace ridiculed the idea. When the body is damaged, it prioritizes. It doesn't rally its defenses to deal with a pinprick when the chest has been holed by a blaster bolt. Bale glanced around the room. Some of us are concerned that the Supreme Chancellor has been persuaded to press these sieges as a means of acquiring worlds by force. There are bills before the Senate now that could grant him the authority to overrule local system governments. Yoda compressed his lips in indignation. A labyrinth of evil this war has become, but protect ourselves we must. Safeguard the traditions the Jedi have upheld for 1,000 generations. Mace ran a hand over his shaven head. We can only hope that Obi-Wan and Anakin find their way to the source of this war before it's too late. Chapter 28. With a slurping sound, Anakin's right leg sank almost to the knee in the muck that passed for Naos' 3's Main Street. An equally onomatopoeic sound accompanied Anakin's reclaiming of the leg, and expletives flew from his lips as he hopped off on his left foot toward solid ground. Crossing his right leg over his left while standing, he tried to shake some of the filth from his boot, then pointed to a pinkish strand that refused to let go. "What is that?" he asked in alarmed disgust, with breath clouds punctuating his every word. Reluctantly, Obi-Wan leaned in to peer at the slick boot, not wanting to get too close. It could be something alive, or something that was once alive, or something that came from something alive. Well, whatever it is, it's going to have to catch a ride on someone else. Obi-Wan straightened and shoved his hands deeper into the sleeves of his robe. I warned you there are worse places than Tatooine. Lining both sides of the puddled street were low-slung prefab buildings, their alloy roofs capped with crystalline snow and bearded with thick icicles. Pieces of a collapsed skyway had been moved to one side of the street, left to marinate in a puddle much like the one Anakin had inadvertently waded into, and fashioned by areas of radiant heating that still functioned beneath the mostly ruined ceramicrete paving. Anakin began stomping his boot on the solid ice. Ultimately, the clingy, unidentifiable pink thing decided it had had enough and flew off into a snowdrift. "Worst places in Tatooine," he mumbled. "And what? You feel we need to visit every last one of them? When are we going to be allowed to return to Coruscant?" "Blame Thal Kassar. He was the one who suggested we should start here." Anakin gazed around. "I just can't help thinking the next place will be worse." They both fell silent for a moment, then said in unison, "Almost makes me nostalgic for Ascarte." Anakin winced. "You know it's time to end the partnership when that happens. In fact, I could see you and Yoda teaming up. You share the same fondness for caution and lectures." "Yes, we're two of a kind, old Yoda and me." They continued their slog toward what seemed to be the heart of the place. For most of its short year, the moon, known as Naos 3, was a frigid little orb with days that never seemed to end. Indigenous herbivores and carnivores had been hunted to extinction early on by colonists from Rhodia and Ryloth, lured by the hope of discovering rich veins of Ryle spice in Naos 3's volcanically heated cave systems. The creatures one saw most often now were bovine rhycrites and woollier than normal banthas. The moon's continued habitation, owing to a pink-fleshed delicacy, fished from the ice-covered rivers that plunged turbulent and roaring from a surround of nearly sheer mountains. Known as the Naos Sharptooth, the fish spawned only in the coldest months, was shipped off-world, flash-frozen, and sold at exorbitant prices in eateries from Mon Calamari to Corellia. Still, few locals banked enough credits to buy passage off Naos 3, preferring instead to return their meager earnings to Naos 3's mercantile, which oversaw the sharp-tooth industry and owned nearly every store, hotel, gambling parlor, and cantina. The dispirited humanoids who had colonized the moon had never bothered to award a name to their principal population center, so it too was known as Naos 3. Visitors expecting to find a typical spaceport found instead a cluster of fortified hilltops, interconnected by bridges that spanned a delta of waterways. As befitted a place with such a dearth of creativity, the moon had attracted nomads and spacers of dubious character, either eager to lose or reinvent themselves. While Rhodians and Letha and Twi'leks comprised the majority, humans and other humanoids were well represented. A few wealthy sports fishers arrived each year, but Naos 3 was simply too remote and too lacking in infrastructure to support a tourist trade. Despite the fact that the moon seemed a perfect place for a red-complected Twi'lek to hide, Obi-Wan doubted that Fale Lay would be found here. To begin with, she would have certainly changed her name by now, possibly even the color of her complexion. More important, Naos 3 didn't offer much in the way of job opportunities for a former spice runner, unless Lay was one of the death-defying few who piloted loads of flash-throwing sharptooths to the Tion or core world on the Perilium. According to Kassar, Lay had been in the business of transporting shipments of spice from Ryloth to worlds in Hutt space when Sinar had hired her to deliver the experimental spacecraft for which Kassar had constructed a transceiver identical to the one he had affixed to Gunray's Mechno chair. To Obi-Wan's mind, the ship in question could only be the modified Star Courier that had belonged to the Sith he had killed on Naboo, and had been confiscated by the Republic after the battle there. Flight, weapons, and communication systems had self-destructed when Republic intelligence agents had bungled an attempt to enter the courier, but, unknown to many, its burned-out carcass still sat in a clandestine loading bay in Theed. It had long been assumed that the tattooed Zabrak Sith had performed the modifications, but information supplied by Kassar suggested that Wraith Sinar's Advanced Projects Laboratory had been responsible not only for building the ship, but also for implementing Darth Sidious's designs. Obi-Wan and Anakin might have gone directly to the source. To Wraith Sinar, had Supreme Chancellor Palpatine not vetoed the idea. The Republic's other major supplier of weapons, Kuat Drive Yards, was known to have contributed to both sides during the war. Under its subsidiary, Rathana Heavy Engineering, the builders of the Acclamator-class assault ships, as well as the ATTE Walkers, KDY had been supplied the Confederacy with the Storm Fleet, which had been the terror of the Perilium until retired from service with the help of Obi-Wan and Anakin. With snow falling harder in Naos 3, the two stopped to get their bearings. Obi-Wan gestured to a nearby cantina. This has to be the 15th we've passed. On this street, Anakin said. If we stop for a drink in each one, we'll be drunk before we reach the bridge. With any luck. Still, they're likely to be our best source of information, as opposed to just looking up her name in the local comm directory. And a lot more fun. Anakin grinned. Fine with me. Where do you want to start? Completing a circle, Obi-Wan pointed to a cantina diagonally across from them. The Desperate Pilot. 4 hours later, half drunk and near frozen, they entered the final cantina before the bridge. Brushing snow from the shoulders of their cloaks and lowering the hoods, they scanned the patrons crowding the bar and occupying nearly every table. Not a lot to do in Now's 3 when you're not fishing, Anakin said. I've had the distinct impression that some drinking goes on even during work hours. Replacing 2 Rhodians who stumbled away from the curved bar, they ordered drinks. Anakin sipped from his glass. 10 cantinas, as many Lethan females, and every one of them claims to have been born on world. I'd say we're in for a long stay. Kassar didn't supply you with anything else to go on. Scars, tattooed Leku, anything? Anakin shook his head. Nothing. When Obi-Wan signaled for the human bartender, he added, You order one more Twi'lek appetizer, I promise I'm going to cut your arm off. Obi-Wan laughed. I found the Izzy mold at the last place to be very flavorful. Anakin took another sip. And speaking of arms... Were we? We were. At least I think we were. Anyway, remember in the Outlander Club when you went off to get a drink? Did you have an inkling that Zam Wessel would follow you? On the contrary, I knew she would follow you. Implying that shapeshifters have a special fondness for me? The way you were strutting around, what female could help herself? Mimicking Anakin's voice, Obi-Wan said, Jedi business. Then you admit it. You were using me as bait. A privilege that comes with being a master. You have more than repaid me in kind in any case. Anakin raised his glass. A toast to that. Seeing the bartender approach, Obi-Wan placed a sizable credit chip under his empty glass and slid it forward. Another drink, and the rest is for you. An athletic man with red hair that fell almost to his waist, the bartender eyed the credit chip. Rather large rumination for such a rudimentary libation. Perhaps you'd permit me to concoct something a trifle more flavorsome? What I'd actually prefer is a bit of information. Now, how did I guess? We're looking for a Lethan female, Anakin said. Who isn't? Obi-Wan shook his head. Strictly business. That's what it often is with them. I suggest you try the Palace Hotel. You don't understand. Oh, I think I do. Look, Anakin said, this one probably isn't a masseuse. Or a dancer, Obi-Wan thought to add. Then what would she be doing on Now's 3? She used to be a pilot, with a taste for spice. Obi-Wan watched the bartender closely. She would have arrived on Now's 3 within the past 10 or so years. The bartender's eyes narrowed. Why didn't you say so to begin with? You mean Jean. The name we know her by is Faal Le. My friends, on Now's 3, a name is nothing more than a convenient handle. But you do know her, Obi-Wan said. I do. Then you know where she can be found. The bartender jerked a thumb. Upstairs, room 7. She said you should go right up. Anakin and Obi-Wan traded confused glances. She's expecting us, Obi-Wan said. The bartender heaved his massive shoulders in a shrug. She didn't say who she was expecting, just that if anyone came looking for her, I should send them up. They canceled the drink order and walked to the foot of a long flight of stairs. Jedi mind trick? Anakin asked. If it was, I wasn't aware of performing it. 10 drinks will do that to you. Yes, and maybe it was the Twi'lek Izzy mold. What seems infinitely more likely is we're about to walk into a trap. So we should be on guard. Yes, Anakin, we should be on guard. Obi-Wan led the way up the stairs and rapped his hand on room 7's green plastoid door. Door's unlocked, a voice said in Basic from within. They made certain that their lightsabers were in easy reach, but left them affixed to their belts and concealed. Obi-Wan hit the door release stud, then followed Anakin into the chill room. Wearing trousers, boots, and an insulated jacket, Jean, perhaps Faale Le, was lounging on a narrow bed, her back and Leku against the headboard, long legs extended and crossed at the ankle. Beside her on a small table stood a half-full bottle of what Obi-Wan guessed was the local rocket fuel homebrew. Reaching for 2 clearly unwashed glasses, she said, Fix you a drink? We're already at the legal limit, Anakin said, vigilant. The remark made her smile. House 3 doesn't have a legal limit, kid. She took a healthy swallow from her own glass, eyeing them over the rim. I have to say, you're not what I expected. Was that surprise or disappointment? Anakin asked Obi-Wan. Who were you expecting? Obi-Wan said. Your classic rough-and-tumble types. Black Sun lackeys, bounty hunters. You two? You look more like lost Jedi. She paused and said, Maybe that's exactly what you are. Jedi have been known to outpunish even the Punishers. Only when necessary, Anakin said. She shrugged absently. You want to do it here, or are you going to buy me a last meal? Do what here? Obi-Wan asked. Kill me, of course. Anakin took a forward step. There's always that possibility. She glanced from him to Obi-Wan. Bad Jedi, good Jedi. We want to talk to you about a star courier you piloted for Sienar Advanced Projects. She nodded at Obi-Wan. Of course you do. A round of questions and answers, then a blaster. No, a lightsaber to the side of the head. Then you are Fa'alai. Who told you where to find me? Had to be Thal Kassar, am I right? He's the only one still alive, that betraying little Biff. Tell us about the courier, Anakin said, cutting her off. She smiled in apparent recollection. An extraordinary ship, a work of genius, but I knew going in it was a job that would come back to haunt me, and so it has. Obi-Wan looked around the room. You've been in hiding here for more than 10 years. No, I came for the beaches. She motioned in dismissal. You know, they killed the engineers, the mechanics, just about everyone who worked on that craft. But I knew. I made the delivery, grabbed what was due me, and I was away. Not far enough, though. They tracked me to Ryloth, Nar Shaddaa, half the star-forsaken worlds in the Tingle Arm. I had my share of close calls. I could show you the scars. No need, Obi-Wan said, as Fala was bringing her left head-tail over her shoulder. She threw back another drink. So who sent you? Sienar? Or was it the one the courier was built for? Who was it built for? Anakin said. She regarded him for a moment. That's the funny thing. Sienar, Wraith Sienar himself, told me it was for a Jedi. But the guy I handed the yoke over to, he was no Jedi. Oh, he had a lightsaber and all, but I don't know. There was something off about him. Obi-Wan nodded. We've had dealings with him. Where'd you deliver it? Anakin pressed. Well, to Coruscant, of course. Obi-Wan glanced at the ceiling, an instant before it blew inward, raining plastoid rafters, ice-covered roof panels, ceiling tiles, and 2 heavily armed Trandoshans. He had rushed to the bed and overturned it, dumping Fa'alai foam mattresses and bed covers onto the cold floor. In hand and activated, Anakin's lightsaber was already a streak of blue light, deflecting blaster bolts and parrying swings of a vibroaxe in the meaty hands of a red-skinned Falleen who had burst through the door. Behind the Falleen came 2 humans who, in their eagerness to race into the room, had wedged themselves into the doorframe. Whirling, Obi-Wan called his lightsaber from his belt and leapt to the doorway, his blade slicing both hands off of one of the humans. An agonized howl pierced the frigid air as the man sank to his knees. Unstuck, the second one fell forward, directly onto Obi-Wan's blade. The smell of burned flesh filled the room, swirling about with smoke from the explosive that had taken out 3 square meters of roof, and big wet snowflakes that were drifting through the opening. Off to Obi-Wan's left, Anakin stood unmoving in the center of the room, holding his own against the 2 reptilian aliens and the wielder of the vibroaxe. Parried bolts flew directly through the thin walls, rousing shrieks from Fal's neighbors to both sides. Doors opened and slammed, and footfalls pounded on the hallway floor. Pivoting on his left foot, the Falleen swung the vibroaxe at Obi-Wan's head. Ducking the swing, Obi-Wan got underneath the blade and just managed to nick the Falleen in the left thigh. The strike only fueled the humanoid's rage. Raising the axe over his head, he rushed forward, intent on splitting Obi-Wan down the middle. A backflip carried Obi-Wan out of the blade's path, but Fal's bedside table wasn't as fortunate. Cleaved, each half-table fell to the floor, launching the Twi'lek's bottle of firewater clear across the room and square into the face of the larger of the 2 Trandoshans. Screaming in rage, the alien raised a clawed hand to his bleeding brow ridge, even while his other hand continued to trigger bolts at Anakin. As the bolts began to go wide, Anakin raised his left hand, pushing it through the air in the Trandoshan's direction and blowing him backward through the room's only window. Determined to make the most of Anakin's split attention, the reptilioid's partner risked a lunge forward. Obi-Wan tracked the flight of the alien's head across the room, out the door, and into the hallway, where someone loosed a blood-curdling screech. The Fallen, finding himself on his own with the two Jedi, extended the axe in front of him and began to whirl. Anakin backed away from the circling blade, then dived forward, sliding across the wet floor on his belly with his lightsaber held out in front of him, and amputating the Fallen's legs at the knees. Shorter by half a meter, but no less enraged, the humanoid sent the vibroaxe flying straight for Obi-Wan, then drew from his hip holster a large blaster and began firing. In mid-flight from the vibrating blade, Obi-Wan watched Anakin rid the Fallen of blaster in hand, and thrust his lightsaber directly into the Fallen's chest. Whatever torso armor the humanoid was wearing beneath his jacket gave the energy blade pause, but heat from the lightsaber set fire to the Fallen's bandolier of explosive rounds. Backing away from the lightsaber on the cauterized stumps of his legs, the Fallen began swatting at the growing flames in mounting panic, then turned and executed a perfect front dive out the window, only to explode short of the snowdrift that might have been his destination. The room fell suddenly silent except for the sizzle of huge snowflakes hitting the lightsabers. Obi-Wan shouted, "Get her out of here!" Deactivating his blade, Anakin pulled Fal out from under the mattresses and bedding and yanked her to her feet. Wobbling drunkenly, she took in the ruined room. "You two seem like decent folk, even for Jedi. Sorry you have to get mixed up in this." Catching sight of a bottle that had somehow survived the violence, she started for it. When Anakin tightened his hold on her, she balled her hands and hammered at his chest and upper arms. "Stop trying to be a hero, kid. I'm tired of running. It's over. For all of us." "Not till we say it is," Anakin said. She sagged in his grip. "That's the problem. That's why we're in a war to begin with." Anakin began to drag her toward the door. "Right on time," Obi-Wan said from the window. "6 more that I can see." A blaster bolt destroyed what was left of the window frame. Anakin hauled Fal to her feet once more and planted himself face to face with her. "You've outwitted assassins for 10 years. You have a way out of here." He shook her forcefully. "Where?" She remained still for a moment, then shut her eyes and nodded. Obi-Wan and Anakin followed her out the door to a utility closet at the end of the hall. Concealed behind a false rear wall, 2 shiny poles dropped into darkness. Fal took hold of one of the poles and vanished from sight. Anakin went next. Through the closed door, Obi-Wan could hear a crowd of beings race past the closet, heading for the Twi'lek's room. Gripping the pole with hands and feet, he let gravity take over. The descent was longer than expected. Instead of ending up in the basement of the cantina, the poles ran completely through the hill on which the portion of Naos 3 had been built, all the way to the river itself. The bottom of the poles disappeared into thick ice. In dim, natural light, Obi-Wan saw he was in a cavern that had become an inlet for the river. Close to the base of the pole sat 3 surface-effect sleds of the sort the locals use for ice fishing, outfitted with powerful-looking engines and pairs of long skis. "I'm too drunk to drive," Fal was saying. Anakin had already straddled the machine's narrow seat and was studying the controls. "You leave that to me," he told her. With the flip of a switch, the speeder's engine coughed to life, then began to purr loudly in the hollow of the cave. Obi-Wan mounted a second sled, while Fal was positioning herself behind Anakin. "That one, then that one," Anakin said, pointing out the ignition switch in the warmer. Demonstrating, he added, "Thrusters, pitch control, steer like this." Obi-Wan was instantly confused. "Like this?" "Like this! Like this!" Anakin emphasized, demonstrating again, then indicating another set of switches on the control panel of Obi-Wan's machine. "Repulsor lift. But strictly for handling small ice mounds, frozen debris, that sort of thing. This isn't a conventional speeder, or even a swoop." "Do you remember where we parked the cruiser?" "I don't even remember landing, but the field can't be far off." "Downriver," Fal said. "Swing south around the hillock, go under the bridge, then west around the next hillock, under 2 more bridges, Salome south again, and we're there." Obi-Wan stared at her. "I'll follow you two." They roared from the mouth of the cavern and out into the glacial river. Blaster bolts began to sear into the ice around them before they made the first bridge. Glancing over his shoulder, Obi-Wan saw 3 sleds gaining on them from upriver. On the bridge, 2 beings bundled up in cold weather gear were drawing a bead on him with a pintle-mounted repeating blaster.